So I'm Serena, and my name on Instagram is Serena.carnivore. Oops, sorry. Hang on. Sorry, my phone's going nuts here. Okay, sorry, there was some reverberation there. So I do the Carnivore Revolution YouTube channel and also Instagram page, and I just love doing interviews and talking to people. Do you want me to start with like my history and stuff? Is that where you want me to go here?
Please. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I started Carnivore a little over 2 years ago out of desperation. I have a post-COVID issue that makes things taste and smell rotten. It's called parosmia. And I was basically living on sugar at that point because it was the only thing that tasted and smelled good. And when I say that, I don't mean like, I'm a spoiled brat and I want everything to taste good. I mean like things tasted and smelled like a rotten skunk carcass. I mean, it was just one of the most horrible things ever. I was throwing up all the time from the smell of things, would make me nauseous. And the only thing that didn't make me feel that way was sugar. So I was basically living on that and just obviously not feeling good. And fruits and vegetables tasted and smelled rotten, peanut butter, garlic, onion. There were lots of things, popcorn, coffee. There were lots of things I couldn't eat, but sugar, again, was fine. I could eat just a little bit of meat, but it was really random. And sometimes I couldn't do it. It was a really difficult time for me. I was crying all the time. I just did not feel good. I had started with, maybe 5 pounds to lose, and now I was gaining weight from eating all the sugar. And I was in these Facebook groups where people were one end of the spectrum to the other. They were on feeding tubes in the hospital because they couldn't keep anything down, or they were gaining weight. They were up 50 pounds in 6 months because they couldn't eat, healthy foods because all of those things tasted and smelled rotten. So it was a really, really hard place to be. And I come from a history of eating disorders and disordered eating. I was bulimic for a long time. And then I was always on some sort of a diet, bought my first diet pills when I was 12. And so I was used to eating certain things and not eating what everybody else was eating. I was used to being different, but this was a completely different thing for me. And so I started Carnivore after my birthday weekend. I was turning 48 and my girls made me some gluten-free cupcakes because I'd been gluten-free for about 10 years. And I ate 20 cupcakes in 36 hours. And that was like hitting my rock bottom like an alcoholic or a drug addict does. That's how it felt to me. And I woke up on Monday morning and said, I can't do this anymore. I gotta figure out what I'm going to do. And I knew that I could eat like a New York strip fresh off the grill and a hamburger fresh off the grill, but I couldn't eat it if it had been refrigerated and then reheated. It was this really bizarre, some sort of chemical reaction. I don't know, but it smelled horrible to me. And so I just started eating those and just like dove in headfirst into research about how can I do this? Can I survive eating just like ribeyes and hamburgers? And of course, I thought I couldn't. And that's how I started finding people like you guys and so many other people out there like Kelly Hogan and Dr. Baker and Dr. Berry and all of those people, just learning that I can not only can I eat like this and survive, but I can thrive like this. And so that's what I did. I started doing that. It was about 6 months in to eating that way that I realized that I was better. I had heard somebody talk about the difference between an abstainer and a moderator. I think it was Katie Kelly. I saw talking about that and I thought, oh my goodness, no wonder it wasn't just me. It wasn't just me. I'm not messed up. I'm not defective, because that's what I thought all those years with all those extreme diets and the calorie counting and the restriction and the bulimia and the disordered eating and like all of those things. I thought that there was something wrong with me. And once I realized that I was just an abstainer, it was like that was my light bulb moment. And I said, oh my goodness, I'm better. Because at this point, it was 6 months in and I realized I don't binge anymore. I don't want sugar and sweets anymore. I don't even care about the cupcakes anymore. It was like something switched. And suddenly I realized that I was better. And I wasn't crying anymore, and I wasn't anxious anymore, and my varicose veins were going away, and I was sleeping really good at that point. And there were so many things that were coming to light for me after 6 months of doing this, things I didn't even really realize because I was so focused on the smell and taste thing that I didn't even realize that all of these other things were better. And it's just amazing. And so, like I said, it's been a little bit over 2 years for me, and it was about a year in, I decided I wanted to share my story and I wanted to help other people and, any way that I could. And so here I
am. Well, that's fabulous. Yeah. Thank you very much for that. And Richard, you've met Serena, haven't you?
Yes. Hey again, Serena. How are you doing? You okay?
Yes, we've met, unfortunately, not unfortunately, but I actually recorded Richard for an interview. And as we decided that we were done and I went to go hit the stop recording button, I realized I had never hit the start recording button. So we have to redo it.
Oh, that's a shame, isn't it?
I know.
And
I
it
felt
was
so silly.
fantastic interview as well, wasn't it? It was,
I know
yeah.
it was.
I thoroughly enjoyed that one. But yeah, we'll get that book back in. We did reschedule. Unfortunately, I had a meeting with either the solicitor or the accountant. And we had to change, but we'll get that definitely booked back in. Thoroughly enjoyed that one, and we'll get you on my show as well, if that's okay.
That'd be great. That'd be great.
Brilliant stuff. Brilliant. Yeah. So what are we now? 16 hours in? 17 hours in?
We're into our final 7 hours now. Yes.
You guys are amazing.
So we have done 16 hours.
That is crazy. You guys.
17 hours. Yeah. 17.
Yeah. I have tuned in several times today to see different people on there, and every time you guys just still look fresh. That must be the ketones. You guys are burning so much fat.
Oh, yeah. You know, I'll be honest. I am starting to flag ever so slightly. You know, I'm still raring to go. But yeah, my mind isn't working as fast as it was earlier. But yeah, we're still here.
So
we're still fighting fit.
It's 1 a.m. for you guys, so you have 7 hours left, right?
Yeah,
spot on.
Yeah,
right?
Well worked. Yeah, that's good. I mean, I would say, I've stood and Richard has sat, and I think I might have a slight edge because I've stood.
Yeah.
I just think it makes you more energized. You know, if someone wants you to sing, you can't really sing when you're sitting down. You can, but it's much better to stand and deliver. So it might just be that. But I tell you what, Richard, I've got that seat behind me, and I have had a couple of minutes on it. When you were talking to Bart, I sat on the seat. Full transparency. So anyway, we have a couple of questions here. So shall we have a look at the question? Let's have a look at this first one here. For people that want to transition to carnivore diet but are not moderators, does it imply they are better off to switch cold turkey style?
I think so. For me, that's what I did, and I am not a moderator. I've never eaten one Oreo cookie. I've probably never eaten one cupcake. Like, it is always, since I was young, it's always been a thing for me that, you know, and I laughed about it, but I was never able to eat just one of something. And so if you're kind of like that and you know for a fact that you are not a moderator, I do think probably cold turkey is best, because if you go slow, you're going to keep craving those things. You're going to keep craving those sugary things. And that's going to make a difference and make it not as easy for you to make the transition. So I definitely think somebody should go cold turkey. Now, with that being said, I do recommend somebody who is eating like a standard American diet that you do take a week or so, maybe 2 weeks, to kind of limit your processed carbohydrates, your potatoes, your breads, and stuff like that, and just eat like some lower carb vegetables, lower carb fruits for a week or two, so that the transition may not be, you know, like quite as hard. Go ahead and fill up on fatty meats for that week or two, but eat the lower carb vegetables and maybe, you know, like blueberries and strawberries and maybe some blackberries and raspberries as you make that transition. I just think for a lot of people that makes the withdrawal symptoms from the carbs a little bit easier. But if you get a few days into that and you're getting antsy and you feel like, you know, there's always going to be a few days of carb withdrawal that makes you think you need to go back to bread and you need to have a potato or you need to have some sugar. But if you can fight that and you get 3, 4, 5, 6 days in and you feel like those things are just making you want more of the same, you know, more sugar and things like that, then I'd say go ahead and cut it all out cold turkey. You know, only you know you. And so that does make a difference for some people, but feel free to reach out. You know, if you have any more questions, reach out to one of us if you need more advice there. But I definitely think if you're not a moderator, in most cases, it's easier just to jump in, but there will be lots of withdrawal symptoms if you jump right in.
What do you think, Rich?
Yeah, again, I think, you know, there's two types of people: step change and incremental change. I'm step change, which means I'm all or nothing. It's got to be black or white for me. A lot of the clients I work with seem to be incremental. So again, it does depend on what type of person you are. I mean, we just spoke with Bart, who says we should increment it slowly, isn't it, from keto to carnivore over a few weeks. But again, if you're the type of person who can't do that and moderate things, then that step change approach is probably the better protocol. There is not one size fits all, and this is something we keep coming back to again. This is the recurring topic, I think, isn't it? That we're all on our own journey. We have to do what works for us. It's all about sustainability, whatever it takes to keep us on that straight and narrow. And that is the key to success, isn't it? Is keeping that sustainability. But yeah, those are my thoughts.
Yeah, so someone there singing your praises, Serena. So tell us a little bit about how the carnivore revolution works, or how your coaching has worked, because there you go, she's saying it's very encouraging. How do people contact you, and what's the process?
That's awesome. Thank you so much. I'm glad that I am helping people. So you can just message me, and also the link for my coaching is in my bio on Instagram, and you can always comment on YouTube on one of the videos, and I'll see it. I try to respond to all of the comments on YouTube and on Instagram, but feel free to message me. I do group coaching twice a week. Usually you sign up for an entire month of that. So like you would sign up for August now, and the sessions are Wednesday morning at 10, Wednesday evening at 8, I think. I'd have to double check on that, but it is on the website. And so you can look that up and you can see, and we just get together that one time a week. You would either sign up for Wednesday morning or Wednesday evening. We would get together that one time a week, and we would talk about your struggles. We would talk about getting started. We would talk about food ideas, recipe ideas, and things like that to just kind of get you on your journey and help you along the way. And we all have mess ups sometimes. I have one lady that's been trying to get coaching with me. We did one. She paid for 4 individual sessions because she didn't want to do the group, and I can't get a hold of her. I knew she was having a hard time. I've tried to talk to her and she just won't answer. I knew that she was struggling, and so I just keep reaching out to her, because we all mess up, and it's important to know that everybody messes up and everybody needs help sometimes. And there's always somebody that you can reach out to. The carnivore community is so accepting of people and so helpful. I was really surprised by that when I first started, because, you think you're new to this community, you have all these questions, and people answer right away most of the time. Everybody is always so encouraging. So if you ever have any questions or any problems, make sure you reach out to somebody. But that's how my coaching works. You would sign up for Wednesday morning or Wednesday evening, and we would meet every Wednesday at whichever time for the whole month of August, and just talk about those things with the group and share our struggles and stuff.
It's brilliant. Yeah. And that's on Mighty Networks, isn't it? Did you say the Carnivore?
Yes. We've been using the Mighty Network, but I got to be honest, the Mighty Network is incredibly difficult to use. It is not an easy, it took me a month. It took me something like 16 hours to get one page up and running on there. And so we've kind of drifted away from, we still have the free Mighty Network, but we're not doing the paid versions of the coaching in there anymore. So we're still on there. It works kind of like Facebook does. You can go in and you can post things. That's still free, and that's still there for the community. But the coaching will just be on Zoom, and the communication will happen in a Facebook group there.
Yeah, that's cool. Rich, do you have any questions from your chat the other day? Was there something you wanted to pick up on a little bit?
My goodness, it was so long ago, and we've spoken to so many people today. You're 20 odd hours in. My mind. Is that your dog? Oh, your dog. I thought maybe it was Stephen. But
I can mute it, but then you won't be able to hear me. She'll stop in just a minute. My husband's home from work.
I was going to say
that's how she greets him every day.
That's one hell of an alarm system, isn't it?
It's a German Shepherd. She is so loud. She's so barky. Well, I'll tell you that I am doing 75 Hard, which I completed. I completed the original 75 Hard program, and then moved on to the Live Hard program that comes after that. 75 Hard is a mental toughness challenge that people usually think is an exercise challenge, but it's not. I mean, you have to do 2 45-minute workouts a day, and one has to be outside. They can just be walks. They can be whatever you want them to be. And I completed that and moved on to the phase 1 program of the Live Hard program, which is all of those tasks plus some other tasks that you have to do. And I got to day 29 and only had my gratitude journal and my Bible reading to do. And I came upstairs to bed and I did my Bible reading, and I put my phone on to charge and went to bed, and woke up at 8 o'clock the next morning, 7 o'clock the next morning, and realized I had forgotten to do my gratitude journal on day 29. So I woke up on the very last day realizing I had messed up the day before. and I had to come clean and start over, because if you miss even one thing. So my gratitude journal literally is, today I'm grateful for 1, 2, 3 things. It could take me 15 seconds if I use Siri, and I messed up and had to start over. And so I'm on day 9 of that again, and threw my back out yesterday. I'm not starting over, guys. I am not starting over again. So I basically crawled back and forth in my driveway. Not really crawled, but I walked at a snail's pace back and forth in my driveway for 45 minutes before we started this, like literally at a snail's pace, like a 10th of the speed I usually walk, just to be able to get that 45 minutes in, because I said I was going to do it and I feel like I have to do it. But my back is killing me. It's like, like it gets, like you feel like it's about to get stuck. Like whichever way you move, you feel like it's going to get stuck. I'd like to say I heard it do, like, doing a PR in deadlifts or something, but that's not what happened. I was getting out of the shower when it happened yesterday. And so my back's killing me. Any suggestions?
Rest, I would usually suggest, but I don't think that's an option for you at the moment, is it? Unfortunately. Have you ever tried keto or carnivore? It's really good for inflammation.
Absolutely. Maybe I'll try that. When we're done, I'm going to go down and do a friend of mine that's a PT gave me some stretches to do. So I'm going to go down and do those and ice it when we're done. It just is killing me. And I had 2 really busy days too, yesterday and today. And so, kind of holding my breath all day where you're afraid you're going to move it wrong. It's just crazy. So yeah, that stinks.
Where is it hurting? Right at the base of your spine?
Yeah. It's not really my spine though. It's like both sides of my spine, real low on my back.
Right. Okay. Yes. Well, it's difficult actually to give you advice online.
Yeah,
so
I know.
Right. Let's have a look here. What have we got here? Somebody actually saying that they've done the 75 hard unofficially.
Oh, Mike. I know, Mike. Yeah.
Yeah. Good. I'm not overly keen on drinking 6 liters of water per day. Is that something that you prescribe? Is it?
Well, the 75 hard challenge is a gallon of water a day. And in the beginning, I hadn't used electrolytes in a year. That's just one of the things. You have to take a progress picture, do the 2 workouts. One has to be outside regardless of weather. And then you have to read 10 pages of a nonfiction book, follow a diet, and no alcohol. I think those are the things in the original 75 hard program. So for me, I hadn't used electrolytes in more than a year. And I started 75 hard. I usually drink about 3 quarts of water, and I started 75 hard. And like 2 weeks in, I thought I was dying. I was like, I didn't think I could get out of bed. I was so weak. And my friend Olivia, who you guys know, said, it sounds like electrolytes. And I was like, really good point, because I'm not used to drinking a whole gallon of water. And I added the electrolytes in, and it was completely better. So yeah, I think with the electrolytes, a gallon is doable, especially since we're working out twice a day. I think it's doable. Jen says, yeah, Jen, that's who gave me my workout. That's who gave me my stretches yesterday. Jen is a doctor of physical therapy. She's one of my dear friends. It's 3.8 liters, not 6, she says to Mike.
Yeah, I was going to say 6 seems ever such a lot.
Yeah.
Yes. So we've got somebody giving you a little bit of advice, but I think Richard beat Sheena to it. Cut out carbs, no more pain, no more back issues. So yes, I think that's pretty good. If you was to sum up what we had a question earlier and it made everybody laugh because most questions are really long. They just said, why carnivore? So if someone said that to you, what would you say?
I would say, to ask me about all of the benefits that I have from being a carnivore and from being on a low carb diet. And then I would send them to all of my other friends who I would send them to you guys. I would send them to Jen. I would send them to Kelly Hogan. I would say, check out all of these people. And these are the benefits that they have gotten. So I don't need scientific studies. You know what I mean? I am my scientific study. I think if you're somebody who has tried everything like I had to figure out, my weight and my body composition, and just at 48 years old, I was getting out of bed and I was a little bit stiff and my joints would hurt a little bit. And I just thought that's what being 48 was. I thought this is what happens as you get older. And so I would say, if you're one of those people and you've tried all of these different things and you've tried supplements and you've tried every diet you can think of to lose weight or get the body composition that you want, or to heal your whatever it is, autoimmune conditions, whatever your issue is, arthritis, irritable bowel syndrome, Crohn's, whatever your issue is, if you've literally tried everything, what have you got to lose? Try it for 30 days and see how you feel. And then let's talk about it, because I think asking all of the questions to somebody who's already doing it, like me, who has had great success, my answer is going to be carnivore for just about anything, that any kind of issue somebody has, because I have seen it help so many people with so many different issues. So my response is always going to be carnivore for 30 days because it has made such a huge impact on me. Just like if somebody goes to the store and they buy a shirt and you see them and you say, oh, I love your shirt. And they say, oh, I got it at TJ Maxx. Well, I'm going to go to TJ Maxx and I'm going to look at the clothes, right? But if I tell somebody I'm doing carnivore and this is what's healed, they're always like, oh, where's your scientific evidence? You know, it's always like you'll take people's advice for little things, right? Or if I made this delicious coffee that I loved with all these artificial things in it and I took it around and let people taste it and they loved it, nobody would ask me for a scientific thing, right? Nobody's going to McDonald's when they're serving Shamrock Shakes and asking them for the scientific evidence that it doesn't hurt them, right? But as soon as you tell somebody to cut out all of that stuff and eat really good, healthy foods, they freak out like, where's the evidence? Well, I'm the evidence. Richard's the evidence. Stephen is the evidence, right? I mean, all of these people are the evidence that we need to see it and to see the difference that it has made in people's lives. And so why carnivore is, what have you got to lose? Just try it and see how you feel. 30 days of anything isn't gonna hurt you. If I told somebody to juice for 30 days, they would automatically think that's healthy. But when I tell them to eat meat for 30 days, they freak out like that doesn't seem right. But that's the plant-based agenda. That's what we've been hearing for multiple years now. And butter is bad, red meat is bad, it's going to cause heart disease. And how people think it causes diabetes, I will never understand. But you will go out and try all of these other things and think that it's fine. But if I tell you to just eat meat, you're going to push back on it, you know. But give it 30 days and see how it makes you feel, because I think you'll be surprised. 30 days is enough. 30 days is enough to get the withdrawals out of your system and to start to feel really, really good.
Richard, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, no, I think that nails it in a nutshell, doesn't it? I mean, we made a comment earlier when we were looking at the guests who were on the show. Everyone looks incredibly fit and healthy. There's not one obese person that has been on to speak. We can't say that amongst any other community, really, can we? The second you look outside of that door, most people look unhealthy or they're overweight. They're carrying a little bit of central adiposity. Everyone that's been on the show looks vibrant. They look healthy. Yes, Stephen and I probably a little bit worse for wear, 20 something hours in. But I mean, coming back to a point that Stephen made earlier, I could not do this on carbohydrate. I had 3 hours sleep last night. So this is, my goodness. And I've got to work tomorrow. So, I mean, Stephen will be going to bed just after 8. I've got to do another shift. I could not do this on carbohydrate. The lifestyle is self-evident. And we are that scientific paper. We are, the results of living a lifestyle. Every one of us has got an incredible journey. And it's not just something small. These are massive things. And we're not talking just weight loss. We're talking reversal of diabetes. We're talking, curbing and combating migraines, debilitating daily migraines, chronic fatigue, depression, anxiety, people with cancers and tumors. And I'm not saying this as medical advice, that this is going to do that, but obviously we can't give that medical advice. But these are the circles that we work in. These are the stories that we are hearing within the community day on day. So yeah, I mean, why carnivore? Well, as you say, why not? Let's flip it around, because the benefits. We almost sound like a broken record, and Stephen and I were speaking recently in regards to why some of the influencers within the community seem to be veering away from carnivore, or maybe having changing their opinions in certain regards. This may be genuine. Sometimes, I do question whether it is financially based in regards to views and keeping people entertained, because there's only so many times that you can tell someone to go and eat a steak. I've got this problem. What's the answer? Go and eat a steak. I'm suffering with advanced polycystic kidney disease. Go and eat a steak. I'm type 2 diabetic. Go and eat a steak. It's the same message that we are touting, but it is as simple as that, isn't it? Diet is responsible for all of these, at least predominantly these issues and conditions that we are suffering from, and it is as simple as that. Living a lifestyle that is devoid of anti-nutrients, eating foods that are highly nutrient dense, avoiding these processed foods, these grains high in lectins, these vegetable oils high in oxidized omega-6. It is that same drum, and I hate to keep beating it, but this is the answer. it's almost like the magic elixir. But when you tell someone that, as you say, you tell them to go on a juice diet for a month, which is massively high in oxalates, which could kill you. I mean, to put that into perspective, I used to do juicing. I used to do my smoothies. I would put a pack of spinach into a smoothie every day, along with my turmeric and black pepper to block the absorption, or to increase the absorption even. And these oxalates can kill us at 5,000 milligrams. At standard pack of spinach contains around 1,500 milligrams. But what do? We add turmeric, which is more oxalates, and we add the black pepper, which blocks
and the kale. Don't forget the kale.
And the kale. Yet you tell somebody to do that, they wouldn't bat an eye. You tell them to go and eat red meat. My goodness, what about cancer and all of these other issues? And it baffles me. But you've hit the nail right on the head. We are the product of living this lifestyle, and I'm proud to be part of that product and the movement.
Yeah, and if you guys, for the people watching, if you are confused about it and we're answering your why carnivore and you disagree with that, go ahead and get Nina Teicholz's book, The Big Fat Surprise, and it will blow you away. Ancel Keys, look up Ancel Keys. He's the scientist that originally said he thought fat made you fat and caused heart disease. And later on, they had all kinds of evidence that he was wrong. And, he made his mark on history, though, and left a very, very sick world from all of the people in civilized countries that follow the advice that he came up with. And I read somewhere, and this hasn't been confirmed, but I did read somewhere that later on he actually said at one point, maybe I was wrong, but it was way too late at that point. The nutritional, the food pyramid had already been created. I mean, it was too late. And I want to show you guys that if you go to my Instagram page and you see one of the first posts that I have pinned is this before and after of me. Let me get it where you can see it. So this is backwards. I'm having a hard time pointing. This is me on lots of vegetables, very few fruits, and lean meats. I probably hadn't had hamburger in a year. And this is me a year on carnivore. I actually weighed more in this after picture than I did in this picture. And this is just inflammation. That is the biggest difference, because I actually weigh more in the more current, more recent picture. That's what inflammation can do. It can make you look like a different person. So this is why carnivore. If you're wondering why carnivore, this is why. I can't get it. It's all washed out now. But that's why. I mean, that's the difference that it can make in just inflammation. That's not even weight loss. And I don't even look like the same person. And I had no idea how swollen my face was and how inflamed my body was just from all the vegetables that I was eating that I thought were so good for me. Oh, that's a good one.
So this is me. So that's what it's done to me. So clinically obese, type 2 diabetic, daily debilitating migraines, chronic fatigue, arthritic pains, depression, anxiety. 12 months later, the picture wasn't 12 months, the picture was 4 to 5 years, but I like the picture, so I've used it. But 107 pound fat loss in 12 months, reversal of diabetes, migraine-free, full of energy, pain-free, depression, anxiety-free. This is what it's done to me. And I am not genetically gifted, because this was my father. This is where I came from. And as you can see, this was the way that I was heading, but I changed the foods that I'm consuming, and I managed to achieve a European championship at a professional level from being unable to walk up my stairs and being clinically obese. And I put 3 stone on top of this as well. So this wasn't me at my biggest either. I put 3 stone on top of this, but as many do within the community, we don't like the way we look. I didn't have any pictures taken after it, but yeah, that's what the lifestyle has done to me. That may put an awful lot of people off, but I did that for a reason, to show how far we can push the diet and lifestyle, and what it can do when we decide to push to extremities. And it's through creating these ripples, I think, that we will, we will make the difference, isn't it? But yeah, 2 perfect examples there of how quite literally changing the food we eat affects health, well-being, and body composition. And I know body composition seems to be a vanity thing, but it isn't. Because if we think we look good, then we feel good. If we look good, we feel good, and that's what it's done for me.
Yeah, and the food we eat affects every single cell in our body. So when you eat a Pop-Tart, how do you think that affects your cells, right? I mean, it's the nutrition. It's like putting the wrong gas in your car, and people think that is so cliche, but it's true. If you put the wrong kind of gas in your car, then you get the wrong response that you want. And it's the same way with our food. If we put those kinds of foods in our body, that's what we get out of our body. And if we put all natural, whole foods, heavy meat, high fat, which every cell in our body also needs. Every cell needs the cholesterol. Every cell needs the fat. Our brain runs on cholesterol, and people just don't see it. They'd rather have a Pop-Tart or a piece of cake. Yeah. So since starting keto, then carnivore, was able to get off all heart meds. That's awesome. That's amazing. So very good. Very good. So that's why carnivore too, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's endless, isn't it? The benefits.
It is.
So your PT has entered the room. She's going to tell you off.
No, she's not.
I can't believe you're not doing your exercises right now, Serena.
I did it. Did you not hear me? I did it before. You should have seen me walking in look at my story from earlier, how slow I was walking in my driveway. I was like, literally.
No, I did. I heard you, and I'm so proud of you because I know this means a lot to you with Live Hard and 75 Hard, and I've been able to sort of walk alongside Serena for that whole thing, and that's been a blessing to me.
Well, she has been a blessing to me. Let me tell you the messages that I have left her. We're talking like I would be outside walking in the rain, crying, sending Jen voice messages like, I just don't think I could do it today. It's too hard and it's raining. And then remember the day I was trying to get help with the Mighty Network and I had to come inside and take a call real quick from the Mighty Network people. And I thought I'd go right back out. I'd already done 30 minutes and I thought I'll just go out and finish it. And I went out and did like 15 more minutes while talking to Jen. And she said, you have to start over. And I had to go back in and talk to the Mighty Network people again. And then I had to go back out and do another 45 minutes. And that was still just my first workout. I had to do a whole nother one after that. But the amount of times I left Jen messages crying, telling her I didn't think I could do it today. And she was so good about it. She's what kept me going.
So Serena, thank you for your half hour. That's fabulous.
Thank you guys.
So we're going to boot you out of the room now and you're going to pass the baton to Jennifer, who's going to
good to see you, Jen. Love you,
Serena,
guys. Thank you.
We'll be in touch to reorganize that podcast
Absolutely.
as well. So I'll reach out to you soon. But thanks for coming on. Been a pleasure.
Absolutely.
Again.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Cheers, Serena.
Bye.
Hey there, Jennifer.
I'm here. And nice to meet you, Richard. We haven't met.
Yes.
So it's really
nice to meet you too.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on board. You look awfully bright-eyed and bushy-tailed there, which is more than I can say for Stephen and myself. But
I haven't been at this for 17 hours or something like that.
What are we on now, Steve?
17 hours, 32 minutes. Who's counting? Jennifer, yes. Introduce yourself to the people watching.
Yeah, so my name is Jennifer Geisert. I am a doctor of physical therapy, which is why I was kind of giving Serena some grief about her back. I work in a hospital setting. I just worked today and had an interesting day when it comes to what people are eating, though that is not my job, right? It's not to advise on nutrition, but it's just incredible what I see. And I've been carnivore for 1.5 years. I first started this lifestyle because of some really, really bad autoimmune issues that I was dealing with. I had psoriasis and vasculitis, and believe me, it was like as bad as it gets. And I also had a binge eating disorder for 20 plus years. So all of those things have resolved on this diet. And so now I'm the weirdo who only eats meat and eggs.
Well, that's good, isn't it? I mean, that's a nice little short précis. I'm going to just say your Instagram, by the way, which I just flashed up on the screen, is brilliant. I do like your content. I know a few people don't like you dressing up as Santa Claus in July. I have spotted that some people don't see the humor in it, but I do. I think it's fab. You've not met Richard before?
Correct. I mean, I think we follow each other, but that's about it.
Yeah, right. Okay, that's cool. Richard, you got any questions for a carnivore PT?
Yeah, I mean, so you've been carnivore for 1.5 years. What was the kick that managed, or that catalyst that drove you into becoming full carnivore? Because were you ketogenic prior to that? Low carb?
I had been keto on and off for a few years before carnivore. And, but it wasn't helping me at all with my skin issues, my autoimmune skin issues. It was helping me to manage my weight. But I had been such a bad binge eater that even on keto, I would start with a keto treat here and there, and then it would just be full blown, all the sugar, not keto at all. And I would just binge like that every few days. And then I would be really strict with my keto diet, and I'd drop a little bit of weight, and then I'd just binge. So it was just constant up and down, gaining 10 to 20 pounds most months probably. But then I've had psoriasis since I was 7 years old. And in my mid 30s, I went on an autoimmune, like an immunosuppressant for it. And as soon as I went on that, I just had one health issue after another, starting with a chronic strep throat that I had for about 6 months. And then it got really bad. Then I had to take all these medications for it. And then I ended up with vasculitis. Like, when I tell you my body exploded, I'm not kidding. My whole body was like an explosion of vasculitis. And I was in the hospital for a few days. And then I kind of got over that a little bit. And then a few months later, my psoriasis was like 100 times worse than it had ever been all of my life. And I was still on this medication that was supposed to be clearing it, which it had. It was completely clear, but then it caused one health issue after another. And so I was just fed up at that point. Like, what the heck? I've been through one medical thing after another for now a calendar year. No one can help me. I've seen so many doctors. All they want to do is give me one prescription after another and just tell me, like, sorry, it's bad luck. You just happen to have this autoimmune stuff. When you have one autoimmune thing, you're likely to have another. See you next month when you come back for your refill. And so I went to see a naturopath thinking maybe there's something that can be done. Somebody can help me. I just hadn't lost hope yet, And it was actually the naturopath's nutritionist that told me about carnivore. And so, that was a weird appointment. Like, I was not expecting to hear her say, you should try an elimination diet and only eat meat for a while. But she did say that. And she also mentioned people like Michaela Peterson and Kelly Hogan. And so I left there and looked them up and was incredibly encouraged for the first time in a long time, which I really needed because it had been a hard year. And that's kind of how I got down this path.
And then you became the weirdo that only eats meat and eggs.
That's right.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And that just adds more weight to the fact that, it's not one diet suits all, is it? Being ketogenic is a fantastic step in the right direction. And for most people, that is plenty enough. But it's this consumption sometimes of those lectins from some of the keto treats or from some of the so-called keto-friendly foods. We keep coming back to tomatoes, bell peppers, and onions and things that contain these lectins, which are causing this intestinal permeability or the casein from milk. And in some cases, especially autoimmune, it's only going the full hog, isn't it? And becoming carnivore, do we see a complete resolution? And have you indeed seen a complete resolution of all of those problems now? Or do you still suffer with any at all? Or is it just a case that you're able to maintain and manage them?
Well, with my skin conditions, complete resolution, and I've been off all my medications for 9 months, which is just baffling to me. When it comes to my binge eating, I never even thought this would help my binge eating. That was just a surprise. But I will say, if I were to have cake right now, I'm not sure that I wouldn't go back to binge eating. So I don't know that I'm like cured of that, but that's certainly managed because I no longer eat anything that triggers any kind of urges. And what you were saying about I think maybe kind of what you were insinuating is that some people probably do fine on just a regular old keto diet. But for someone like me with two things that I think it didn't work for me, one is the binge eating and one is the autoimmune. I think there were just too many foods in there that were still too triggering for me from the sweet tooth perspective. And so I could not stop binging. And then also foods with these anti-nutrients and such that just would not allow my skin to heal. So I'm not saying that no one with an autoimmune disorder or no one with binge eating can succeed on keto. I think probably they can, but it just wasn't the right thing for me. However, had I not been trying to do keto already for a few years on and off, I don't know if I would have been so successful with carnivore because it would have been such a switch from what I had been doing. So, it's hard to say. This is just the path that I went down and what worked for me.
Yeah. And again, that seems to be the general story, isn't it? That this, movement or segue into becoming carnivore almost sees this complete resolution. And we keep coming back to food addiction constantly, don't we? And again, just to reiterate a point that we did with Dr. Unwin's, the Unwin's plural. Food addiction is not a recognized illness in the US or the UK. We know gambling addiction, drug addiction, alcohol addiction, but there is no food addiction. And again, this addiction to binge eating. I've been there. I think I don't know if you were online earlier. I think you may have nipped to the loo, Stephen. But I think I probably released a little bit of information that I don't think I've told anybody online before. In regards to when I was clinically obese, I used to make myself sick trying to lose weight. And that's you hear about that around the female community, but not many. Men, I think, are open in admitting that, but that's the kind of position that I was in. I was so addicted to food that I would stuff my face, with all of these Pop-Tarts and whatever else it was, and I would rather make myself sick so I could eat them again. Food addiction is a real thing, and it comes back. I don't want to keep going over the same thing again, but again, it is a different audience, I'm guessing, now compared to when we mentioned it earlier. But the effect on dopamine and the catecholaminergic neurotransmitters in the brain, and how certain foods that we consume and don't consume affect the absorption of those neurotransmitters, or the cofactors involved with creating those neurotransmitters. This food addiction thing is a real thing, and I think that's something that needs to be addressed more and more, because it's something that we don't talk about. So that's a big factor for me. Have you ever been addicted to food in that sense, Steve?
No, I haven't. I like food. I mean, that's.
I love food.
Yeah. Well, there are some carnivores that will say food is not entertainment. It's just nutrients, and I get that too. If that helps them to get where they want to be. I actually enjoy food. I like sitting down. I like looking at food and thinking that looks great. I like eating it. But I think the carb addiction is pretty strong with many people, and I am the same. I think, well, Jen looked to the left and she said she was going to eat something. If she ate something, she might go back. Well, my thing would be something like cheesecake or something, but we don't do it. That's the thing. We keep away from it because we know it. We know that that's the bad path, but it is difficult when you're addicted. I have been asked to ask Jen something in particular. I think she's going to laugh because there must be something funny about this.
Uh-oh.
Ask Jen about her dog's diet.
Oh yeah, my dog's a carnivore too. I have a Doberman, and she was having some health issues about a year ago, and a similar thing, going to the vet multiple times and kind of just getting the same answer. So I was like, forget it. I'm just putting her on an all meat diet too. And so believe me, she's never been happier. She eats ground beef and chicken legs and liver and eggs and loves me more than she's ever loved me.
Great. My dog is a raw carnivore as well. One of the questions that was submitted online for another guest, actually, but I think it's a really apt question to ask you. What's the most common problem that people encounter with this way of eating, in your opinion?
I think, one that I see a lot is this sort of self-pity where they're like, well, why can't I just be normal? And why can't I just have the things that other people can have? And coming at it from that mindset just sort of sets you up to fail, because instead of seeing it as, like, I actually see my skin conditions as a blessing. My body is telling me what I should and shouldn't put into it. And not many people have that blessing. They don't have those signals. So I just feel lucky to be able to say, okay, I'm going to choose to eat these things because I can actually know exactly how to be my most healthy self. And so for somebody who's maybe struggling with an eating disorder or a skin condition or mental health problems or whatever, diabetes, like, they actually have this winning tool that's going to make them feel so much better and potentially reverse this issue just by changing their diet, and they get to choose to do that. And so, yeah, I think it's just the mindset, getting the right mindset, that if you don't have it, it's pretty hard to succeed on something so restrictive. But if you do have it, you can just recognize how lucky you are.
I think social situations and being accepted, going out with a group of people and not being the weirdo, which is what I am, and I had that clearly said by somebody in a restaurant. He's the weirdo as soon as the server came over. But I think if you do it with a smile on your face and you see that, it's funny, rather than get het up and angry, I think that's the way to cope with it, really. So do you track? I mean, earlier on there was a big hoo-ha because one of our people talked about calories. I mean, do you track macros? Do you track calories? How do you set your day up?
I have at times, depending on what particular goals I was trying to work toward at that moment, but generally no. I typically eat 2 to 3 meals a day, and I just try to eat basically until I'm full. My dog's here. You probably can't see her, but my little carnivore dog. But yeah, I still, I have that history of disordered eating. So if I try to restrict too much with calories or my feeding window or whatever, or if I'm just paying too close of attention to it all, it just seems to sort of get my mind back on this obsessing over food thing. So I just know that I'm better off when I'm paying less attention and I'm kind of just going by my hunger cues, which is not always easy. But I have learned recently that if I just don't snack at all, only meals, then it's not so hard.
Yeah, I think being intuitive is the best thing, isn't it? And I think we get to know it. Here's a question which may not be pertinent to you, but we'll see it. Experienced coaches, what's the best way to get into coaching? I'm almost 4 years carnivore, student of health for years. I'd like to get into helping more people and I want to do it right. Do you have any views, Jen?
I do. I think the first thing is just get a little group following you and give them free advice. So if that's starting an Instagram page or YouTube or whatever, just offering this advice is going to attract your people to you, the people that need to hear your message. And then they're going to start asking more questions and you're going to have more sort of fuel in the tank of like more tools in the toolbox of these are the questions that people have. So I'm going to start providing that information. Well, then as people begin to know, like, and trust you, they're going to really want your opinion on things. And they're going to start DMing you and asking to work with you one-on-one. And as soon as that happens, I mean, that may just be a couple of months. You can start coaching. You could do one-on-one or group coaching or whatever. And of course it's going to start small, but I think that's the best way of just building genuine relationships.
What about you, Rich? What would you say?
In regards to coaching? Yeah, I guess, I mean, how did I start? I changed my life, found a secret, wanted to tell the world about my secret. And I probably get ostracized the same way that you do. I'm the weirdo that, only eats meat, eggs, fish and cheese. When I go to the restaurant, I'm the one that doesn't want my food cooked in seed oils. But I like that. I think it's good to be, to stand out. But I began giving free advice to friends and family. They saw the volume of weight that I lost. And I know this isn't about weight loss, but unfortunately, this is what people see, isn't it? They notice that, you've lost an incredible amount of weight. They don't look at you and think that, you look incredibly healthy. It's look at the weight you've lost. So people, friends and family approached me in regards to that. I began helping them for free. And then I began coaching for free. I retrained as a nutritionist, although everything that they taught me was incorrect. It was a hoop that I had to jump through in order to get my certification, which isn't worth the paper that it's printed on. But one of the things that the tutor said to me when I qualified was that part of being a nutritionist is staying up to date with modern research. And this person was well up on. She understood that I was ketogenic, and she was well for that. Despite teaching me incorrectly, she understood about real nutrition and encouraged me to further educate myself in regards to the lifestyle of being ketogenic and not so much carnivore, but the effect of high carbohydrate on insulin resistance and understanding that all carbohydrates is sugar, and that's a common thing that I think most people don't understand. Carbohydrates is sugar. They are one and the same. We shouldn't differentiate. But that's how I began. It pretty much as you said. I started an Instagram. I was never on Facebook until I started coaching. I had a Facebook account, but I never posted on there. I began posting. Still not very popular on there to this day, but still, I do try. But as you say, it's working with like-minded people doing things like this, isn't it? Jeremiah, the first start there now is putting that comment on networking again with like-minded people. Start teaching people things that you have learned, and lead by example. If you are the picture of health, people will want to learn your secrets, and they will begin to understand and believe in what you're saying. It's this authority and trust, isn't it? If I was still clinically obese, people would not listen to me. If I go to a gym looking for a gym instructor, and there's two instructors there, if one is in incredible shape and the other is overweight, which one are you going to take advice from? Now, the advice could be equal from both of them, but you're going to go with the one who's in shape because that is the one that appears to be practicing what they preach. If you go to a dentist and one has perfect teeth, which and the other doesn't, which one are you going to go to? And this is why I believe that we are the product of what we're preaching. That's incredibly important as well. Practice what you preach, and be the picture of health. And as I said earlier, everyone that's been on this show in the last 20 odd hours has been a picture of health. Again, I'm probably waning more than Stephen now, but we did look bright-eyed and bushy-tailed when we began 20 odd hours ago.
Yeah. We've got a question here from someone called Robert Kiltz, MD, which sounds like an American cop show, doesn't it? Or something like that. Robert Kiltz, MD. Jen, how important is it to feed our dogs and cats a meat-based diet?
Well, I think it's really important because I think you can argue even more with dogs, for example, and cats, that they should be eating meat even more than humans. I mean, of course, we all think humans should be too, but that's up for debate amongst the general population. But dogs, I mean, in the wild, they would be eating meat. So I don't even understand why people have any suggestion otherwise. Obviously, they love it. I think that so many of the health problems that the dogs I've always had, so many of their problems are from eating the chemicals in their kibble and even just plants. Like, why are they in there? Why does my dog need to eat peas? I just don't understand
it. Rich, have you got pets?
Not anymore. I've had dogs and pets all my life. Currently, I don't have any. Unfortunately, I'm too busy with work. I'm working 18-hour days, 7 days a week. I did have a Siberian Husky as a pup, and I took the decision to pass him on to a loving family that had the time to look after him, because being a Siberian Husky, they're a pulling animal. They need to be walked, and they need the attention that they deserve, and I didn't have that to give. I haven't had a day off work in 7 years, over 7 years, believe it or not. Well overdue, some time off, I think. But yeah, I just didn't feel that it was fair to keep him cooped up. He had a massive garden to run around in, but still, that's not an ideal situation for an animal like that to be in. So yeah, I haven't had one for the last few years, unfortunately. But
yeah, well, I've missed my dog today. I can't believe it, actually, because when I set this up,
what about your wife?
Yeah. We are talking about animals. Yes, of course, I miss my wife very much. But
get that in,
but yeah, and it's funny, isn't it? You just accept that dog as a part of your family, and today I've really felt quite distant from him. I can't wait. He's in that room, just there asleep, and it's like I can't wait for this to end. For that one thing, that's the only thing I'm really looking forward to. Two things: hugging my wife and hugging my dog. Right?
Yeah, you better get that in there. She's probably watching.
Yes. Yeah, I counter that. Same with wife and my little girl. They've been here back and forth today, but obviously doing this for such a long period of time. But you take these things for granted, don't you? yeah, it's only when you're removed from that situation, I guess, that you begin to notice those things, isn't it?
Yeah. So tell us a story, Jen, of why you're Father Christmas in July.
Oh, well, I don't know if you have this in the UK, but in the States, Christmas in July is a fairly common thing. Like stores will have sales and there will be different giveaways. So I'm doing a Christmas in July giveaway. It was supposed to be 12 days, like 12 days of Christmas, but I ended up only having 11. So for 11 days, I'm giving away 11 of my favorite sort of carnivore friendly items. I got all these companies involved, kind of like you got all this set up. I got all this stuff set up with these 11 companies. So every day there's a winner to win one of the items. And then at the end, there's a big grand prize giveaway where one person will win everything from the 11 days. But that means that for 11 days, I'm posting a very promotional reel and nobody's complained. Nobody's complained at all. But I'm sure that some of my followers are like, okay, we cannot wait for Christmas in July to be over. We're done with this. But they've been troopers for sure. And every day, hundreds of enter to win. And it's been really exciting and fun to pick a winner every day. And, whoever wins is really excited. So it's been good.
Yeah. And I think that's, good of you to just go to all that effort to get all these freebies for people. It's really, really good. Have we got any more questions? I just saw 2 things flash up. Oh yes, I am going to be in trouble. Yes. So
is that your wife? Oh no, that's Serena.
No. My wife went to bed about 10 o'clock actually. So, what do you think? What has Carnivore given you? What's the best thing? If you could say the best thing about it is this, what would it be?
So many things. That's really hard. I would say just simplicity in my life. I no longer have to be stressed out about if I'm going to binge at a party or if I'm going to fit in the clothes that I take with me on a vacation by the end of the vacation, or if I can show my legs because of my psoriasis. I don't even really think about going to the grocery store or having food. Like I just have stuff. I just have meat in the freezer ready to go at all times. And even with social situations, you guys kind of both mentioned social situations. Like I'm dating, I go on dates. There's no stress. Like I just know if this is a place where they have meat, then I'm going to order the meat. And if they don't, then I'm not going to eat. And at first that was a little bit weird a year and a half ago. But now I feel like it's just such a part of who I am that I almost I just enjoy it. And I enjoy that it's simple and people just know what to expect and I know what to expect. And I love that.
Yeah, simplicity is key to it, I think, because it's very easy to cook, I think, with an air fryer. It's not that difficult, or a frying pan. It's really, really, really simple. But anyway, Jen, that's your time up, I think. Is there anything you want to say to people?
If you're watching and you're not sure if you want to do this, I think just try it. And there's lots of different ways to try it. You can ease in, you can go right in, you can do all the grass-fed and grass-finished and pasture-raised, or you can do grocery store, even sort of processed stuff to start out. Just start, see how you feel, give it like a month, see how you feel, and your body's going to tell you, I need more of this or less of this. And, you're going to find your right fit, and you're going to find your people too, because there's lots of different influencers out there offering all kinds of different information. And if sometimes it seems frustrating because it's a bit conflicting, but it's because we're all just a little different. We all have a little different needs. So sort of soak up all that you can get to find your perfect fit.
Brilliant. Rich, have you got a final question?
No, love that. I think, fantastic story, fantastic journey. The only thing that I wanted to add was in regards to when you said about, not being able to eat these foods and find it restrictive. And that was a comment that somebody threw at me a long time ago in a social situation. Is, they had a bowl of like whatever it was, some food that I couldn't, that I didn't want to eat. And the comment was that you can't eat this, can you? Because you're on keto. And my answer to that was, well, of course I can. I can eat whatever I want. It's just today I'm choosing not to eat that food. And I think when we acknowledge the fact that we can eat whatever we want. It's our choice whether we want to eat that food or not. It's not a case of you can't eat anything. You can eat whatever you want. Today, I'm choosing not to eat that food. Tomorrow, I may decide to eat it. But when we decide to think that way, we own that situation. And now it doesn't become, we're not deprived of anything. It's a choice that we are actively making. And that was the mental breakthrough for me in regards to combating or help to combat that food addiction, and especially in those social situations. You know, it's my choice. I can eat whatever I want. Today I'm choosing not to.
Yeah, completely agree. When you're empowered with that mindset, it doesn't feel like deprivation at all.
Yeah, I agree.
No, it doesn't. Now we have a guest in the waiting room, but there's no camera on. So what we'll do, Jennifer, is we will let you go.
Okay.
And Richard and I will have a little bit of to and froing until Jessica can come in. But thank you so much for your time. I really appreciated it.
Thank you so much for having me. It was my pleasure.
No, absolute pleasure. Thanks, Jennifer. Well appreciated.
Bye.
Take care.
So we're just waiting for Jessica to get her camera started, and then we'll get her into the room. So yes, Richard, we've done 18 hours, mate. 18 hours. We've got 6 to go.
Woohoo! Easy work.
Will you cope with another 6 hours?
Yes, it's the last stretch now, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's the last stretch. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't sat down much, maybe like 5 minutes for the entire time. So I'm beginning to flag in the respect of standing up. But I do think that it's a testament to being carnivore that we've been able to do this.
Yeah.
In fact, the only thing that's going is my voice, actually, because I'm rabbiting on so much.
Yeah, you know, we're not as compass mentis as we were in the beginning. I think, you know, you could probably tell that coming into the end of the last slot that we did. And I think that's why we're sort of handing over to to the guests to do a little bit more speaking. But yeah, look, it is what it is. We're still here. We're still functioning. Yes, flagging a little bit, but I mean, we are 22 hours in. Or 8. How far did you say? See, I can't even think now. 18 hours in.
We've done 18
hours.
Yeah, so there's 6 to go. I'm just messaging Jessica to say, is she coming back? Because the devices didn't connect properly. Oh, here we go. I think, yay! That's excellent. So, big build up. Here she comes into the stream. Perfect. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good.
Hi, how are you? I made it. Sorry, I had some technical difficulties.
Well, I could tell. So do you know Richard?
I don't know Richard. No. Hi, Richard.
No, nobody knows me. Hey, Jessica. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Good.
So
nice
Jessica,
to meet you.
For people that haven't seen you before, including Richard, if you could just give us a little introduction as to what you're all about, that'd be fantastic.
Sure. I'm Jessica, and I am a kind of recently new carnivore. I've been carnivore for about 18 months, and it's been quite a journey. I've been in the health and fitness industry for a really long time, and so carnivore for me was kind of the last final piece of finding what I felt was like what I was looking for in terms of improving my health and optimizing my health. So yeah, I have got 3 little girls, and my family and my fiance and I are all now carnivore and are absolutely thriving.
So how can people find you? What's your handle on Instagram?
I am the Carnivore Mummy, and that's mummy with a U for our American guests. And I also have because of my fitness background, and I specialize in something called Neuro Reset technique, which is a neuromuscular based therapy. I also have a Instagram under the Jessica treatment as well. So you can find me there too.
So Richard, you're into the fitness. Do you want to ask about the NRT therapy? Yeah,
that's something I'm familiar with. I'll be honest. And that's probably the first for Stephen to hear me say something like that. So it's something I'm completely unfamiliar with. If you'd like to go into some detail in regards to that, I mean, I'm familiar with, the neuromuscular zones in regards to training. Cycling is something I've gone into recently, so that is a zone that that I need to work on. What I've noticed in regards to new to cycling is it's a zone that that I've been told is going to take some time to build accustomed to. Yeah, if you'd like to go into more detail, baffle us with the science.
I would love to. Basically, neuroreset technique is a very rare form, as I said, of neuromuscular-based therapy. We are looking at essentially the brain and the nervous system and the strength in these, and the pathways between the neuromuscular system. What does that all mean? Because it all sounds like a load of waffle. It means that we can instantly strengthen somebody's muscle recruitment capacity, their motor control, their muscle function, their strength, their mobility, instantly with some amazing long-lasting results. If I was to categorize how it's different from other therapies, I would say that it really gets to the root cause of people's issues. So we look at why they are weak and where they are weak, rather than kind of addressing the symptoms of that weakness. And when I saw this, so I was a personal trainer back in the day. About 20 years ago, I started in health and fitness. And then 10 years ago, I came across NRT. And I was already doing some kind of neuromuscular-based therapy at the time. And then I was introduced to this, and it just changed my whole life. It changed everything I thought I knew about human function and movement. And we work with a lot of people, getting them in better states, rehabilitationary-wise, as well as, post-injury. Your recovery is faster. The strength and control gains are faster. There's just nothing like it in the world. So I went all in when I found this technique and went, oh my gosh, I have to learn this. And that's been me. This is my 11th year now doing NRT. And so, yeah, it's pretty rare. There's only 25 of us globally in the whole world that are certified to do it, which is why I'm not surprised that you haven't heard about it.
I don't feel so silly now. So
no, don't. Absolutely. And Richard, we could talk about that a whole nother day, because NRT, it's a lot. And when you start talking about it, it goes deep. And I don't want to bore all these carnivore folk with my neuromuscular functional talk.
Well, that's another string to your bow. And I was going to come into the carnivore chat now, actually, and say, so tell us a little bit about your carnivore journey. So was there pushback when you decided to go that way, or was it all plain sailing?
Well, because I went heavy meat based for quite a long time before I took the plunge and went, both feet in and went fully carnivore last, and that was January 22. At that time, I was only eating a really small amount of low oxalate plants and quite a small quantity. So I'd already done a huge transition over. Prior to that, I was full paleo based, so just meat and vegetables for about 20 years, nuts and seeds. I did a lot of dehydrating and sprouting and activating my nuts and seeds and making all my own raw vegetable hummuses, and, you name it, I did it. I made everything from scratch. And I thought I was like really healthy. Being in fitness as well, I was like, yeah, I eat all these amazing proteins and fats, but I also included a huge amount of plants in my world. And so when I started, basically I didn't start looking deeper. I'm not going to lie to you, Richard, and say that I, was led by my intuition towards carnivore, because I would be lying through my teeth. I actually thought plants were really good for you. I believed in them wholeheartedly, and I promoted them. I literally coached people to eat the way that I did at the time. And so what actually happened was my fiance found out about carnivore, started looking into it, and he kind of told me, we should look at this. And I resisted. I mean, properly, Richard, like I did not want to give up my little bits of vegetables. And basically he sent me a video and said, check out this guy. He is a Kiwi guy. He's got a really bad potty mouth. He's just like you. Like, I think you really like him. And sent me a video, which was from Professor Barkay. So basically, when I saw this video, I was shocked. I was like, oh my gosh, that is one of my old uni professors. And that was kind of how I fell down the carnivore rabbit hole, as I looked into all Bart K's stuff. And yeah, my fiance and I obviously tried it. He actually did it for 3 months before I did, and started looking amazing and healing. And he also suffers like really bad insomnia. So he started sleeping better, and he felt better, and his digestion improved, and his skin improved, and you know, the tone and tissue of his body changed, and his body comp changed. And I was like, still trying to not think that it was the vegetables. Like, I was like, oh, maybe it's not as stressed, or maybe it's like something else, because it's quite hard when, you know, for 15 years you have learned a ton at university that have told you that plants are essential, and that we need to mix them together, and, you know, that they improve the absorption of nutrients and minerals out of meat if we couple them with vegetables, and just all of the stuff that I was spoon-fed and lied to about. And so, yeah, it was quite hard. That was really tough for me to let go of and change my mind about. I didn't want to look at it. So yeah, I eventually thought, okay, I will start looking at this. Started pulling out my nuts. Started getting rid of my spinach and the kale and all the crap that I used to eat on a very, very big scale too. All the vegetable box I used to prep these veggie boxes, which were all cut up different types of vegetables that I would stir fry for my breakfast. And it was a huge quantity, like massive. It would make a dinner-sized plate of stir-fried vegetables I'd have every breakfast. And so letting go of those practices, letting go of all those, you know, those things that you're told that when you're doing them, you're succeeding in health, and that you're being as getting that variety and that colorful range of vegetables. And yeah, I just thought I was doing everything right. So it's hard to let go of that. And then when I did, I decided to get rid of the last little bit of my plants, which was what I did in January 21. I did 3 months fully carnivore, and with full intention of stopping after the 90 days. I thought, okay, I'll just do the 90, and then I'll go back to eating my pickles and my iceberg lettuce and, you know, the lower plant toxics on the scale. And then I did the 90 days, and I was shocked at the results. You can see in my pictures, there are some pictures on my Instagram on the Carnivore Mummy, of the before and afters. And it was significant. I lost body comp. I lost stretch marks. Some of my saggy skin from my 3 births started to heal and tighten. Some of the fine lines and wrinkles in my face started to fade. Eczema and dermatitis that I'd suffered with literally since I was born went away. My gut healed. So yeah, it was massive. Even eating only low oxalate vegetables, that last piece for me was massive and was creating a huge amount of inflammation in my body. So it was that last little bit that actually transformed everything for my health. And so since then, I thought, well, I'm not going to go back, am I, to eating vegetables again after having that kind of response in my body. And so I haven't done since. And that was, about 18 months ago now.
And did you find the results just blew you away completely, or was you still skeptical? How long did it take to be 100%? This is definitely the thing for me. Or was it quite quick?
Yeah, it was literally it was probably about 7 or 8 weeks into the 90 days. Like, I felt so great. My energy, I mean, I already have really good energy levels. Like, I couldn't have complained about, you know, that was something I wanted to improve on, but it was just something that got it better and better and better. And then obviously same things, my body comp, like I started seeing definition in parts of my body that I didn't know existed. Like my forearms had dips in them that I'd never seen. I have cankles. So no matter how lean I've got, I have always had cankles. And I just thought that was part of my genetic makeup. And then after the 90 days, you could see like a full lateral side of my ankle bone. Yeah, so it was 100%. There was no question. I knew exactly what it was. I also tried as much as I could not to distort the results. So I only trained like bare minimum. I did maybe 1 to 2 resistance sessions a week max, just so that I could make sure that that wasn't having too much of an impact on my results, and make sure that it was the carnivore that was actually having this impact on my body.
And what's your sort of daily regime then? Are you eating a couple of meals a day, and is it ribeyes? How are you doing it?
Well, prior to the last 10 days, I was just eating however I wanted. So typically 2 meals a day, usually kind of lunchtime onwards, and whatever I fancied, and just till I was full. I've never counted macros. I've never done any of that jam. I just eat when I'm hungry and stop when I'm full. And I really love that about the carnivore way of living, because being in health and fitness, and I had done everything, like I'd done Jenny Craze and Weight Watchers, calorie counting, I'd weighed my food, for goodness sake. I was quite obsessed about food. So with carnivore, it just gives you that freedom, right? That freedom to literally eat when you're hungry and stop when you're full, and actually be able to listen to your body and what it needs. And so I don't put too much regiment on myself, because mentally, I don't think it's a good place for people to be in, or I don't want to go back into those pathways that I was, that I went into. So yeah, that's what I was doing up until recently. I kind of fast naturally as I want to. I'll do like 24 here or 40 here, but I don't have any structured plan. And then 10 days ago or so, I went lion. So I've just gone lion for 30 days, which is just beef and salt and water, or ruminant animals and water, for 30 days. And again, I'm that type of person that wants to see what does the next piece do and what does the next piece do. So I committed to giving this a go. So yeah, I'm a week and a bit into my journey. So I'll do that for 30 days and then record the results and share. But I do plan to go back to eating like full carnivore. But who knows, if I get to the end of the 30 days and I have such significant results like I did originally, then you never know, I might just stay on beef, because I really enjoy it.
Yeah, one of the questions that came up earlier was a question which said, why does it seem that most carnivores keep slipping up and can't stick to the diet? And nobody seemed to think that resonated with them. Is that something that you've encountered, or do you find once people do it, they pretty much stick to it?
Working with clients, I can give a slightly broader opinion, I guess, because I've experienced it not just from myself, my friends and my family, but from all the people that I've worked with. And for the last 18 months, I have coached a lot of my clients into heavy meat-based diets. Do you know what? Adherence is one of these things that it really depends on the person. It depends on their nervous system state and health. It depends on their mental and social environments. There's so many pieces to health. It isn't just what we put in our mouths, moving our bodies, and our nervous system. It's deep. And so I find that people that some people need to abstain in order to stick to anything. And that's not just carnivore, that's just their personality type. And I've seen through, the different types of foods that they've eaten over the years that, they need to go all in 100%, because if there's any gray area, they can't control themselves. Others are fine. You can go, okay, eat this as much as humanly possible, and think about this being like a 90 to 95% standard. And then if you're out for dinner or if you're at a birthday party and you want to indulge, then knowingly indulge. It's not being unconscious about your decisions. It's going, okay, this is what this does to my body, and I'm choosing to do it anyway.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. And I think you said something there. I'm just paraphrasing. Basically, it's not the diet; it's the type of person. Because I think that's true. As soon as somebody signs up for coaching with me, pretty much within the first session, you know, yeah, this person's going to do this. This is an all or nothing type person. And some people are a bit wishy-washy. And it's not carnivore. It's just their MO, basically. It's, I'll do it.
Yeah, people are emotionally attached to food, and we're all addicted without knowing about it. These foods are more addictive than heroin. They have actually proven more addictive than heroin and cocaine. And yet we still think it's acceptable to be giving this to our children. And, you know, like even recently, someone came up to us in a shop and gave my little girls, 3 of them, lollipops, you know, and that's perfectly socially acceptable these days. And it would be seen as a kindness. And don't get me wrong, I'm not thinking that that person that's coming over giving her a lollipop is wishing her ill harm, but equally, I know that me as a child, if someone had offered me a lollipop, it would have been a hard no. And my mum would have been like, no. And it would have been weird for a stranger to actually just offer it to your child, especially without saying to the parent first, you know, could your daughter have a such and such? You know what I mean? It's just, it's so accepted so widely in society that we eat rubbish and that we feed it to our kids. And it's this just unspoken about thing that actually is frankly child abuse. And it's and I'm going to get backlash for saying it, but I don't really care, because I have had backlash, as I've spoken to you about before, Stephen, about backlash from people thinking that I'm too extreme with myself and with my children. But ultimately, my kids in different times of their lives were not very healthy in different ways. And this way of living has healed them. And you can say what you want about what you think it's doing to their mental health or how they might be feeling left out or depraved. But my kids want for nothing. You should see them when we bring the food out. They're literally screaming and hooting. Like, they love what they're eating. They are thriving mentally and physically. It's healed all their past health conditions. And the proof really is in the pudding. So I think if you do know as a parent and you're not doing better, then you have a responsibility. And yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
The world the world is upside down when you're berated for giving your children the best possible nutrition, and you're not, and you're withholding the worst. You know, if you're saying you can't have candy, you can't have lollipops, you can't have this, but you can have eggs and meat and all these yummy things. And I just think you're right to stick to your guns. I mean, they're your kids anyway, and it's not extreme. It's natural. It's a appropriate human diet, I think. Rich. Sorry, I monopolized all the questions there. Did you want to ask anything?
I was just going to touch base in regards to, what you alluded to there in regards to neglect. I mean, I think for the average person that doesn't understand nutrition, they know no better. But for the likes of us, it is neglect, isn't it? I mean, we are knowingly giving a drug to our children. The same can't be said for the average person on the high street that thinks that it is socially acceptable, but it is a difficult one. Lots of clients and customers have reached out to me recently asking me how I go about with my little girl. What do I feed my little girl? And it's an awkward one, isn't it? Because you're stuck between a rock and a hard place in terms of I will feed her the food that I will eat, which is carnivore food. Now, to anybody else looking in, then I'm neglecting my child because I'm not giving them fruits and vegetables. And then if my little girl goes over to her nan's house, as you say, the lollipops come out, or she'll feed chicken nuggets, and so it is incredibly difficult, isn't it, to try to re-educate, because it's a massive education piece. But that's a constant battle for me in regards to making sure she's eating highly nutrient-dense foods, and I'm not seen to be, restricting fruits and vegetables. I seem to be, the nasty person in the equation then when, we know better. But for us, it is exactly that, isn't it? There were a couple of other points that you mentioned as well, but I've lost my train of thought. I think that's Yeah, 20 plus hours, I think, taking this toll, but I should have made some notes.
So how does your coaching work then, Jessica? How do people get hold of you?
So I do in person, but I probably do equally, or if not slightly more, online these days. NRT only went virtual in 2021. So one of the good things to come out of COVID was we learned how to do this virtually, which is pretty epic. So yeah, I do online work and I do in-person work if you're in New Zealand, if you're lucky enough to be anywhere near us. We are the only 2 practitioners in the whole of the Southern Hemisphere. So that's pretty cool for New Zealand. In London, that's the majority of the practitioners are kind of UK based, and then you've got one in Sweden and one in America, and that's it. So yeah, if you can get to me, I'd say get to me. If not, you can book online, do online consultations for nutrition as well as what I specialize in with NRT. But really, I kind of tackle health from every possible avenue because they all complement each other, right? So if you're not addressing somebody's sleep and that's the crux of their problems, then, you're not doing a very good job. So I kind of look at people's whole situation. I dig around in it and fix it all for them. And yeah, I love my work so much. I'm very, very lucky that I do something that even if I didn't get paid to do it, I would be doing it. And that I had that so young, because I know that there are a lot of people out there still trying to find what they want to give to the world and how they want to, how they want to show up and what purpose they have. And I've had that for such a long time. So I just feel very grateful to be able to work with people and help people.
Yeah, and I think it's amazing what you can do online, and many people were forced to do that because of the restrictions. I will be honest, I would never have done this without the restrictions. I don't think I ever would have done a 24-hour live stream because I didn't do much online, and I would my hand was forced. I'm not saying I enjoyed the restrictions, but if you're given, what's the word? If you're given lemons, then you make lemonade. So yeah, it's good. It's very impressive what you do, and I like the fact that you're quite feisty and you stick to your guns. And I think that's one of the things I learned very early about being a carnivore. And those people that are listening that maybe struggle a little bit in social situations, it might be you actually giving out insecurity about yourself. If you're a bit more confident in your position, I think you have less pushback. I learned that very early on. I like what I do. I like the food. I know I'm doing the right thing. You do you and I do me. That's fine. I won't try and push it on people, but I think your confidence, when I first met you, first spoke to you online, it just shone through that here's somebody that knows what they want. And I think that's a really good thing as a coach, to be 100%, that committed to something. So I think I can see why you're successful for that. So that's your half hour. Have you enjoyed coming on?
I have very much so. I wanted to just quickly say on that point as well, like, you don't always have to involve people in your decisions as well. So if you find it difficult in social situations, then just don't put a spotlight on it. I went to a dinner with a girlfriend on Friday night, and it was at a dessert place, and it was dessert and hot pools, and they all got these massive cakes and puddings and hot chocolates. I just sat there with my sparkling water, and I was really happy. I didn't put a spotlight on it. I didn't need to announce to the world that I only eat meat. I just had a really good time. So if you do struggle socially, just you just don't need to involve everybody, because if you're not in a position like I am, that I have tried everything and therefore I am confident in what works, because I've vigorously tested it on myself and thousands of clients before I start recommending things to people, then just zip your mouth and sit back quietly. And as you improve, as you look better and more vibrant and stuff starts to heal and your body fat shifts off, people will be like, oh, what are you doing? Oh, what are you doing? And that's all you can do. Plant a seed, be the example, lead, and and give it a try before you judge it. Like, really, give it a try before you poo-poo anything, is my advice to the world.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much. And that's exactly how you should be. Yeah, that's great. What do you think, Rich?
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think, again, there's a common denominator here, isn't it, with a lot of the speakers who are eating intuitively. fasting, intuitively eating when you're hungry. That seems to be the common thread throughout the lives so far, isn't it? I think most of us are doing the same. We're not counting calories or energy or tracking macros generally. Some of the athletes more so than anybody else, but it is as simple as that, isn't it? It's living a lifestyle where we're eating highly nutrient-dense foods that are devoid of anti-nutrients, and foods that heal and repair the body, eating intuitively. And it is as simple as that. I'd love to get into the weeds in regards to the NRT. So I'll reach out to you soon if that's okay, Jessica. I'd love to understand more. I think there's a podcast there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Probably an hour or two's worth, maybe. But yeah, it's a shame we didn't have more time. But great.
Well, you can have a bit more time if you want. If you've both got time, you can discuss it a bit now if you want to.
Oh, let's do a on it, because it is big. Perfect. And it'll go deep, and there will be
fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
I would love to do. So yeah, just flick me a message and we can set that up. Thank you for having me, Stephen.
No problem at all.
As always.
That's okay.
And thank you very much for coming on. Absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Thanks, Jessica. Take care. Fantastic. Have we got a spell now between the next one?
Well, we have, yeah. That's why I'm offering, if you wanted to do the NRT thing, I would have been okay with that, because we have some downtime, yes.
Do you want me to go into something about cholesterol? Do you want me to share the screen? Cholesterol was one of the threads that popped about it. Yeah, fantastic. Great. So yeah, I've got presentation after presentation here. I mean, cholesterol seems to be one of the reoccurring
topics. Yeah, I mean, cholesterol seems to worry people ever such a lot, and I have the call of nature. When you start your presentation, I'll nip to the facilities.
No, you're not allowed. You've got to listen to it.
All right, yeah. Is there notes at the end? Is there a test?
There's a test, yeah, but you already know the answer, so it's fine. So there we are. I'm sharing that now. I don't know if you can okay at your end, but yeah, you go and
see a man about a dog.
See a man about a dog, and I will continue about keto and cholesterol. So yeah, I'll bore the listeners. But yeah, cholesterol, a topic that many coming into the keto carnivore community are afraid of. Many of us know that keto or cholesterol is essential for life. But this is a statement which was released in 2015 by the Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee in association with the American Heart Association. And this clearly states on their website that cholesterol is not a nutrient of concern for overconsumption. Yet we believe that it is a nutrient of concern. And as many of you who are listening already know, that this comes from falsified information in the 1950s from a study done by Ansel Keys. Ansel Keys released a study called the 7-Country Study, where he traveled to 7 countries that consumed lots of saturated fat and deemed that there was a correlation between high consumption of saturated fat and cardiovascular disease. Except he didn't go to 7 countries. Ansel Keys went to 21. The other 14 showed the opposite. The other 14 showed the opposite to his theory. But he was bribed the sum of $50,000 in today's money in order to remove those 14 countries. And this isn't conspiracy theory. You know, this is fact. This actually happened. And this was the basis for the whole thing of cholesterol being detrimental to our health. But cholesterol is in fact imperative for life. It's essential for cell formation, cell communication, nutrient absorption, nutrient transportation, the production of hormones, and it's essential for the immune system as well as healing. So that doesn't sound too detrimental to me, but this is something that I can attest to myself. So this is 3 images of my arm following an operation that I had to leave the wound open to heal from inside out. I was told to expect a 12-week healing period for this, and the wound healed in little over 3 weeks. And that figure underneath, the 10.26 at the time, was my cholesterol, which is twice what we are told to be in a healthy range. And to be honest, if I could, I would have it even higher. So why are we told to fear cholesterol? We're told to fear cholesterol because LDL, we're told, is bad for us. HDL, we're told, is good. HDL is good, and LDL can be bad. But in a natural state, LDL heals the body, LDL repairs the body. And this is an image taken by or produced by chemical engineer and nutrition expert Ivor Cummins that shows the damage caused to the glycocalyx, which is the arterial wall's first line of defense following a high carbohydrate meal. And as you can see from the image, once we consume lots of carbohydrate, the glycocalyx is completely destroyed, and it takes 8 to 12 hours to repair or recover. But what do we do as a civilization or a society these days? We are told to eat little and awful, so we're constantly causing damage to this glycocalyx, which is never healing and repairing, unfortunately. So this is a VLDL, a very low density lipoprotein. These circulate the body. They're departed from the liver, and they circulate the body, releasing lipid cargo in order to heal and repair the body. Now, I quite often use the analogy, it's like a bus traveling a route, dropping off passengers, losing my train of thought there. So this VLDL travels the body, dropping off lipid cargo in order to heal and repair the body. Now, this yellow strand is called an ApoB100 receptor. Every LDL particle has one, but what happens is this little yellow tag is glycation, and when it becomes red, it becomes oxidized. So this LDL particle, or VLDL particle, has become oxidized and glycated, and in there lies the problem, because it's this oxidized and glycated particle that causes the damage. So when this particle is traveling through the system, it finds damage to the arterial wall, and it travels into the subendothelial space to heal and repair the body. And this is what cholesterol does. But when damaged, it goes back to the liver to be recycled. But now the liver no longer recognizes this particle because it recognizes this ApoB100 receptor. This is what allows this particle access to the liver. But when damaged, the liver denies it entry, so it can no longer obtain access. So it begins to circulate or continue circulate within the body. Now it continues to try to carry out its job. It travels into the subendothelial space where there are cells called macrophages. These macrophages contain something called a scavenger receptor, which recognize this damaged ApoB100 receptor and allow it access. It crams this damaged particle in and keeps on cramming them in until this cell grows into a form cell. And it's this form cell that's the start of an atherosclerotic plaque. So it's this damaged particle that's causing issues. It's not healthy cholesterol, as it were. And we can tell if our particles are damaged or not. They're known as pattern A and pattern B. Pattern A is non-oxidized and non-glycated, and pattern B is oxidized and glycated. So if we were to test our LDL and we live in a ketogenic or carnivore lifestyle, then our LDL is predominantly pattern A, and we can run a simple test to see what this is by running through our triglycerides and HDL. So we need triglycerides less than 0.5. So if our triglycerides are 0.5, then our LDL is predominantly pattern A. If our HDL is higher than 1.5, fantastic. And our triglyceride to HDL ratio less than 1, then fantastic. Now, if it's a no to any one or all of these, then it's quite possible that our LDL is glycated and oxidized. But living a ketogenic or carnivore lifestyle will see a massive resolution in a negative profile, which means LDL will increase, HDL will increase, LDL may increase, but triglycerides will predominantly come down. And it's this triglyceride to HDL ratio that is one of the most important factors. But don't take my word for it. I mean, this is a study that we mentioned earlier today. I think this is one of the first ones that we brought up with Dr. Chafee this morning. This paper covered 68,000 participants and looked at the relationship between high LDL and all-cause mortality. The results showed an inverse association between all-cause mortality and LDL, representing 92% of the participants. In other words, the lower your LDL, the higher your risk of death, which goes against everything that we've ever been told since the 1950s. And this is a double-blind randomized controlled trial, which looks at heart disease in 3 groups. vegetable oil, olive oil, and saturated fats. The trial lasted 2 years, and the results showed that 5 people died from the vegetable oil group, 3 from the olive oil, and only 1 from the saturated fat. So the saturated fat group had the best outcome. Saturated fats are the healthiest fats for us, yet these are the fats that are being demonized. We are told that these are the fats that we need to avoid. And there's more studies. So this study covered 2,412 patients. This was, is this Minnesota? This was a meta-analysis to question the association between dietary intake of saturated fatty acids and risk of cardiovascular disease. And the conclusion was the same. There was no association between dietary intake of saturated fatty acids and coronary events. And the next one, which is probably one which will never be repeated because it wouldn't deem to be ethical. But this study covered 9,423 people in 6 mental hospitals. It was the Minnesota coronary artery experiment. So they split people into 2 groups of the patients, and then one group consumed high saturated fats in their diet, and the other group replaced the saturated fat with vegetable oils. Now, the idea behind this was to lower cholesterol, and the study did indeed show that the group using vegetable oils had lower serum cholesterol, but this group had higher mortality rate than the saturated fat group. So this study shows that the lower your cholesterol, the higher your risk of death. So just to smash this home, do not fear your saturated fats. Many of us are told to fear the consumption of saturated fats in fear of raising LDL. But despite this notion being around for over 50 years, there is very little scientific backing for this. Saturated fats do not clog your arteries. Heart disease is a chronic inflammatory condition. Inflammation and insulin resistance cause for the overconsumption of carbohydrate and vegetable and seed oils. And then, and that was it with that. I did have a slide to finish on the end with that, but yeah, that's not there. Any questions in regards to that? I know we're early hours of the morning in the UK, and we're a little lower on numbers, and Stephen has nipped to the gentleman's room there. But any questions in regards to the cholesterol or anything that any listeners would like to know? Stephen must be back. I have no deposits. My cardiologist was impressed. He even tried Carnivore because what he found. And there he is. I thought he might be back because he put that up. We're going to do the test now to test you. You ready?
Yeah, go on then. So what's the question?
So you've passed. So do you want to read that out?
Yeah, I had no deposits. My cardiologist was impressed. He even tried Carnivore because of what he found when he did my cath. He said, that's what your diet. And he said, what's your diet? I said, Carnivore. And he said, don't want to see this. They don't want to know.
No, they don't. They don't. And it, despite increased cholesterol levels and LDL, my calcification score is 0. And I was disappointed when my most recent test, I dropped a couple of numbers in my overall cholesterol, and I was absolutely devastated. But cholesterol is something not to be concerned. Cholesterol is essential for life. Again, it's essential for cell formation, cell communication, nutrient absorption, nutrient transportation, the production of hormones. And this is why many of us struggle with hormone issues later in life, because we've had a lifetime of lack of saturated fats and cholesterol within our diet. So yeah, I hope that's hammered that home to anyone who is concerned about cholesterol and saturated fats in their diet. Again, any questions? Please feel free to pop them in the comments. Have you got any questions, Steve?
No, I haven't. I was just I was trying to find something to show you, actually.
Fantastic.
Which is why my face isn't on the screen. I haven't got it yet. If you could just carry on talking for a second, and I'll try and find it.
Yeah. Okay. So I tell you what. Let's. I mean, we can share this if you'd like on menopause. It's the wrong one.
Yeah, that would be interesting because the menopause comes up ever such a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah. So, I mean, this is a quick snapshot. It doesn't go into an awful lot of detail, but it is pertinent. When you're ready there, Steve, there we are. Fantastic. So, I mean, when we look at menopause as a society, yeah, it's getting to that time where it's difficult to form words, isn't it? We're told to lower our protein, particularly red meat. We're told to avoid sodium, and we're told not to eat saturated fats. But what is menopause? Menopause mimics the last phase of a cycle. The ovaries stop producing estrogen and progesterone, so levels drop. This leads to increased hunger, inflammation, flushes, soreness, cravings, and reduced thyroid hormone, as well as dyslipidemia, which is all affected by lack of fat. What do we do in order to counter this? Because it's stored body fat and gained weight. Well, we hit the gym, which is absolutely counterintuitive because more rest is required. More exercise lowers estrogen and raises cortisol, which leads to further weight gain. And when we look at the protein and sodium, again, we're told to avoid protein and sodium. As we age past menopause, we're at higher risk of sarcopenia and osteoporosis. And there's certain things that we need in order to repair bone. These are all the parts that we need to build bone. Bone is mineralized protein. We need protein, we need phosphate, and we need sodium. These are three things that we cannot build bone without. And again, something we've mentioned a few times today is that calcium absorption in the bone is directly correlated to the volume of sodium that we consume. So to increase calcium absorption, we need to increase sodium absorption. So bone is mineralized protein. We need minerals and we need bone, which when I find my cursor, so there we are. That's what we just said. Calcium absorption is directly correlated to the increased amount of sodium. And that's how it looks on the right. Lots of proteins with saturated fats. We need more omega-3s and saturated fats. Low estrogen causes neuroinflammation, reduces our myelin sheath, which is made up of protein and fat, and prevents us from clearing amyloid proteins. Iodine-rich foods. So we need iodine to help create thyroid hormone, and we can get things like this from tuna, prawns, liver, and even chicken. Liver is my preference, being an organ meat, which is highly nutrient dense. And we also need things like selenium and CoQ10. We need selenium to convert T4 into the active form of T3, and CoQ10, which helps us create energy. And we can get these from organ meats such as beef, liver, heart, and kidney. And we can also get them from the electrolytes that we make. And that's not a sales pitch by any means. I would have done that a lot sooner and earlier in the day if that was the case. So in short, just to hammer this home, we need more rest, more protein and sodium, increased omega-3s. We need iodine-rich foods, selenium and CoQ10, which we can get from organ meats. And that's how we can help combat the effects of menopause and perimenopause. Anything you'd like to add to that, Steve?
No, I thought that was really good. I like the fact you've got these at the ready. You definitely. Well, that's good. Let's have a look. So there was something that I saw in there. Where's it gone? Oh yeah, I like this bit of humor here. From CC. In social situations, I tell people I can't eat that. I'm allergic. And if they ask why, I tell them it makes me break out in ugly fat. So I think that's quite good. What about this though? This is something we've touched on. Cat Whisper. Does grounding really help with someone with MS?
So, yeah, I mean, when we begin this keto, low-carb, carnivore journey, it all begins with nutrition, doesn't it? And then, we gravitate down this pathway and we start looking at all of these other things, and we start looking at meditation, and then we start looking at removing frying pans that contain C8, which is a toxic chemical, not to be confused with C8 caprylic acid. And then, we start cooking our foods differently. We start buying grass-fed beef. We start consuming saturated fats. We change a whole host of other things, external factors, that go well beyond diet. And one of those might be things like grounding and cold water therapy. So we become biohackers in a sense. grounding isn't something that I've investigated extensively, I'll be honest, but I don't have any scientific backing and research on the PC, and I do for most of the other things that I teach, but nothing for grounding. But friends that I've worked with and the circles that I move in swear by grounding. Maybe Stephen would know a lot more, but what I can say is that all of these things that I've implemented, it goes well beyond nutrition. All of these external factors seem to make a difference, even in regards to meditation, which are things that I thought were bogus, years ago. Just sitting there and practicing meditation and breathing in a certain way benefits me massively. And it's this collaboration, isn't it? When we gravitate down this journey and we put all of these things together, we become biohackers. But I believe that it can help. I don't have any scientific evidence, to back that up. I don't know if you've got anything, Stephen, or any expertise in grounding in particular. But I personally find that it helps me with my health and well-being.
Well, I haven't got anything to share because obviously having all the screens for the 24-hour live stream, that's something I haven't got to hand. But I would say, I've got a grounding sheet on the bed, and I'm barefoot in the garden as much as I possibly can. And I think that it's definitely helped. Just that connection with the earth, definitely. It's all about the absorption of electrons, isn't it? And I think there's thermo imaging, where people have not grounded and then they've grounded, and also there's microscopic views of red blood cells, and when someone's grounded they seem to flow much easier. So I think I'd love to have that to hand, but I haven't. But we could talk about this thing. We've got Mandy here saying a fabulous live. Can you talk on fats, please, when added MCT, coconut, tallow, butter on better health benefits? So you know a bit about medium chain triglycerides and coconut?
I do, because I produce some. In fact, I produce the world's highest purity, 99.9% caprylic acid, which is the world's most highest form. Benefits to all of these, isn't it? The medium chain triglycerides, C8 is the most antimicrobial substance available without a doctor's prescription. Incredible health benefits. Now, the beauty of C8 compared to the longer chain fatty acids is it's sent straight to the liver through the hepatic portal vein, which means the caloric value or the energy value is almost negated. It does not break a fast because it's sent straight to the liver through the hepatic portal vein. It creates ketones, so it doesn't break a fast. It will only further enhance a fasted state. And it will produce ketones even in someone who is not ketogenic. So if you are consuming carbohydrate and you consume caprylic acid, your body will produce ketones. These ketones will fuel the brain, the body, and the heart. The brain thrives on ketones. It'll increase mechanical efficiency of the heart by as much as 75%, or 35%, apologies, and blood flow by as much as 75%. It blocks a pathway called NLRP3 inflammasome, which is responsible for a lot of the inflammatory signaling within the body, and it helps curb cravings. Studies have also shown that it will help improve insulin sensitivity even in and amongst people who are not ketogenic or carnivore. So there's benefits to be had with MCT oils in particular, from C8, even with people who are not ketogenic. How was that?
Well, that was fabulous, because the C8, the C just stands for carbon, doesn't it? And, I think people need to know it's not rocket science. It's just hidden in jargon and those sort of things. But if we're talking about health benefits, butter, don't forget, is dairy. So you might not do well with butter. So you could add to that list ghee. So some people that don't do well with butter do well with ghee. But if those two are not so good, then tallow is possibly a better option, I actually think. Cooking in tallow, I like tallow. I think that tastes nice when you've cooked something in tallow. I think it just feels fresher for some reason.
Yeah, I'm a lover of tallow. And again, it depends what your goal is. I mean, if you consume butter, tallow, lard, or ghee, and you are fasting, you will break your fast. But C8 will not break a fast. There's arguments around C10, but caprylic acid or C8 will not break a fast. So I use that when fasting. It curbs hunger. It allows me to fast longer should I wish to do so, but it floods my brain with beta hydroxybutyrate. So my brain functions at a much higher level. I mean, how far are we in now? I mean, it's nearly 3 a.m. And we're still going. I think we are flagging ever so slightly.
Oh yeah, I'm flagging. I'm definitely flagging at the moment. Karen
I'm
here.
struggling to form words, but yeah, we're still here.
Well, I'll take over for a bit. If exercise raises cortisol levels, keeping us from burning fat in menopause, what do you suggest we do to reduce body fat? Is that on the back of your presentation? Have you just mentioned cortisol?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So, I mean, look, yeah, this is why we need to rest more. But when we gain weight, the first thought that springs to mind is to hit the gym. But this does indeed increase cortisol, which is only going to further store body fat. So, I mean, we need to train sensibly. We need to train for no longer than 45 minutes to an hour. I mean, we should be doing this anyway. And pick the type of training that you're doing. I stick to steady state type training rather than high intensity. And try to avoid things like coffee. Coffee damages the adrenals, which can lead to elevated cortisol levels. Even fasting can produce elevations of cortisol, and lack of, I don't want to use the word supplementation of electrolytes, but lack of salts can lead to that as well. So lots of contributing factors, but if you implement, I mean, I've got the slides on the other screen there. I mean, look, more rest, we need more protein, sodium, increased omega-3s, eat iodine-rich foods. And again, the omega-3s and saturated fats, low estrogen causes neuroinflammation, reduces our myelin sheath, which is made up of protein and fat. So we need to replace this protein and fat. And we need iodine-rich foods. Iodine can help create thyroid hormone. And I've put images on there of tuna, and I've put down seaweed as well, just to appease, the non-full carnivore community. But, try to preference the animal proteins, particularly beef liver. Beef liver is the most nutrient-dense food on the planet. It contains every vitamin and mineral that we need, not just to survive, but thrive. And chicken, we can get iodine from chicken. So we can get, whether we are strict carnivore or not. But all of these things are going to combat to helping fight menopause and perimenopause.
Yeah. Did you say you've got a slide or something? Did you say you've got a slide there?
Yeah, I was just reading off my other screen. Apologies.
Oh, you're reading.
They were the slides that I popped up earlier, but yeah.
Yeah. I don't know your views on this. What's your take on mouth taping? Sheena's noticed the benefit.
No experience. I wouldn't have any comment on that. I mean, it'd be good to hear Sheena's experience on this. So you're saying you've noticed a benefit. Have you tried anything, Stephen? Have you got any?
I'm definitely a person that believes it works, but I haven't tried it yet because I just haven't got around to it. Jane had some breathing difficulties through her nose. She was going to try it, and you can't really mouth tape if you can't breathe through your nose. So she put it on the back burner, but I think it's something I want to try because I've had many clients and many coaches and just people socially online have all tried it and all said it's fantastic. By the way, your banner at the top there's got your web address and the 10% off for first orders with the code ketone. It's keto new 10.
That's it, yeah, from www.theketopro.com. Can I just say thanks to Sheena as well? I think Sheena's been on for the majority of the time that we have. I've noticed her name in the comments. So yeah, thank you, Sheena, for taking part and supporting us for such a long time. And kudos to everyone else that's done the same. I've noticed people are teetering in and out. You don't have to be here for as long as we do. We've committed to it. So, you're here for the fun of it. We're here because we have to be.
I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it.
Exactly.
I think we should have done, if we'd had the money to do some merchandise, we could have had a finisher, 24-hour live stream finisher. But
yeah,
there you go.
Hey, one for next year. I think Dr. Kiltz has already signed us up for one next year. yeah, we'll have to get that one booked in.
Let's go on to the next comment. There was another one, wasn't there? Let's have a look. Bear with me. Oh, by the way, I'm stalling a little bit because we're coming up to 19 hours. 19 hours. In 28 seconds, it'll be 19 hours of continual carnivore, keto, low carb, and health chat, I think. All right, let's have a look at this. This is interesting. This is on the back of what you just put up there. 57-year-old female, started carnivore 2 weeks ago. My cycle has returned after a 4-month hiatus. Wondering if this is due to carnivore.
Yeah, we see that quite often, within our community. We see people who are unable to conceive, who come back to eating. So, I mean, there's a number of levels to this, and I'm sure you can go into more detail now. But once we start removing the foods that are causing the toxins that are causing us to negate the nutrients found in foods, the body begins to act the way that it should. And a big contributing factor to this is cholesterol and saturated fats. Now we're eating animal proteins, which are a fantastic source of cholesterol and saturated fat. We need cholesterol to produce hormones. And now we're not consuming these grains, which are high in these anti-nutrients, and a lot of these other vegetables, which are doing the same. Vegetables, we're told, are fantastic sources of nutrients. The reality is that they're not. They are anti-nutrients. Yes, they may contain nutrients, but a lot of the nutrients in there cannot be absorbed. Spinach is a perfect example, high in iron, but our body cannot process that iron. It's bound to the calcium within there, calcium oxalate, and we can't absorb that iron effectively. We need heme iron, for example. But yeah, I've worked with quite a lot of people who see this happening. I don't know about you, Stephen. Have you got any experience in regards to that?
Oh, the cycle returning. That's all the time. That's all the time, and that's. I'm sounding like I'm bragging, but I'm not. I'm just trying to get the number across, because it was only once I got over the threshold of 500 clients did I feel that, well, you know what, this really does work, and that's enough people to be more confident when you get a new person. So every single female that I've coached that has had the problem of losing their period, it's always come back. And it hasn't come back and just been perfect, but it's come back and maybe a bit of spotting or something like that. But within about 3 months, they can't believe how regular it is, and the fact it's back is just amazing. And it's just down to the nutrition. And I often use a very basic sort of layman's way. I know you love the science, but I when I speak to a client, I say, look, what is a period? What's it relating to? Well, this environment was made to make a baby, but this month that's not going to happen. But your body is going to do that every month. So if there's no nutrients, it's not an environment that your body is going to perceive as, well, this is going to be great if we do have a baby, because it knows that there's scarcity of nutrients. So you lose your period. It's really, I don't think you need to say much more than that, because that just makes sense. Absolute sense. You've got to have the right environment to grow a baby, basically. So it coming back never surprises me. So yeah, lots of experience of that. There's an interesting one here. I think it's asking for you to answer, but we can both have a go at this as well. Mandy's saying, please give your thoughts on people with low vitamin C signs on a lion carnivore. Thank you. I have your, this is to you, Rich. I have your MCT oil, amazing, smooth, and a game changer on taste. You clean your teeth, ? No toothpaste, ? I don't get those two remarks.
Yeah,
sorry?
so I think that's alluding to something that we mentioned earlier in regards to, I don't use toothpaste, I use the MCT oil. MCT oil or coconut oil, but obviously I've got an abundant amount of MCT, so I use that. It is a fantastic game changer. I absolutely love this stuff. Oh, there we are. Stephen's got some woohoo. Here's what I prepared earlier.
Yeah, I used it as massage oil, actually, after speaking to Sarah. Yeah.
So and that's an important fact. So we've been to some sports therapy massage and the oils that they use, and coming back to a comment we made earlier that, if you can't eat it, then it shouldn't go on your skin. And when we look at these massage oils, they're high in these oxidized omega-6s. So if I'm not eating it, I don't want it on my skin. So this is what we use for that. And I also use it for toothpaste. But give your thoughts on people with low vitamin C signs. I don't see many people with signs of low vitamin C. The interesting thing with vitamin C is that it fights for the same metabolic pathway as glucose. It competes for the GLUT4 transporter. So when we lower carbohydrate, the body absorbs more vitamin C. So when we go ketogenic or carnivore and we lower the amount of carbohydrate, the body will absorb more vitamin C. And vitamin C is found in red meats. And we know this because it was during the Napoleonic War, they fed horse meat. They fed the dead horses to the soldiers who were suffering with scurvy, and this alleviated any signs of scurvy. So there was enough vitamin C in the horse meat to do this. And when we remove or reduce carbohydrate, then they're no longer fighting for absorption. So we can get all of the vitamin C that we need from animal protein. So I've never seen signs of low vitamin C in a carnivore. I don't know if you have, Mandy, or if you're alluding to something there. I mean, feel free to pop it into the comments. But I've never suffered with low vitamin C, and I've never known anyone else within the keto carnivore community to do so. But yeah.
Yeah, same here. That's why I emphasize the word low vitamin C signs, because people do talk about low vitamin C, but clinical presentation of symptoms, I've never seen. Absolutely none. I've never seen any. So that is my experience. If there was experience, I would definitely say, because the thing is, there's full transparency here. Let's have a look at this. So mouth taping here. Beef and fat. I did mouth taping as I have a CPAP machine. I dropped my pressures down from 13.5 to 10.5. So some empirical data there showing that there is an improvement. I think the longer you do it, the benefits are, they just compound and get better and better and better. Let's have a look. I think that's the end of those questions. I was going to share a picture or two and just go through my score, if you like. My
for sure. Steve, yeah, okay. I'll leave you crack on for 2 seconds because I'm going to see a man but a dog.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm going to have a quick pee, and I will be back in 2 seconds. So you crack on, and I will be back with you shortly.
I'll be back. That's okay.
I'll be back.
So I'm just going to do a screen share. Hopefully it looks okay. Let's have a look at that. Right. I think I'm screen sharing. Yeah. So this is my bio, and I will just go to the pictures first because that's what you want to see, I suppose. So this is when I was age 50, and I had not gone low carb at this point, and I was running 10 miles 3 times a week. I was a personal trainer, and I had terrible signs of bad health, quite tubby, considering that I didn't smoke, didn't drink, did all that exercise, and didn't eat bad food. This is quite telling. And by age 55, and this is before I was carnivore, this is keto, low carb and keto, I'd slimmed down. But some of the things just to help me, I was pre-diabetic. I mean, when you say pre-diabetic, that's basically a PR campaign from 2001 at the NIH cafeteria with Mr. Khan, who was the guy in charge there, and he was very worried that people weren't paying attention to glucose tolerance tests and things like that. So they came up with a PR campaign sort of thing, and they came up with the term pre-diabetes, and within the stroke of a PR campaign, 74 million Americans became patients, people of interest, because they're pre-diabetic situation. So anyway, I had a coronary artery calcium score of 639, which is really quite bad. So when I had that, basically I shouldn't be here. According to stats, I should not be here, but I am, so that's good. So lower left quadrant pain, required a colonoscopy, and for those that don't know, I wear hearing aids. I lip read a bit. I have a very special system here to be able to hear people when they come on, and when I'm on Zoom, not on StreamYard, I can actually put captions on. So that's the deafness is since I was 23. It just went like that overnight. Interestingly, in the last 3 years, when I've been having audiology reports on my ears, the hearing has actually improved, which the audiologist does not believe it's down to diet, but doesn't believe it's possible. Same machine, same audiologist. So I just thought that was quite interesting. So yeah, I had athlete's foot. That went. I had a skin rash on my forehead that looked like someone had got a strawberry and smacked it onto my head. That went completely once I went low carb, keto, and then carnivore. So that was it, really. There was also in the live stream, I talked about a lady that I managed to get out of a Zimmer frame, and she was all bent over, and that's what she was like when I first met her. This isn't the after, actually. She got even better, and she got rid of the Zimmer frame. I've got a picture of her standing up, but that's just for now, just to give you a quick look, because I wasn't expecting to do anything on my own. For those of you that want to know a little bit more about me, I have tried many things in my life. I did a stand-up comedy routine about being deaf, and managed to get onto mainstream TV a few times. And I did the Edinburgh Festival 6 years running, so that was that. And I also did some stunts on TV and in film. I was a body double in the Bourne Ultimatum and a few other things. That's a picture of me. I was a police officer in a burning car, and this was a TV show called Ultimate Force, but I did it under my equity name, so you won't be able to look me up, but that was good. And that's my little bio there, which I hope you enjoyed that. But let me just stop that. I think I want to stop that. That's it. Yeah. So Richard missed all that fun. Right. So let's have a look at the messages. I think there was an interesting one about skin, actually. Yes, let's have a look. Does skin elasticity improve on carnivore after a large weight loss? This has been a very informative event. Great panel of guests and very organized. Thank you. Many thanks. Doesn't feel well organized. I feel quite all over the place, especially when we have a gap where a guest should have been. I would say about the elasticity in general is definitely better. I mean, I am 59, and that does pop back quite quickly. So yeah, well, have you got any views on that, Rich?
Yeah, I don't know if you can see me pointing, but I'm not going to show you my abs now. But I mean, yeah, I used to be clinically obese. I had, saggy skin and stretch marks. That's how tight my skin, has gone since. And I'm not saying that that's just going to be achieved through living a carnivore lifestyle. That is going to an extremity, but it just adds weight to show that when we push the body will heal and repair. My skin is incredibly tight. I don't diet. I don't restrict. I'm not in that condition now, but I still have, what people would regard as abs. I'm still incredibly vascular, and my skin is still incredibly tight. Now, I put this down to a number of factors. The oils that we consume being one of them. The vegetable oils, these vegetable oils will stay within the body and the skin for up to 2 years in the form of oxidized linoleic acid. When the sun hits this, it causes all sorts of issues and damages our body. Now, I don't know if you've noticed, Stephen, but since you've been carnivore, I don't use sunscreen. My body seems to cope with high intensity of sun. In fact, there's probably more cancer-causing chemicals in sunscreen than there is from the sun itself. The sun is essential. And again, it depends on different times of the day, but UVA increases nitric oxide. Nitric oxide it has been proven to increase lifespan. Nitric oxide is probably the predominating factor in regards to the benefits seen through an increase in vitamin D. Vitamin D is nothing more than a surrogate marker in regards to longevity, health and well-being. So it's this increase in nitric oxide. But coming back to that, my skin is a lot less damaged through the sun, through sun exposure. And my skin's a lot tighter. Carnivore mimics, and being ketogenic mimics a fasted state. So it puts our body into a state of autophagy and mitophagy, brown fat activation, lipolysis. So we benefit from just being ketogenic and carnivore. But autophagy is cellular repair and regeneration. It allows us to utilize old, sick and dying cells and create new, younger, stronger, fitter, faster ones. And part of this process is the reproduction of amyloid plaques and proteins from stretch marks and scar tissue. And this is what I believe is the reason behind the skin being tighter. Plus, we're now consuming foods that contain a lot more collagen. The foods that we consume on a standard diet, the nutrients that we do get are heavily negated by the foods that we are consuming. Now, to put that into perspective, if you consume food from a standard diet, say a chicken breast with some pasta, which many would regard as being healthy. Chicken breast, yeah, highly nutrient dense. It's not the most nutrient dense. I'd always opt for red meat over chicken, but chicken is still, highly nutrient dense. The lectins and phytic acid within that pasta is going to block the absorption of much of the nutrients. The phytic acid will block the absorption of zinc, iron, and magnesium. And these are essential for the production of testosterone in both men and women. All estrogen was once testosterone. So even women, need testosterone. It blocks the body's ability to heal and repair, through the muscle with magnesium and zinc. So we can consume foods that contain these nutrients, but it's what we consume them with. These anti-nutrients are blocking the absorption of the nutrients within the foods. So when we take these out of the diet, and we're no longer eating this grain, this pasta, or this bread or muesli, now our bodies are healing and repairing because we're absorbing more of the nutrients within the protein, and that includes the collagens within the protein. If you're looking to increase collagen naturally, you can supplement, obviously. I do collagen supplements. I take collagen supplements, although I make sure that I get a lot of my collagen through the diet. And you can do this. You can do this through making bone broth, or through simply eating the gristle on the bone and the chewy bits and the cartilage and the stringy bits in your steak. So when it comes down to eating the chicken on the bone, make sure you get every little piece. I even eat that little cartilage piece on the end, which everybody sort of throws away, and I crunch it and crunch. But that is high in collagen, and collagen will help this skin elasticity. So all of these contributing factors, I believe, have attributed to me being able to maintain a fairly reasonable physique. I would say. What are your thoughts, Stephen? Anything to add to that one?
No, I think you're perfect in the way you cover everything, which is really good for the science. I think with the anecdotes, I mean, Sheena's put up her situation here, and some people just can't get back to the skin they want. I mean, that's what we mentioned in the live stream earlier. Like Laura Spaff has done the surgery, for instance. She's quite a big influencer and very transparent about it. But I do feel that, your skin will improve. I just think it will. Whether it'll ever get back to exactly what you see in your head is another thing. But there are so many people with proof of that. Coach Emily, definitely. If you go and look at her Instagram, there are pictures. I've done a success story with her, and you can see the difference there. She lost 150 pounds. 150 pounds. So we're not talking a little bit of loose skin. So she lost it over 4 years, and it's incredible, actually, because you would think, it's a whole person, whole person. So I just think some people might expect it's going to be perfect, but as Sheena says there, it improves, but it doesn't seem to be going away. The longer you do it, this way of eating, the better it will be. There are certain things that just won't get better. I mean, we heard throughout the live stream people say there are some things that it's just too far gone. It's just you know, when Dr. Lisa talked about our cones and rods, you know, once they've gone, it's unlikely they'll come back. But then Dr. Chafee has also mentioned things that he's seen, I think, coming off dialysis. I'm sure he said something that made me go, wow, I've never heard of that. So don't underestimate the power of healing with the right nutrition, but obviously also be realistic, sort of frame it in a way where it's not going to be perfect. I mean, I go to bed and I dream and I think I'd be lovely to wake up and look exactly like I did when I was 23. Wouldn't that be great? But, you know, it's never going to happen, even with diet and training and everything and grounding and not looking at a screen for 24 hours. But you can get better. And that's what I would say. I'll try to improve myself every single day from what I was yesterday. And don't do silly things. Now, I'm going to be frank with you. I've loved doing this. I'm not moaning. I'm really not. But I don't think this was a good thing to do for my eyes, for my health, for my skin, for my circadian rhythms. I don't think that I've done myself any favors. And I think maybe it will take like 2-3 weeks to get back to where I was yesterday, if you see what I mean. But I think some people will be watching the TV, sitting on the sofa, couch, whatever you want to call it, looking at screens every night, triggering themselves, getting not enough sunlight, maybe drinking, smoking, and that's not going to be helpful, is it? It's really obvious. I'm actually quite gobsmacked at how bad my eyes are. They really have responded to this amount of screen time. And I work online predominantly, so I'm used to a few hours, but just 24 hours in a row has not been received very well by my eyes. So let's get into the next bit. So we're looking for perfection in ourselves.
So Jeremiah has just stated here, you know, autophagy from fasting helps. Yeah, 100%. And that's exactly what we just alluded to there with living a ketogenic or carnivore lifestyle and the production of autophagy and mitophagy. Autophagy, I believe, is an integral tool for tightening the skin. One thing that I would add is when people opt for surgery to remove loose skin, I'm not sure I'm a fan of this, because when you take away the skin, you take away some of the fat cells, and we don't want to be removing fat cells from the body, because this causes hypertrophy. Basically, we have less fat cells available to absorb fat within the body, so the fat cells that we do have can become full and overspill, and this is where it becomes toxic, and this causes oxidative stress throughout the body. This is why, like, liposuction is a big no-no. It's a quick fix that will have detrimental impacts further down the line. We don't want to be removing fat cells. We just need to be reducing the size. We want lots of fat cells, but we want them to be incredibly small. We don't want less fat cells that are big and overspilling in fat and causing this oxidative stress and fat quite literally leaking into the body. So something else to bear in mind there.
Look at this, still at it, boyos. Carnivore,
yes,
certainly for stamina. Yes, it is. Right. C8. I touched. See, the problem is when we talk and we say something.
Caprylic acid.
Yeah.
C8 is caprylic acid. It's a medium chain triglyceride. So we have short chain triglycerides, medium and long. Short chain can be produced from outside the body, but most of them are produced within. The thing with short chain fatty acids is that when we produce them from oils like coconut, for example, they are absolutely disgusting and smell, and nobody would ever consume them. So medium chain are the shortest chain fatty acids that we can put into a food form. C8 is the shortest chain. Then there's C10, C12, which I would argue is a long chain over a medium chain. But C8 and C10 are regarded as the medium chain, but C8 is the shortest. It's the quickest to act within the body. Again, you know, when consumed, it's sent straight to the liver through the hepatic portal vein, and it's almost instantly converted into ketones, whether you are living a ketogenic state or not. But the C8 is just caprylic acid. There's capric and the list goes on. But C8 caprylic acid, it's a medium chain triglyceride, which is derived predominantly from coconut.
Cool. That's good.
I hate it when you leave me on the screen for too long. I feel like I should be saying something else.
sorry, yes.
Sorry.
I did 38. He fasts. Am I reading that wrong? For a couple of months, but didn't enjoy it. 38-hour fasts, maybe.
I did 38-hour fast.
Yeah,
possibly.
I mean, with the fasting, if you're not enjoying it, 38-hour. This is the net benefit thing. If you really had a bad time, you're doing fasting for autophagy to help with the loose skin and the therapeutic effects of fasting, but you did enjoy it. So you have to weigh up that benefit, and it's a hard choice, isn't it? But we all do that. I didn't want to do this live stream, but the net benefit is fantastic because we reach a lot of people and it's good fun, and everyone has enjoyed it. So I think there are more guests scheduled. I will tell you who's coming.
So Sheena, really quickly, what I would suggest there is, to implement some fasting. If you want to try again, simply by maybe moving your first mealtime out by an hour for a week, and then the week after maybe moving out by another hour. You don't have to do 38-hour fasts. Earlier we were speaking about max autophagy, which, if you've been ketogenic or carnivore for a long time, can be achieved in as little as 72 hours for someone who hasn't or isn't metabolically flexible or fat adapted. Can take days, 3 days, 72 hours. It can take 5 days. But you don't have to fast for that long. You can still benefit from autophagy, in as little as 12 to 16 hours. And this is why I fast intuitively. In fact, I still haven't eaten today. I haven't eaten since the day before yesterday. And it's because I genuinely haven't thought about food. And my wife kindly offered, as she was walking by, do you want me to bring some bacon and eggs and something? I said, I don't need it. I feel excited. I'm going to ride the train. So I've used this as an opportunity to do an extended fast. But you don't have to fast for 38 hours. You don't have to fast for 24. Fast for as and when you can. But coming back to what we said, living, a ketogenic lifestyle, carnivore lifestyle will elicit a lot of these benefits without having to do extended fasting. But there are benefits to fasting. There's no two ways of getting away from that. But again, try to come out of the comfort zone a little bit. Just move that fasting window out by an hour per week and see how you get on with that. Any more guests scheduled?
Yes. Dr. Philip Ovadia in 30 minutes. The heart surgeon or cardiac surgeon, and then Natalie E. West, psychiatrist from Australia or New Zealand, and then we've got Sean Sakinovsky.
Sean Sakinovsky,
who's an endurance cyclist. So it's a mixed bag, but I think if you're into the science and you're worried about your heart, Philip Ovadia is who wrote the book Stay Off My Operating Table. So I think that's pretty good. Natalie West is great with mental acuity and any anxiety, those sort of things. And Sean obviously is all about performance and endurance and do you need carbs and all that sort of stuff. So we've tried to have the guests not be back to back with the same thing to say, and some sort of fluid sort of joining and segue. When we got to the last three, it just worked out perfectly that they were so different. So they're coming up, and obviously there's still going to be Richard. He's worth staying for just on his own. So that's that. A dry mouth. Yeah. Now, will mouth taping help dry mouth? Yes. Mainly because most people who need to mouth tape are sleeping with their mouth open. So that's going to dry your mouth out. So just taping it will stop that happening. Will it help with lower leg calf aches? That has been reported as well. But I just think that's because you're metabolically more oxygenated and you're not dehydrating. So I would say anecdotally that works. I don't know the real science behind why that seems to work. So it's definitely worth trying and definitely worth reporting back. I think that's it. Somebody saying they appreciate you, Richard. Let's put that up.
Thank you. Appreciate you too, Sheena. Yeah, you've been supporting for quite some time. Massively appreciate it. And I have just answered your question there as well. How can I find Richard's channel? I've just popped the YouTube channel in there. So yeah, please feel free to follow. My subscribers are somewhat lacking in comparison to Steve's.
Oh, wow. So yeah, we were going to try and get your subs up, weren't we? That was one of the things. We were going to try and get to 1,000. What is your subscriber number now then?
So it has increased up to 986. So yeah, and you know, it is disheartening because I mean, I've been on some massive podcasts, as you know, with the likes of Dr. Chafee, Ben Azadi, and Dr. Chafee has regarded some of the content that I've put up on his channel as content that he's never heard, and he learned a lot from doing these podcasts, and yeah, to have such a poor following on YouTube is incredibly disconcerting. And it's not that I haven't been trying, but Stephen kindly give me some pointers in regards to improving that. But I've been trying to push this content for such a long time, but I've been ostracized, I believe, in Facebook and YouTube jail for some of the content that I've tried putting out there. But we'll continue to push it out there, Stephen. We'll continue to spread the good word. And yeah, my goal is in the short term to break that 1,000 follower mark.
But did you say you're 980 or something?
Yeah, 986 now.
Yeah, well, yesterday you were 800 and something, so you're much closer.
989. So Sheena has obviously kindly subscribed. So it's just gone up by 3. So thank you all very much for subscribing.
Well, there you go.
Massively appreciated.
You are going to get to the 1,000 by the end of this live stream, which was something we talked about mentioning, and we didn't even mention it. So that shows the power of what you're saying, how good you are. So well done. I think that's good. I can't believe you're disappointed because you were over 100 and something away yesterday. So
yeah, I'm landed to be approaching 1,000. It's just sometimes I feel that the channel hasn't received the recognition that it deserves for the content, the quality of content. There's content on there that I don't think you'll find anywhere else in regards to some of the topics that we've been discussing today, and we go into a lot of depth in regards to the science behind that as well, as we do during our live every week during our talks, isn't it? I mean, we go into the science. Yeah. And we simplify the science as well. So there's lots to be learned, and we're constantly adding to it. And the content we're putting out, I believe to be second to none. But fantastic comment from Sunny there. Thank you for the huge personal sacrifice both of you have made to share this great lifestyle with the world. Sunny, thank you very much for the comment. It's comments like this that make it all worthwhile, isn't it? Yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed so far. I mean, it is proven difficult in the last stretch, isn't it? I think it's fair to say that we are waning somewhat compared to the energetic selves that we were 8 o'clock yesterday morning. But we're still here. We're still pushing forward.
Yeah, and we got Dr. Ovadia in a little while, and that'd be exciting. So here's a question. Has Richard ever come on to Rivero? No, but I think he spoke to Sean, and when Sean was guesting, Sean Baker at 6 p.m. UK time today, he opened up the second session. So if you're looking for on YouTube for the video playbacks, Sean Baker was the first one in the second session. We did 10 hours, then we did 7 hours, then another 7 hours. But they are all back to back. But StreamYard can't record 24 hours in one go. Had to split it into 3. Well, anyway, we hinted to Sean Baker to get Richard on. So hopefully that will happen. Here's a question for you. By the way, you're at 992, Richard, now.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you all.
Right. There you go. Yeah, well done. There you go. Jake, is that how you pronounce that? Anyway, isn't vitamin C an oxalate?
Vitamin C. I'm familiar with it being an oxalate. I don't know. Do you know more in regards to that, Steve?
I don't. Actually, I've never heard that before.
Yeah, new one on me. Yeah.
I can look that up. But the thing is, BS people. If I don't know, I don't know. I'm not going to pretend. I've never heard that, but I would definitely look it up if there is a connection. I don't think that would be right, because I would have heard that. I'm sure of it.
It's not an oxalate in the term that I'm used to oxalates being referred to, at least unless it's in some sort of subcategory. But yeah, it's not something that I'm familiar with. Zoe online, hi guys, Sheffield-based carnivore newbie here, having just got over the keto flu yesterday after starting carnivore. Fantastic news. Yeah, keto flu is a bit of a downer. This is and there it is. So yeah, this is caused through insulin resistance. Insulin resistance is the driving factor of high blood pressure. And when we go low carb, insulin drops. It signals the kidneys to release sodium from the body, because high blood pressure is an insulin dependent state. So in a state of elevated insulin, it will pull sodium from 4 points in the nephrons in the kidneys back into the blood. And when we go low carb, it releases that sodium, which leads to keto flu. So this is why salt is incredibly important. Sodium is essential for life. It's not the demon that it's made out to be. And this is why many in the keto and carnivore community will supplement with electrolytes, which is what I've been drinking throughout the day. But you can get this from natural sources, pink Himalayan Celtic sea salt. We do require a lot more salt than we're led to believe. A study that I reference in some of the talks that I do covers over 100,000 participants over 17 countries, and it shows the correlation between going too low in sodium, sort of around 1.5 milligrams or 1,500 milligrams, 1.5 grams, 1,500 milligrams, and shows a massive increase in all-cause mortality, with a sweet spot being between 4,000 to 6,000 milligrams. And I consume probably close to 10,000 milligrams of sodium per day. So that is a negative side effect of beginning a ketogenic or low-carb carnivore journey initially. And this is why salt, particularly sodium, is super important.
Let's do this. Let's put this up and go back to two of us, so you don't feel lonely. Karen has been here all day and was asking to help Richard raise his subscribers. So that's worked, Karen. So well done.
Thank you very much. Well appreciated, Karen.
And I wasn't being dismissive, Richard, because I agree with you. Your channel should have much, much more traction. But yesterday when we spoke, I said, oh, it would be my little thing to try and get it up to 1,000 by the end of the live stream. So to go from 800 and something to 992, I'm quite happy. And then once you're there, you will find that will then double and double again and double again. And, it'll be good because it's great content and you know your stuff. Let's have a look. Heard Richard talk earlier about mTOR activation and a fasted training / 4-hour mTOR reset. How many grams of protein beef to give me that magic 3 grams of leucine? And would that be better over 3 or 4 meals? No, I didn't hear this bit, I think. So
yeah, so let me just look at this, because the amount of leucine is different depending on the source. So let's look this up in regards to beef. The figure that I usually tout around is like 50 grams, but I don't think you need that much. So beef is an excellent source, but leucine 2.4. Yeah, that's not telling us much. I mean, generally, from what I can remember, 50 grams of protein is going to give you comfortably 3 grams of leucine. Yeah, I can't find any of the research to send, but a chicken breast, for example, will contain 3 grams of leucine. A steak will contain 3 grams of leucine, if not more. Eggs, are not a brilliant source, not for the volume at least anyway. But yeah, think of a chicken breast or a piece of steak. Let me just come out of that. mTOR reset, how many grams of so again, just a steak, chicken breast. Would it be better over 3 or 4 meals? So what I would do is base your protein on 1 gram per pound of body weight. If you weigh 150 pound, you need to consume around 150 grams of protein per day. You can split this between the 3 meals. I would do it between 3 meals and use one of those mTOR activations as your training. So last meal, let's say 8 p.m. for example, fast through, train, fasted at 8 a.m. That's 1 mTOR activation. Then consume food at 12, then 4, and then 8. So you've consumed 3 meals. That's 4 mTOR activations, which have been elicited via mTOR direct and not through IGF-1, which is what we get when we consume carbohydrate. And what it does is basically, when we activate mTOR, now a lot of the bodybuilders through the standard sense who are consuming these meals every 2 hours, they're in a continuous activation of mTOR, but they're doing so through IGF-1. Now, an average lifespan of a bodybuilder in America is 12 years lower than the average lifespan of the average American, which is low in general anyway. Many will put this down to supplementation of anabolic steroids. I believe it to be more of carbohydrate abuse. I think this constant barragement of carbohydrate in this pursuit of increasing insulin, in the belief that insulin is going to build muscle quicker, which it won't, by the way. Insulin is a fat storing hormone. Leucine will elicit enough of that response to grow muscle, which is why 3 grams is the key. And you can supplement with leucine to do this as well. You can supplement with leucine just before your meal and consume protein, and this is going to have a further impact. Something called HMB is arguably even better again, but the research on that is mixed. So I would stick to supplement with leucine if you are going to supplement with anything. The rest of the branched chain amino acids, I wouldn't waste your money on. We're going to get plenty of these from our animal proteins, but leucine is certainly one worth supplementing with. Yeah, the bodybuilders' constant barragement of carbohydrate abuse. And that's why I believe that their lifespan is considerably lower. But their mTOR activation is 1 throughout the day because it's continuous. And this is detrimental to our health. What we want is this mTOR reset, which comes around every 4 hours. So this means consuming a meal and no snacking in between. And by doing this, we can activate mTOR 4 times throughout the day while fasting for 16 hours, so eliciting some benefit from a fasted state in regards to an elevation in testosterone and human growth hormone. The talk we had with Robert Sykes earlier, again, he said that, this activation or this response in regards to testosterone and human growth is probably minimal. But again, it comes down to these 1% markers, isn't it? If all of these 1% add up over time, and that's why I implemented this, and that was my result from doing so. It worked for me. I've got no other scientific data to back up what I found, other than regards to mTOR and its job and role within the body and eliciting these responses and anabolic pathways. But certainly worked for me. It's not something you're going to be able to do every day, I don't think. So if you can't activate it 4, then 2 is still 1 more than the standard bodybuilder is going to do when consuming food every 2 hours. So yeah, chicken breast or a piece of steak, any substantial piece of meat is going to contain 3 grams of leucine or more.
Beautiful answer. See, this is why you should have more than 992 subscribers. This when I read it, I'm sorry, Nathan, I've taken it seriously, but when I see questions like this,
1,000. So we're at 1,000. Sorry, just into woohoo! Thank you very much. Thank you all. That's it. I'm going up.
Those adverts that go, hurt in an accident that wasn't your fault. So whenever I see a question mark in some of the questions, I think lightheaded on carnivore, had an accident that wasn't your fault. Anyway, so yeah, Nathan's question is lightheaded on carnivore, question mark, thoughts, question mark, possibly liver damage affecting gluconeogenesis. Well, I think, sorry,
you fade away. No, go on.
Well, you see, lightheaded, when are you lightheaded? Because you can look at postural hypertension. So when you're sitting down and you get up, you feel a little bit lightheaded, which can just be a simple dehydration thing. That's one thing. If you are just dehydrated, that's definitely one of the things. If you've got an electrolyte imbalance at a point where you've maybe lost a bit of sodium and you haven't replenished it, that can cause you to be a bit lightheaded. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's liver damage, but what do you say, Rich?
replying to one of the kind messages in the chat there. Jones R227. Richard, I just became your 100th subscriber, so I'm just
thousandth.
Yeah, that one too. Yeah, this 20 something odd hours is taking its toll. So I'm just finish that. Thank you so much. I mean, lightheadedness for me is generally an electrolyte problem. I think most people coming into being keto or carnivore suffer with some sort of liver damage. You know, a lot of us within the community have had, you know, it's coming back to one of the convos we had earlier in regards to liver enzymes. Mine were in a bad shape before I began keto and carnivore. And now my liver's perfect. So did a bit of background noise there, some feedback, I think, Steve. I think it's more to do with an electrolyte imbalance. Nathan, are you taking any electrolytes, or are you consuming adequate amounts of salt? You know, you can check that in the comments if you want, and we can come back to it.
There
we are.
Sorry about that. Yes, getting a bit slower than I was. I probably need to go and splash some water on my face or something. Right, here we go. Here's an interesting question from Zoe Online. I couldn't stick with the 7 to 10 cups of salad due to the possible SIBO as recommended by Dr. Berg's version of keto. Is it advisable to use activated charcoal for mopping up toxins as you mobilize fat? And if you don't mind taking that one, Richard, no, I will nip to the facilities and wake myself up with some cold water.
Yeah, for sure. So when I began my journey, I did what many of us do. I sought YouTube to look for inspiration. Dr. Berg is brilliant at explaining certain things, but I completely disagree on this 7 to 10 cups of veg a day. You know, what's a cup? How big's the cup? You know, there's too many contributing factors. And as we know, lots of these foods contain phytoalexins, plant toxins, which are toxic to the human body. You know, as Dr. Chaffee said in an interview that we did with him recently, even every vegetable that you know of within the supermarket contains over 56 known carcinogens. Broccoli, for example, contains a compound called sulforaphane. Now, we consume sulforaphane because it's apparently good for treating cancer, which is true. It's used in the treatment for cancers. But you wouldn't take a chemotherapy pill unless you had cancer. So why are you consuming broccoli? You know, if you don't have cancer, you don't take a chemotherapy pill unless you have cancer. You know, the thing with sulforaphane is that it's so toxic, it doesn't exist in a healthy plant. So it's actually produced during the curing process when myrosinase binds to glucoraphanin to create the isothiocyanate called sulforaphane. So it is so toxic, it doesn't exist. It can't exist in a healthy plant. So I think Dr. Berg is missing a trick on this in regards to the carcinogens, as well as fiber. And as you rightly say, you know, the fiber in there is causing and contributing to SIBO. So you know, why consume these foods? Is it advisable to use activated charcoal? I've seen research to suggest it may help. I think just coming away from the plants is going to see a big reduction in regards to moving toxins from the fat. I mean, these toxins can stay in there for years. It's certainly not going to hurt putting in the activated charcoal. But the biggest bang for your buck is going to come from removing, you know, these plant toxins. I've been guilty of having and consuming these smoothies, these kale and spinach smoothies. I would put a massive 200-gram pack of spinach in a blender every day. I would add turmeric, because I believed that turmeric was good for me. And I would add black pepper because we're told that black pepper increases absorption, which isn't entirely true. You know, what this does is the black pepper blocks a pathway called an enzyme called glucuronosyl transferase, which is how the body excretes that toxin. So these things like spinach and turmeric are high in oxalates and other toxins. And the body tries to excrete them, and the black pepper prevents the body from excreting that toxin. So by adding the black pepper we're doing nothing more than blocking something called the NRF2 pathway, which is an oxidative stress pathway, stage 2 detoxification of the liver. Apologies. And that's what the black pepper does. It blocks stage 2 detoxification of the liver. So our body is trying to excrete this toxin. And coming back to the turmeric, I've been a firm believer, and I know Dr. Berg still pushes this because I'm still on an email chain. Unfortunately, I should actually remove that. In one of the emails that he posted recently promoting the benefits of turmeric. Turmeric is not your friend. Turmeric is not an antioxidant. Turmeric is in fact a pro-oxidant. Many of these things that we are told are antioxidants begin their journey as pro-oxidants, and they do so by activating the NRF2 pathway, which is an oxidative stress pathway. Now, the thinking behind this is when we consume something that is a pro-oxidant, that it will have a hormetic effect, where something that is damaging to the body has a positive result, which is true in respect to environmental hormesis in regards to cold water therapy and heat treatment. But molecular hormesis, I think, is a fallacy, because the NRF2 pathway is the same pathway that is activated by arsenic, mercury, lead, tobacco smoke. So if we are to believe that consuming turmeric is good for us, then we must also reside to the fact that arsenic ingestion or lead, mercury, and tobacco smoke are also good for us. And we know this not to be true. So unfortunately, a lot of what Dr. Berg pushes out there, I completely disagree with it. But this is a perfect example of where I think that someone has 60 to 70% of the information correct. And then, unfortunately, the remainder of the information is misinformation. Dr. Berg is fantastic at putting information in regards to systems and pathways and understanding that. But I'd come away from the 7 to 10 cups. That's got to be the first protocol. And I'm not saying to go carnivore if you don't want to. But those vegetables and salads are certainly not serving you.
Aha. Now I have heard this apparently ingested vitamin C is converted to oxalate, but I've heard it as broken down to. I don't think vitamin C is an oxalate, but I've definitely heard of degradation of vitamin C becoming oxalate. So that's where that comes from. The way I read it originally, I thought it was vitamin C is an oxalate, but there you go.
What's that mic done to you? No, that's an interesting point there, isn't it? Yeah, do you know, there's so much that I have learned today in regards to the speakers that have been on. I'd like to think that my knowledge is incredibly broad in regards to nutrition. But I've learned little tidbits today, and I think this live is something that I'm going to go back and revise in regards to some of the speakers, because some of the quality of information has been incredible. And again, that's another little tidbit that deserves some research. So that's another one noted to look into.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. I'm trying to get back to the next question. I don't like people to be in the wrong order. Richard just became 1,000th. Apologies to me. That's okay. Let's have a look. And this is Nathan. Usually after standing, but this is the lightheaded. Usually after standing, but it continues for a few minutes. Been watching Electrolytes. Maybe you've been doing too much fasting. That's definitely a possibility. Too much fasting can make you lightheaded. Definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. Okay. Right. I'm just getting called up. Richard, great stuff. Thanks. I've been taking a lot more salt. Also been taking electrolyte powder, but my version has stevia. Couldn't find any unflavored version. Is that suitable for carnivore?
So again, it comes down to this. So I produce electrolytes, which I've sent up to Stephen. My electrolytes also contain stevia. I am producing a formula that is stevia free. which is ideal for the hardcore carnivore to consume. And again, we get caught up in what is carnivore and what is keto and what isn't. And I think we need to be a little bit more open-minded in regards to, what we can and can't consume. Everyone on this chat will say, we shouldn't be consuming stevia. But I guarantee if I offered 1,000 customers a flavored version or an unflavored version, I would sell almost all of the flavored versions. So, a lot of people who say that they wouldn't consume it have probably consumed it at some point in their life. I still consider that that's what's in this. And I regard myself as being a super strict carnivore. But stevia is right at the lower end of the scale to me. And that is one of the things that has no impact on me. But we are producing a stevia-free version, which will be available in the next 12 weeks. The electrolytes we produce contain molybdenum, selenium, and astaxanthin. Astaxanthin we use as a natural version. We're the only company in the UK to do so. It's 20 times more potent than the synthetic version, 550 times more potent than vitamin E as an antioxidant, 800 times stronger than CoQ10. The list goes on and on and on. These are electrolytes you won't find anywhere else in the world. But stevia, look, there's worse things to be consuming. And again, you've got to do what suits you. We don't want to pigeonhole people, and you don't have to fit into anybody else. His version of what is carnivore or ketogenic, whatever it is that you're trying to do. I notice massive benefit for supplementing with electrolytes. That's what's kept me fired up and powered through my day. I'm not adverse to consuming little bits of stevia. There's certainly a lot worse things to be consuming, but should you want to gravitate away from that, we do have one coming out on the market very, very soon.
Brilliant. Right, so let's put me back on the screen so people think I am still here. Right, let's have a look. Yes, that's Nathan about his feeling lightheaded. Oh, here's one. I don't know anything about this. Thoughts on Brian Johnson's blueprint protocol? He's vegan and reversing his age like crazy. I don't understand.
Not familiar with it, unfortunately.
No, it's passed me by, but sounds interesting. So let's.
And again, that comes back to what we said earlier, isn't it? We're always open to studying new things and learning new things. Dr. Chafee and I recently recorded a podcast in regards to a podcast that was released by Dr. McCullough saying that long-term ketogenic lifestyles are detrimental to your health. We had to go to town on the research, and we took that research incredibly serious, and we were happy with the results that we came to that. But we're always open to, because that's the thing with us. We're always looking. We're giving this advice, and we want to almost double check to make sure that the advice we are giving is accurate, and advice is always changing. Our knowledge base is always changing. So yeah, that's something I'd be glad to look into.
Excellent. So in the waiting room, nice and early, is Dr. Philip Ovadia. So I will let him in. Do you know him, Richard? Have you met him before?
I've seen Dr. Ovadia, but no, I've never met him personally. So this is a new one for me. Hello, Dr. Ovadia.
Hello. Nice to meet you, Richard and Stephen.
Nice to meet you too.
It's good to see you again. It's really appreciated that you've given us some time to come and talk about you fixing hearts. For those people that don't know you, so enough of my hero worship. If you could just introduce yourself so people know who you are, what you do, and why you're doing Carnivore, I suppose.
Sure thing. So I am a heart surgeon over here in the States. Been a heart surgeon now for 20 years, done over 3,000 heart surgeries. And during much of that time, I was a very unhealthy heart surgeon. I had reached a point where I was morbidly obese. I was pre-diabetic, and I realized that I was going to end up on my own operating table, so to speak. And I was at a loss of what to do, because I was following the advice that I had been educated to give my patients, the advice that we've all heard: eat less, move more, count your calories, eat a low-fat diet. And it wasn't working for me, and it wasn't working for my patients. And thankfully, I started to come across different information, started to ask some different questions. My journey really started, first with Gary Taubes and the case against sugar and why we get fat. And I gradually eliminated sugar from my diet and then carbohydrates. And then I reached a point probably about 3 or 4 years into that journey. I had lost a lot of weight, was feeling, much better, was really in the best shape of my life. And I heard about the carnivore diet. And I heard about the carnivore diet first from Sean Baker. And, honestly, at first, I was like, that sounds kind of crazy to eat only meat. But then when I really thought about it, I wasn't eating a whole lot in addition to meat. I was eating a little bit of veg, here and there. I was eating some nuts. And I said, let me give it a try. I've opened myself up to new approaches, and I've been open to new ideas around health. And I started eating a carnivore diet. This is now about 4+ years ago. And I noticed some additional improvements over my very low carbohydrate diet. For me, it was really some persistent inflammation. I had some plantar fasciitis in my right foot, that I could not get rid of. And my third day on carnivore, I remember getting out of bed, and for the first time in years, my foot didn't hurt first thing in the morning. And it really didn't come back again. And so as I looked more and more into the, false information around meat and heart health, and have just become a very big fan of the carnivore diet as one of the approaches that I now recommend to my patients to help them avoid the need for heart surgery and stay off my operating table. And while I continue to work as a heart surgeon, I have been increasingly focused on helping people to not need heart surgery. And that's what I've been doing for myself and for my patients now for the past 4 years or so.
And I must say, I mean, you're reverse aging, because the last time I spoke to you, you genuinely, it's not flannel to thank you for being here. You definitely look younger than when I first spoke to you. And it is amazing. So I'm going to ask you $1 million question. We have got some questions lined up, but I think when you've got a cardiac expert, someone that's had people on the operating table, and we're talking carnivore, and Rich, oh, by the way, we're into our 20th hour. We've done 20 hours. So well done. You've got here on the 20th hour, which is 4 to go. We can't wait. Saturated fat and its relation to heart disease. As an expert in cardiac issues, what is your take on saturated fat and all that cholesterol and how it clogs your arteries?
Yeah, so my take now, and this isn't only my take, this is what a rigorous evaluation of the scientific literature shows us, is that dietary cholesterol and dietary saturated fat have absolutely no relationship to heart disease. And, the science, I'll put it in quotes, that led us to believe that has been thoroughly disproven now. There have been multiple studies, meta-analyses. We can look at the randomized controlled trials around this, and we see that the diet heart hypothesis, the hypothesis that the fat that we eat, specifically the cholesterol and the saturated fat that we eat, then increases our, alters our blood lipids, and most commonly, it is thought to increase our LDL cholesterol. And that increased LDL cholesterol then leads to heart disease. Both parts of those hypotheses, I think, have now been thoroughly disproven. And, what I have now witnessed more and more with the patients that I've worked on is that the more that they eat meat, and I'll also say the more that they, along with that, eliminate processed food, the better their heart health gets. And I am seeing people who are now able to stop the progression of their heart disease. I have seen people that have shown some reversal of heart disease on things like coronary artery calcium scores, lowering those scores. And, I see people with that have already suffered heart damage that have actually increased and improved their heart function when they go on whole real food diets, I think is the first thing. Low carbohydrate, low sugar, elimination of things like vegetable and seed oils. And the carnivore diet is a great way to accomplish that. I think it's the easiest way to accomplish that. And that's why, I've stuck with it. I don't think it's the only way, quite honestly. I don't tell all my patients you need to be on a carnivore diet, but I think it's a great tool to achieve those things that are important. Like I said, the elimination of processed food, the elimination of sugar and highly processed carbohydrates, and the elimination of vegetable and seed oils.
Yeah, I think that's a big one, isn't it? The seed oils. So I just heard you say about the coronary artery calcium scan. You've seen some people lower it. Was there any special protocol to do that, or was it just the carnivore diet that you put those people on?
Yeah, so it's like I said, a whole real food diet that eliminates processed food and all those things that we mentioned. And for many, that is a carnivore diet. Some of them choose to keep small amounts of non-processed foods like vegetables and stuff in their diets. And then there are some other things that probably help with that. When we look at we can point to something like vitamin K2 that seems to be helpful in regulating the calcification process and minimizing, calcium in our blood vessel walls where we don't want it. And of course, vitamin K2 is only available in animal products. Sure, you can supplement it, but I don't think that's as good as getting it from your food. And so, again, that's another reason that I point to a carnivore diet as perhaps uniquely beneficial. I think you certainly want to incorporate lots of animal protein, lots of animal foods in your diet if your goal is to reverse calcification so that you're getting large amounts of dietary vitamin K2.
What's the best foods for K2? Is it pork?
Well, it's really going to be things like, all sorts of ruminant animal meats. Heart is actually going to be high in that as well. But it's, it's pretty ubiquitous in animal proteins. So whatever animal protein you want to eat, you're going to get a good amount of vitamin K2.
I think Richard's chomping at the bit to ask a question.
No, fire away. No, I'm just, I mean, we went through a quick presentation, didn't we, on cholesterol. So yeah, I'm enjoying listening to this bouncing back, to be honest. It's all good stuff. I'm coming back to what you said about K2. I mean, it's, kale in the UK is stamped with a stamp that says high in vitamin K. But it doesn't actually contain any active form of vitamin K because it contains vitamin K1. And as you rightly say, we need to consume vitamin K2, which we can only get from animal proteins. And it seems to be the case with every other vitamin and mineral that we look at in high quantities when it comes to vitamin A, B vitamins, particularly cobalamin, vitamin B12, pyridoxine, vitamin B6, and the rest of the nutrients that we need, creatine, carnosine, carnitine, taurine, choline, all of these things we find in animal proteins, not from fruits and vegetables, which is what we've been led to believe, for the last 70 plus years, isn't it? We're told to consume our 5 fruit and veg a day. But what happens if you consume that volume of fruit and veg? Then you're full and there's no room for the meat. So the one thing that's actually healing and repairing your body is no longer being consumed. We're consuming these foods, these cereals, which are grains, which cause glycation. and then the seed oils, which cause oxidative stress. And in my opinion, the glycation and oxidative stress are the two main drivers of cardiovascular disease. They cause damage to the ApoB100 receptor, which it leads that LDL particle floating in the bloodstream, finds its way into the subendothelial space, engulfed by the macrophages, grows into the foam cell, because the macrophages have that scavenger receptor which recognizes that damaged ApoB100 receptor. So it comes back to this carbohydrate or glycation from carbohydrate, particularly from grains, and the oxidation from the seed oils. The two things that we are told to consume to be fit and healthy. We're told to consume our whole grains and avoid our saturated fats and replace these for vegetable oils. It's a joke when you take a step back and look at it. The two things that we are told to consume to be heart healthy are the two main driving factors of cardiovascular disease.
Yeah, it really is. And, you brought up a couple of important points there. One being that in order for cholesterol to get trapped, within our blood vessel walls and start to build up in plaque, it needs to be damaged cholesterol. So that is, I think, a big problem with the way we view cholesterol in medicine today. The general approach is just lower cholesterol, and it's not focused on the types of cholesterol that we have. And, that if your cholesterol is not damaged, it's not going to cause a problem. And the second thing you pointed out is you also need to damage your blood vessel walls. And the things that damage our blood vessel walls are things like high blood glucose, which comes from eating a lot of carbohydrates, that glycation process that you've talked about, that damages the endothelium, the lining of the blood vessel. The vegetable and seed oils, can also cause damage to the blood vessel walls and cause inflammation, which contributes to this process. Things like smoking, of course, we know, which is a risk factor for heart disease, and things like high blood pressure. And again, at the root cause of high blood pressure is typically insulin resistance, which goes back to eating lots of carbohydrates and these processed foods. So everything leads you back to these processed foods that, ironically, as you also mentioned, were introduced into our food supply to try and combat the heart disease problem. And the reality is that they've made it worse. And this is what I have, was seeing once I kind of had my eyes open to it, that we have been fighting this battle against heart disease here in the United States, especially for the past 70 years. And we've been focused on the diet heart hypothesis during that time. We made changes to the food that we eat. And then we introduced medications targeting this problem. And it has not had a noticeable impact on heart disease. Heart disease remains far and away the number one killer here in the US and worldwide, in the UK certainly as well. And, we need to step back and say, how can this be? If we've made all of these changes, if we know that patients' LDL cholesterol levels are lower than they've ever been, if more and more are on these medications to lower their LDL cholesterol, and we're consuming less red meat and less saturated fat than we ever had, then how can those be the cause of heart disease, which is not improving? So those are, the high level evidence that I like to point to. And yeah, we can get into all the nitty gritty about all the things we were just talking about, and the different apo particles, and whether they're damaged or not, and the endothelium and all of that. But I just like to point to the high level evidence. That if we look historically, we ate a lot more red meat than we do today, and heart disease was not a problem. We have been eating red meat for our entire existence as human beings, and heart disease was not a problem until the past 150 years or so, when we started to introduce these other processed foods, when we started to consume large amounts of sugar, when vegetable and seed oils were introduced into our food supply.
did you want to follow up, Richard, or do you want me to carry on?
Carry on. Love that. Yeah,
Okay.
Fantastic. It's brilliant to just to speak to an expert. I mean, we look at these studies and clinical trials, and we do have experts here in the UK. But I mean, it's just fantastic to have a soundboard just to bounce that back to, isn't it? Because I think some points you think that you're absolutely mental sometimes when you tell people that saturated fats are essential for life and cholesterol is essential for life. So no, I'm thoroughly enjoying this. Please continue.
Yeah. So if you've got your lipid panel, then Dr. Philip, what would you be looking at? What would you think is the most important indicator or indicators of heart health or problems?
Yeah, so, the two numbers that I think are most important to look at on your basic lipid panel, which is the test that you're most likely to get from your physician, are going to be your triglycerides and your HDL cholesterol level. And specifically, you can look at the ratio between those two. Now, important for your audience is that ratio should be done in the US unit. So you need to convert your millimoles over to milligrams per deciliter before you do that ratio calculation. And you want to divide your triglycerides by your HDL cholesterol. And ideally, you want that number to be less than 1.5. Less than 2 is pretty good, but you really want it to be less than 1.5. And, when you look at those two numbers, those give you an indication. It's an indirect indicator of whether or not you're insulin sensitive. Ideally, I like to measure insulin levels and measure directly whether people are insulin sensitive. I like to get the advanced lipid panels, the NMR panel, that's going to show you the size of your particles and is going to tell you whether or not you have damaged LDL cholesterol particles or not. The small, dense ones are the ones that we don't want. Those are the damaged ones that get into plaques. The large, fluffy LDL particles, those are the ones that are beneficial to us. And so that's why just looking at the LDL, like most doctors, most GPs will stop at just looking at the LDL. And the LDL is not informative to us because it's not telling us what type of LDL particles that we have. And if you have a lot of large, fluffy particles around, you're going to be just fine. Even if you have a smallish amount of small, dense particles, in other words, you have a low total LDL, and I oftentimes see this in people who are on medications, they'll have a low LDL, but the vast majority of their LDL particles are small, dense LDL particles, and those people are still likely to end up with heart disease. Those are the people that I see ending up on my operating table every day.
There's another theory, isn't there, about atherosclerotic plaques being formed by a thrombus or something, isn't there?
Yeah, certainly Dr. Malcolm Kendrick has written extensively and spoken extensively about this. And I think that blood clotting is an important part of the process. It turns out that, the same processes that damage your LDL particles are the same processes that cause you to be more prone to blood clotting, things like inflammation and insulin resistance. So I would say it's a little hard to separate those two, but I think paying attention to blood clotting factors is another important part of this puzzle. And, the blood clotting part of it can explain a lot of the things that don't get explained well by the cholesterol hypothesis. Things like why patients that have low cholesterol, low LDL cholesterol levels still end up with heart disease.
Yeah, thanks for that. I was just looking at a question. I was going through a line, but I'll just put a question in. I think this is for you. What's your opinion of the importance of the LPIR score?
Yes, I'm a big fan of the LPIR score. And for those of you who aren't familiar with it, it's lipoprotein insulin resistance. It's one way for us to assess whether or not patients are insulin resistant. And the LPIR score is a score that's derived from the size of your cholesterol particles. So it actually looks at more than your LDL particles. It also looks at the size of your HDL particles as well as your VLDL particles. So it looks at a bunch of different particles, and it uses that as a predictor of whether or not you're insulin resistant. It's sort of working backwards because we know that insulin resistance is what is influencing the size of your particles. It may not be the ideal test for insulin resistance, but it's one of the best tests we have. When we go back to the gold standard test, which is Kraft testing, looking at your insulin and your glucose response over about a 3-hour period after you take in a glucose solution, Kraft testing can be very impractical to do. You have to to do it right, you have to do 6 or 8 blood draws over a 3-hour period. Very, intensive test to do. So the LPIR score, I find, is probably one of the best surrogate markers we have of insulin resistance. And I use it on my patients frequently. Not sure how available it is over in the UK, but certainly here in the US, we can get it done.
Yeah, it's not that common here. We had a question earlier, but it was much, much earlier before you were on, which is a very basic one. If you have AFib, is it still okay to do the carnivore diet?
Yeah, certainly still okay to do it. And again, may be very beneficial. I've now worked with a number of patients who have AFib, so atrial fibrillation, which is an irregular heartbeat. It emanates from the top chambers of the heart, the atria. And what I have seen is, before I get to how the carnivore diet can affect AFib, understand that AFib is oftentimes rooted in inflammation. It's inflammation that seems to occur within the electrical system of the heart. And one of the great benefits of a carnivore diet is lowering of inflammation. So what I have now observed in patients with AFib that do the carnivore diet is oftentimes their AFib will get better. Now, may not reverse it completely. A lot of that depends on how long you've been in atrial fibrillation, how advanced your atrial fibrillation is, in terms of, are you in it all the time or are you only in it sometimes? But I've seen a number of patients now who have improved their atrial fibrillation, again, when they eliminate processed food, eliminate vegetable and seed oils through a carnivore diet.
Yeah, so just actually to go to a bit more basic then, because we've talked about seed oils ever such a lot. What's the mechanism that why are seed oils problematic?
Well, there are probably a number of pathways that they cause their problem through. So omega-6 fatty acids, and specifically linoleic acid, seems to be the worst actor here, is pro-inflammatory. So one of the things that the vegetable and seed oils do is they basically concentrate omega-6. They deliver omega-6 in much higher amounts than we have ever consumed as human beings. And this can be a little confusing to people because omega-6s are actually essential. They're considered an essential fatty acid, meaning our bodies can't make it, and you do need to get some from food. But traditionally, those were very low amounts. And when we introduced vegetable and seed oils, what that did was that that delivers a large amount of linoleic acid and omega-6s, which are pro-inflammatory. Our body can't process these properly. So, but our body, they're close enough to the other fatty acids, things like omega-3 fatty acids, that our body does incorporate them into things like our cell walls. But because they're what we call polyunsaturated. So, we talked about saturated fats, and what that means, the structure of the fatty acid is such that all of the bonds are saturated, and there's no place for that fat to get oxidized, for oxygen to join in and start that oxidation process, which again is another way that these fats get damaged. Polyunsaturated, meaning that they have multiple places that are unsaturated, are very prone to oxidative damage. Oxidation is something that's always going on within our bodies. We try and keep the levels lower. But it turns out when you introduce a combination of polyunsaturated fats with high sugar, and this is what almost all processed foods are, that's a very dangerous combination, because now you've introduced these unstable fats into your body, and then you're giving the fuel for the oxidative process to increase. And this causes inflammation throughout the body. It causes mitochondrial dysfunction. So the actual powerhouses, the power plants of our cells can't use these fatty acids the same way that they use other fatty acids. And this all leads to insulin resistance ultimately, which then leads to all those downstream effects that we've already talked about.
Thank you for that. So I'm going to ask a personal question. I'm not asking for a doctor-patient relationship, but just to make it a bit real. I had my coronary artery calcium scan at age 50. I'm 59 now, and it was 639. Not the world's worst. The cardiologist at the time said, "Don't worry, I've seen some in 1,000." Then my wife walked in and she got a big fat 0. So anyway, what would you be allowed to recommend a carnivore diet to me if I was a patient? This is hypothetical, or is there a duty of care where that would not even be spoken of?
No, I feel very comfortable recommending carnivore diets to patients such as yourself, because again, what caused that damage? And we can look at, there are various things, but from a dietary standpoint, it's pretty clear that processed food, all the things we've been talking about, is what leads to that damage. So telling you to eliminate that food, I have no problem doing that. I have seen no convincing evidence that eating red meat leads to that problem. Eating red meat in isolation leads to that problem. So I am very comfortable recommending a carnivore diet. Sometimes when I'm talking to my colleagues, I'll phrase it as a whole real food diet, and they'll be like, "Oh, that's great. Whole real food. Everyone should be eating that." And I'm like, okay, well, what if if we then say we're only going to eat animal whole real foods? And then they'll get all, kind of flustered by that. But the reality is that, I have now seen many patients who have taken that approach and they stabilize their coronary artery calcium scores. Their calcium scores don't get worse. And that's really my goal with patients like yourself, who have elevated coronary artery calcium scores, but it hasn't progressed to the point where they have, where they're having symptoms or we think they're at imminent risk of a heart attack. And so our goal is, okay, let's try and stop it from getting worse. And I think the first step there is elimination of processed food. And again, like I said, a carnivore diet can be a great tool. And I've now worked with many patients with that approach. And it's working very well, I'll say.
Brilliant. What is your view of a theory that LDL, for instance, isn't actually high when it's over like 200? It's where it should be, and normally because people have plant sterols, it's artificially low. So in fact, when they say it's high, it's actually normal. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, well, like I said, I think looking at the amount of cholesterol is the wrong thing to be looking at. We really need to be focused on the type of cholesterol that you have. So we can look at the studies and we can see that, there seems to be a kind of U-shaped curve when you look at, total cholesterol levels. Or LDL cholesterol levels, and too low is certainly problematic and increases mortality. There's a little bit of an increase as you get too high, but again, that's probably picking up the people with familial hypercholesterolemia that interacts with the blood clotting system that we were talking about before. So it may not have anything to do with their LDL cholesterol. And so ultimately, my thinking on this, and many others share this thinking, is that looking at the amount of cholesterol is the wrong way to be looking at the problem. We want to be looking at the type of cholesterol that you have, and we want to be looking at inflammation and damage to your blood vessel walls. Because those are the things that ultimately lead to heart disease.
Yeah, can we expand the conversation a little bit? Because we obviously, you're specialists in the heart. Have you got any opinions on protein in the kidneys, where many people seem to think that eating protein is going to damage the kidneys?
Yeah, again, the scientific evidence actually shows us opposite. The best study that was done on this showed that high protein diets can actually improve kidney function in people with moderately reduced kidney function. And it's not the protein that's causing damage to the kidneys. It's the same things that we've been talking about that damage the heart. High blood sugar, processed food, oxidation and glycation, all of these things that we've talked about. This is what leads to kidney damage. And I, again, have no reservations recommending a carnivore diet, to people with kidney disease. One thing you do need to be aware of is that the test that we most commonly use to measure kidney function, the blood creatinine level, can be influenced by the amount of protein that you're eating. So, you may need to check an alternative test of kidney function, one called cystatin C, to get a true picture of how your kidney function is. But again, I've had patients with, moderately impaired kidney function that have gone on carnivore diets, eliminated the processed food, and seen improvement in their kidney function. So I have no issues recommending this to patients with kidney issues.
What are your views on stress bringing on heart attacks? Is that a realistic assumption?
Yeah, it certainly is. So stress is a contributor, both indirectly through the inflammation and the hormonal alterations. Stress can be one of the contributing factors to insulin resistance. But we also know, very well described, that acutely stressful events can bring on heart attacks. And what's interesting about the heart attacks that occur with acutely stressful events is that you don't find blockages in the arteries in a lot of these cases. There's a very well described medical condition. It's called Takotsubo cardiomyopathy, where the patient has a stressful event. They come in, they look like they're having a heart attack. Their heart function is decreased. And you do a cardiac catheterization, but you don't see any blockages in the arteries. And the thought is that this has to do with the nervous system regulation, what we call the autonomic nervous system and the parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous systems, which both innervate the heart directly, and that an imbalance between those two systems that can occur with sudden stress is what leads to this heart dysfunction. So stress is certainly a major factor when it comes to heart disease, both acutely and chronically. And it's one of the kind of pillars of health that I talk to people about. You know, diet, I think, is most important, but things like stress, sleep, exercise, activity, these all have impacts on our heart health as well.
I think you muted, Steve.
Yeah, I muted myself there. Yeah, Rich, have you got any questions?
No, I just wanted to add something in regards to the vegetable oil and seed oils. You know, we're told to fear the linoleic acid, but it's not so much just the linoleic acid, it's the fact that it's oxidized. So it's the oxidized. It just so happens that linoleic acid in the vast majority is oxidized. But there's, coming back to the phytosterols that you touched base on, these vegetable oils are made from phytosterols, plant sterols, which mimic human cholesterol, but the body tries to excrete it. The body doesn't want these phytosterols. So the body will retain around 1% because it's trying to excrete a toxin. But there's a condition called cytosterolemia, a condition where people will retain a lot more of these phytosterols, up to about 4%. And this increases massively your risk of cardiovascular disease. And I'm sure Philip can go into more detail in regards to this. But these oils, these plant sterols, vegetable seed oils, which we are told is meant to negate possible effects of cardiovascular disease and heart attacks. And if that were the case, then why, if the body is retaining more, is it leading to these cardiac events? It's just absolutely counterintuitive to the trail of thinking, isn't it, that these oils will reduce our cholesterol and prevent a cardiac event, when in fact, when we absorb more, we're way more susceptible through, you know, this effect of cytosterolemia.
Yeah, you know, and Paul Mason has done a great job in talking about cytosterolemia. But we can also look at some of the randomized controlled studies that were done when vegetable and seed oils were introduced. And most commonly, we can look at the Minnesota coronary experiment, which is probably the best randomized control study we have around vegetable.
That's never going to be repeated, is it? It's never going to be repeated that way.
No, it you know, wouldn't even be considered ethical today.
Exactly,
the way they ran that study. And of course, you know, I'm sure many in the audience are familiar that had a negative outcome. The group that was fed vegetable and seed oils had worse all-cause mortality, and there was no significant change in their cardiac specific events, despite the fact that their LDL cholesterol was lowered. And of course, that data was not published at the time that the study was done because it went against the narrative and it didn't support the theory that they were trying to push with that. You know, the vegetable and seed oils have never really been shown to be safe for chronic consumption. When they were introduced into the food supply, and again, you know, many will know their history, that they were basically an industrial lubricant, and you know, the companies making them needed something else to do with them, and figured out that if you chemically manipulate them enough, you can make them palatable to human beings to eat. It doesn't kill human beings acutely, you know, in the short term. So they were felt to be safe, and no one really bothered to look at the long-term effects of consuming these. And I think that is what we're starting to see now, is the long-term effects of consuming these vegetable and seed oils.
I think that's a fabulous answer. Karen has asked a question. If a heart rate during sleep suddenly rises from low 60s to over 100, is that stress or cortisol dump? And is it concerning?
That would be something that would concern me. I would want to look into that more. It could be something as simple, not that it's simple, but it could be something like stress and, a sudden cortisol surge for whatever reason. But you do want to look into, is there something else going on there? Is there a issue with the electrical system of the heart that's causing that sudden rapid heart rate? In general, our heart rate should go down when we sleep. And if you're seeing I would want to know, first of all, how is that being monitored? Realizing that some of these monitors, aren't accurate. But if you're truly getting this on a repeated basis, that would certainly be something that you should talk to a physician about.
That's fabulous. One more question from the viewers. This might not be anything that you know about. My wife's sister has protein S deficiency. Do you have any experience with something like this being helped with dietary change like carnivore, or is this something unrelated?
Yeah, so protein S deficiency is a genetic condition. Protein S is related to the blood clotting system. So this is a condition that can cause someone to be more prone to blood clots. I don't know of any direct effects of diet on protein S deficiency. It is a genetic issue. But again, what I would say, and this is more broadly applied, but probably applicable to protein S, is inflammation seems to be the underlying issue with a lot of these, blood clotting disorders. So anything you can do to lower inflammation, I think, is going to be beneficial. So again, it may not directly affect, your protein S levels, but by lowering inflammation in the body, you're going to make yourself less prone to bleeding, less prone to blood clotting. And so I could see that there could be some benefit to dietary changes to help with this condition. It's not going to cure it, but it may help with the management of it.
Yeah, one of the things that occasionally, I've been online coaching or doing carnivore coaching for 4 years. It comes up every so often. People say, since I've started the diet, when I go to bed and I lie down, it feels like my heart, I can feel my heartbeat more. Any reasons why that might be happening?
Something I've observed and heard as well. My thinking on it is that we're just becoming more attuned to our bodies, more aware of our bodies. When we eliminate the sort of fog and the noise that comes from, high blood sugar and erratic blood sugar levels, it just seems that, people who are eating clean, whole food diets are just more aware of what's going on in their bodies. And that can be one of the things that we start to notice more is our heart rate. There are also some, you could start to theorize, better blood flow coming up to your, to your head, to your brain, through the arteries in the neck, which is where one of the key blood pressure sensors in our body is. If you're healing that endothelial damage, you're getting better blood flow. Again, maybe that's part of the reason as well. But I think in general, my perception of it is just that people are better able to perceive lots of things that are going on in their bodies when they eliminate processed food.
Excellent. So, Philip, are you still with Revero? Do you have any ties with Revero, or are you completely separate?
Yeah, so I don't have any direct ties. I talk to Sean Baker often, and I consider him a colleague and a friend. But I don't have any direct ties to Revero.
Oh, right. Okay. Because that's where I first met you, when it was Meatrx.
Yeah, early on, as I mentioned, Sean was really my introduction to the carnivore diet, and I helped him early on getting together sort of the research section of the MeatRx website. Did some work with him on that, and like I said, still a good colleague and friend, but no formal relationship anymore.
So I remember asking you whether your colleagues thought you were a bit mad doing carnivore, whether there was a bit of pushback, and I seem to remember there was. Most of them weren't that interested in eating meat. Has that changed? Have you seen maybe a shift towards keto a bit or anything?
Yeah, so I think low carbohydrate diets in general are becoming more accepted. Still, certainly not the mainstream, not, I think, recommended nearly as much as they should be. But I think more and more physicians are realizing the benefits of these. And when we look at things like diabetes reversal, we now have pretty good published data on that. So I think that's becoming more widely accepted. Carnivore, I think, is still seen as an extreme of that, although I would argue that it really isn't. I view carnivore as, first of all, the best elimination diet we can do, as we're trying to help patients figure out, what's causing some of their issues. And then I really just view it as a more simplistic form of, ketogenic and low carb diets. Because rather than counting and tracking and, do I eat this? Do I not eat this? I think carnivore is just pretty simple as a concept. Eat meat, be happy kind of approach. And so that's why I find myself recommending it more and more. Patients, are open to the idea. But I do still spend a lot of my time dispelling the myths around red meat and heart health. That's the big one that, I have to work with patients on. But, intuitively they get it. They understand that, red meat is not what caused their heart problems. And that we as human beings have been eating red meat for our entire evolutionary history. And it never was the red meat that was causing the issues that we see in modern times.
Yeah, I think I've one more question. It's just snuck in if you've got time, which is from Zoe. Does autophagy heal the heart in any way?
Yeah, I think, autophagy is a great healing process for our bodies in general, and there's no reason to think that wouldn't apply to the heart. One of the other concepts that I've, start to recognize as strange is that we think that, something like LDL cholesterol or whatever it is somehow going to be uniquely damaging to the heart, even though it doesn't have damage to the rest of the body. Again, it doesn't make sense that our bodies would evolve in such a way that, something like autophagy, let's say, that's beneficial to everything else would not be beneficial to the heart. We didn't really even touch on, but kind of related to autophagy is ketosis and ketones. And it's interesting that ketones do seem to be uniquely beneficial to the heart. The heart is one of the organs that can best utilize ketones as an energy source. And so, ketosis may have some unique benefits to the heart above and beyond its benefits elsewhere in the body.
So, Dr. Philip, that was brilliant. And I'm really surprised Rich there has not dived in with another question. Do you want to grab him? I mean, this is a heart expert, Rich. You must have a question you want to.
Yeah, look, I'm just, I'm here taking it all in. This is fantastic. It's brilliant. I mean, coming back to one of the points you made in regards to the Minnesota coronary artery experiment, and that was carried out between 68 and 73, but these results weren't released until 2016, as you rightly say. The results did not fall into the narrative that they wanted it to, so they hid those results. And for the people who are unfamiliar with that, the study included 9,423 patients. They were split into 2 groups. One group was fed saturated fat, the other group was fed vegetable oils, in an attempt to show that the vegetable oils would lower blood serum cholesterol, and it did. The group consuming the vegetable oils lowered their cholesterol, but that group had a higher mortality rate. So it basically showed the opposite to what they were trying to prove, and this is why this evidence was hidden. And a similar study, I think, took place in Australia. The name of that one,
the Sydney diet.
So say nice and easy when you know. I should have guessed with the Sydney Minnesota, but yeah, it happens, isn't it? It's border. Well, it is criminal in my opinion, because how many lives have been lost through this common misconception that cholesterol is detrimental to our health, when in fact it is in fact the opposite. It's imperative for life. No, but I've thoroughly enjoyed this. This is it's been fantastic. Very much appreciated.
So Philip, thank you so much for turning up and giving us a bit of your time and going over your time a little bit, which is my fault because I wanted to make the most while you were here. And we would be much more enthusiastic if we hadn't been standing here for 21 hours.
Well, I greatly admire what you guys are doing, and the fact that you're 21 hours into it, speaks to the power of carnivore as well. The endless energy, I think, is one of the benefits I've certainly gained from it. But I thank you for having me as part of this. It's been an honor. And keep up the great work.
That's brilliant. Thank you. So we're going to kick you out, and then we're going to get the next guest in. So have a lovely day.
Very
massively
good.
Appreciated. Thoroughly enjoyed that one. Thank you very much. Absolute gentleman.
Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic.
Well,
enjoyed
here
that.
we go. Now we have Natalie E. West. Hello, Natalie.
Hi.
Hi there. Hi there. Do you know Richard?
Hello.
Do you know Richard?
Hi.
Hello.
I don't know Richard. Hi, Richard.
Hey, Natalie. No, nobody knows me. It's fine. I'm used to it. Nice to meet you.
It's a little laggy. I'm not sure if that's what's going on. It's a little bit stop-start.
Yeah, you're a little bit choppy. Doesn't matter. If you want to just
well, now I do.
Yourself.
I follow on Instagram, stalking you now. Hi, Steve.
Hello. Do you just want to introduce yourself so the viewers know who you are and what you do? Hello.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a lag there, I think, isn't it?
Can you hear me,
Not
Natalie?
sure if any. Can you hear me, Richard?
I can hear you.
Can you not hear? Can you hear anything this end? Yeah.
It's lagging a little.
Yeah, the signal is a little bit. It is. It's a little bit choppy as well, I think, isn't it?
It's a bit.
Perfect.
Yeah, all the way over here in Australia. I don't know why.
Yeah, do you want to just introduce yourself to the viewers to say what you do and why you're carnivore, I suppose? Richard.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. So I've been a psychotherapist now for over 17 years, but I also use nutrition, obviously, as a foundation of that, teaching root cause, teaching people how their minds work, and also how their gut works with their mind, really important. So that's where I've been for the last 17 years. And I have now been carnivore for over 4 years. And everyone's gone. Not sure what's happened then, but I'll just keep talking. So been in this space really teaching people how their minds work and how important it is with what we fuel ourselves with through our gut-brain axis, and also to what we see, hear, and also absorb through our life. So yeah, hopefully you caught all that. You guys just disappeared on me.
Well, I was expanding your picture so people could see you a bit clearer. So we've had a submitted question, which is, what's the most common problem that people encounter with this way of eating? So in your field, what comes up the most?
The way of eating? Is that what you just said, Stephen?
Yeah. What's the most common problem that people encounter with this way of eating?
Yeah. So from my perspective, there's a couple of pathways that I help people understand. A lot of the time when we're conditioned with the diet mentality, a lot of the clickbait, and I will call it clickbait because carnivore trends have also started to kind of seep in, which also doesn't really help people who are programmed from jumping from one diet to another. So it's really about teaching people their diet mentality, where they learn that, how they learnt, how to use food and why we use food, and also to value systems and self-image is within that space, and helping people understand why they're actually eating, why they've been eating the way they've been eating, but also how carnivore actually, it's a mental and metabolic health protocol. So, we've really got to understand the value structure of that and not jump on the bandwagons.
Yeah, I mean, Richard was quite revealing earlier on when he was saying that, because Richard has lost a lot of weight, and if you don't mind me repeating this, Richard, you were saying that you were making yourself sick, because you didn't want to gain any more weight. So is that the sort of thing that you encounter still, that people are just bulimic and anorexic, and is that a big thing that's still happening for you?
Yeah, look, so a lot of the time, I see a lot of disordered eating, really unhealthy patterns. I also come from a background of the bodybuilding industry, so I know my own disordered eating pattern with weighing things for many years, which doesn't really help our mindset in any way, shape, or form. I think the biggest thing is really getting people to understand their unconscious self-image, what's driving that behavior. So when we're looking at fear of food or fear of putting on weight or losing weight, it really comes back to, again, how we've been programmed externally through validation and acceptance. So even if we understand, one little word that how our mind works is, for example, when you use physical health, for example, versus metabolic health, physical health, your mind's going to automatically go external, and it's going to be about perceptions of external inward, of how we look and how we perceive ourselves and our value. If you use metabolic health, your mind mostly doesn't really know where to go with that, but it's more of an internal structure than an external structure. So it really is teaching people the value structures of why they have, again, been conditioned and programmed to use food with calories, dieting, all of that. Does that make sense, guys?
It does. Richard, have you got a question?
No, I'm just happy to take this in at the moment, to be honest. Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, it comes back to a point that we've
can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Bit of a delay there, is it still? Anything,
no, I can.
Nothing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I lost my train of thought now.
Yeah.
Can you hear Stephen?
Well, I'm not speaking right now. You were going to say something, Richard.
Yeah, I've lost my train of thought now. Yeah, I mean, it's something we keep coming back to, isn't it, in regards to how food addiction affects the way that we think about food, isn't it? How the dopamine, we're hardwired to chase dopamine hits, and when we are consuming foods that negate in the body's ability to process specific neurotransmitters within the brain. We instantly chase dopamine through foods that maybe we shouldn't be consuming, and that leads to this downward spiral where of food addiction, a spiral that we can't break. And that's exactly what it is, isn't it? It's a case of food addiction, which isn't a recognized addiction in the UK or the US. I don't know if that's the case in Australia there with you. But food addiction is a real thing. And how the food that we consume sometimes when we are being healthy. So I'm from a bodybuilding background as well. I used to be clinically obese and type 2 diabetic. Suffered with chronic fatigue, depression, anxiety, arthritic pains, suffered with these daily debilitating migraines that would make me blind. I lost the weight through keto, gravitated into carnivore, became a men's physique bodybuilder, British champion and European champion. So I can, I can sympathize with the effects of as you were saying in regards to bodybuilding and competing in that sort of environment and food addiction. But in the bodybuilding sort of scene, we consume foods typically that we deem to be healthy, but some of these foods negate the body's ability to absorb other nutrients. In particular, things like lectins and phytic acid, which are blocking the absorption of zinc, iron, and magnesium, and the body's ability to process these catecholaminergic neurotransmitters within the brain, which leads and further fuels this search and chase for dopamine, which leads to further food addiction. So even when we believe that we are consuming food, because we know that junk food isn't good for us, but we all, believe, or used to believe, isn't it, that a bowl of cereal or muesli is good for us, and we believe that certain plants are good for us, but these can block the absorption of these neurotransmitter signals within the brain, further fueling this food addiction. So it was a massive cycle, a struggle that I had to break, and becoming ketogenic and eventually carnivore managed to break that cycle for me. And now I'm still addicted to food. I love my food, but I'm not addicted to chasing those dopamine hits in regards to those sweet foods. I love eating steak, eggs, and fatty cuts of meat. So yeah, that's my 2 penneth. The long version.
Yeah. I absolutely love everything you just said. And one of the biggest things is, when we talk about food addiction, I always call it a energy misfiring. So, we have using foods that aren't creating the right energy within our bodies. And also too, if we even go back to, between the age of 0 to 7 and when we actually using our taste buds and our senses and what we're actually programmed with our authoritarian figures with food, it really all starts there. And that's that dopamine center that really starts getting fired quite early, because we also have that taste bud connection immediately, right? So, but also to our minds and our bodies remember the memory of that. So, every single thing that we do, unless we're really conscious in understanding the metabolic pathways, both what I call physiological, psychological, and biological. So there's all different levels there when we talk about addiction. But again, not a fan of balance, not a fan of, moderation. It just doesn't work. It's a big bunch of BS. What you have to do is understand your fueling, driving pathways of why you're doing what you're doing. And also too, totally understand Richard being in the bodybuilding world, it is a very superficial driven kind of person operates. Again, using foods, high carbs, I got myself into trouble, for many years doing that. But addiction, a lot of the time what people eat is gateway drugs to leading to very, very slippery paths that really are difficult to get back in track of. But also too, one of the biggest things is, when you want to change the way you eat for both mental and metabolic protocol. And that's always why whenever I work with anyone, food is for your, thriving. It's not just, but if you have an issue with, having one bit of sugar, it's like, you can't just have one little bit for your mental health. But again, we've got to go internal around that and value. Sorry, it's still a bit choppy. Hope I kind of answered some of that question.
Richard, you're muted.
Yeah, I was just saying, it was a little bit choppy there, wasn't it? But I think we picked up the gist of it there. Anything to add to that, Steve?
Yeah, I was just interested in I mean, you're talking about bodybuilding, and that tends to lend itself to having good nutrition. But what about poor nutrition? How does that affect the mind and the body as well, especially in relation to self-image?
Can you repeat that for me? Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I was thinking that in the bodybuilding realm, when people are eating, they tend to have good nutrition, because otherwise you couldn't grow muscles without, adequate protein. But what about poor nutrition, where people are not getting protein, not getting fats? What's the power of that? Having a bad nutritional lifestyle, how does that affect the mind and the body, especially in relation to self-image?
So again, we've got to come back to what constructs we've learnt. So again, we've demonized meat, we've demonized saturated fat to be bad for us, kind of cult thing when you're with people that kind of say, if you're going to eat a steak and have butter on it, you're going to die of a heart attack. You've really got to go through a lot of those things as well, around being, I guess, challenged or questioned as to why you want to actually use protein and fat as your main source. And I'm sure many people have spoken about it over the last 24 hours with you guys, but, the brain loves ketones. It's not, glucose is not really its preferred fuel. So whenever I'm looking at it from a mental and metabolic health, protein and fat is one of the most, highest solutions that I see in people's mindset that changes, but also to, their energy, the way that they see themselves, the way that they think, the way that they feel. And again, with the bodybuilding industry, it's very carb driven. But again, we've got to look at individual and why they're doing what they're doing. But in the space that I work in, it's fat and protein is the key, which is really birthright status, right? That's where we come from, and then we just feed ourselves as kids with lots and lots of rubbish that we get taught to feed ourselves with, or our parents do. Did that answer your question, Steve?
Yeah. For me, it's a bit difficult because it is chopping in and out, so we're missing some sort of key words all there. But I'm guessing that that you look for people who are not empowered, who feel that they can't control their life. So what do you do to turn that around so they actually feel like they've got some power over their own image and their own mind and body?
So I go through a few protocols with them. Firstly, it's just about me listening to, their thought patterns, their narrative patterns, where their mind travels to whenever they're talking about food or whatever diet they've been on for the last 20 plus years. So when I'm talking to someone, I get to understand what's conscious and unconscious behavior patterns. And, just by looking at someone, I can tell whether it's a conscious reaction or an unconscious one. So it's really just allowing people to understand what they're doing unconsciously first, but then also to allow them to be in a state of consciousness to start changing those narratives and patterns. But also to the value structure of most people are always anchored outside of ourselves. So, we have been taught to value food, which is an anchor, whether it's alcohol, food, drugs, or whatever it is. They're all emotional anchors outside of ourselves, drive our behavior. So really it's about me teaching people where their anchors are and what their emotional content and attachments are versus connections. So it really is just a kind of, a one-on-one conversation to understand where they've been and to get them into a full state of consciousness so they can start changing their patterns. And I also give people tools and strategies how to do that every day. But the other thing is when we're combining nutrition and understanding, the carnivore protocol, one of the biggest things is we do that alongside gently. So we can't go into full unfamiliarity straight away. We have to do it gently, because the thing is your mind loves familiarity, whether or not it's good for you or not. Did you catch all that?
I missed the very end. You started to talk about the brain likes familiarity, and then it cut out.
Familiarity.
And it's now.
Yeah. So we're conditioned to be in a familiar space, whether or not it serves us or not. So for example, what I mean by that, over and over again, you're building a pathway of familiarity. So the brain and the mind then goes, well, this is what we do. This is how we travel every day. This is how we think. This is how we feel. But what we actually have to do is, the more that you do that, behaviors, thoughts, feelings, reactions that then create the same outcome. If you want a different outcome, different things, different thoughts, feelings, reactions, narratives, but you can't do that without understanding how conscious you are. It's about thought, feeling, reaction, creating.
Richard, are you getting this? Because to me, it's very choppy. Sorry, Natalie, but it's difficult to catch the whole.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I'm getting every other word as well, trying to piece together bit by bit.
Natalie, do you think it's worth you sort of logging off and logging back in just to see if we can get a better connection?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, give me 2 minutes.
That's okay.
Fantastic.
So yeah, it's frustrating because she's got a lot to offer, but I'm struggling. My hearing's not great, as everyone knows, and I lip read a bit, so I was really struggling then. But she's going to try and log back in. So yeah, so she's a clinical psychotherapist, and she deals with people that have a body image problem. So it would be just nice.
Which is rampant within that bodybuilding community. I mean, people from outside the community would think that people who compete love themselves and are quite stuck up. And to be honest, I found quite the opposite during my time competing. I can honestly say there were only 2 people that I genuinely think were I'd be careful of the words I use here, not very nice people. Everybody else seemed to do it because they were in search for something, wanting to achieve something in order for self-gratification, to make themselves feel. I mean, in my instance, I never felt worthy, as you know, of the company of others, and my life was spent living in boxes. The analogy that I've used, I don't know if I've used it today yet, have I? My box analogy. But I would leave my house, which was, there we are, I'll continue this one a little bit later on. Can you hear us okay, Natalie? Is that any better? Let's have a...
Yeah, I can hear you better now. It is actually.
Okay.
That's good.
I don't know why it was doing that, but yeah, welcome. I'm back.
Yeah, it was very choppy and difficult. Yeah. So actually, what were you saying, Richard? Because Richard, what was you saying about being in a box and not feeling worthy?
It is, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, we were just having a conversation, and Natalie, while you were off, about the bodybuilding community. It's seen as being quite superficial, and people who compete love themselves. And in fact, I found it to be quite the opposite. Myself included, I never felt worthy of the company of others. My life for a long time was spent living in boxes. I would leave my box, my house, I would jump into my metal box. I would drive to a big box in which I would walk into that building and walk into my office, which was a small box inside the bigger box. So my life was spent living in boxes. Anxiety and depression was so bad that I quite often couldn't leave my house if there was anyone walking in the street. Neighbors would quite often think that I was rude, but it's quite often that I didn't feel worthy of the company of others. And for me, it was almost a case of trying to make myself feel better. If I could become bigger and better on stage, if I could go back and increase a placing or win a competition, that in some strange way it would give me some self-gratification and make me feel better, when in reality what I was doing is putting myself on stage for people to critique me, because people are not looking at you thinking, that person looks incredible when you're on stage. You were there to be compared against, your competitors. So you were being critiqued, which is probably the worst position that you could put somebody in who suffers with severe anxiety and depression. But this is what the lifestyle has done to me. So changing the foods that I consumed changed the way that my body produced those neurotransmitter signals within the brain, and allowed me to feel at least a little bit more confident in order for me to set foot on stage. So the food that I consume quite literally, rewired my brain, if you like, in that respect, because I would have never have set foot on stage prior to that. But even until my last year of competing last year, when I was fortunate to win the European Championship, I was still in search of that gratification from others, if you like. You want someone to tell you that you've done well, because I think you feel that you're lacking something inside. So I genuinely believe that most people who compete professionally within that sport are not as confident as you would be led to believe by the persona that they pursue on stage. It's almost a case of playing a role. It's playing a part in a film or a movie. When you're on stage doing your routine, you are an actor playing a role, and this is what allows you to do it. You're in your costume, you're in your clothing, you're not yourself per se. But that's certainly the case for me. I didn't feel confident on stage. I didn't do it because I wanted everybody to look at me. I did it because I guess I wanted to feel better about myself, in a weird, twisted way. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely, Richard. What you're saying there is exactly, what I learned about myself. And I didn't really realize, because I wasn't a therapist at the time, that I actually competed. And when I actually understood why I was doing it, it was because of a negative self-image, through, getting your body into a state of a perceived perception of what might be, validated, or, however, having the best body didn't equate to have did the opposite, because really, it is about understanding that worthiness doesn't come from those external validations. It comes from within yourself. And totally understand. And I've worked with quite a few that have very, very negative self-images, but being on stage and getting a trophy and winning as many as you can, unless you work on that unconscious conscious state, and why, it will never change, and it will lead to a very, very slippery slope of disordered eating and behaviors. Again, I think, it's great knowledge to understand why we do these things, but would have high, mental health and things like that, and they don't. And it wasn't until, mostly people go either keto or carnivore when they realize the power of food for mental health, what that really means. So yeah, I totally agree. It's interesting concept when you're on stage, and I was also a judge for nearly 5 years, so I kind of went on to as well to judge people and critique people, which again, was a whole new world on that side of the desk.
Yeah. Anything you want to add to that, Steve? I mean, just to come back to what you said, it was indeed, I made a note that it was a pursuit of validation. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Do I still feel that way? I think we all do to a degree. But certainly, since I've been heavy or a deep carnivore, a lot of these, I certainly wouldn't be speaking to you to find people today if I was suffering with this severe condition. I do public speaking events in front of thousands of people. So a lot of this must have been combated through, the diet and lifestyle that I've adopted for certain. But I think it's probably always there, and I think it's maybe something that's in everybody to a degree. But I can only attribute my improvement to this, to do with diet. I mean, I've retired from bodybuilding. I'm half the size that I was last year, and yeah, I don't like it. I don't like being smaller. But my goals have changed. I've come away from bodybuilding to compete in cycling and running. And in order to do that, being big is absolutely counterintuitive. Having wings on my back act as a sail on the bike and slow me down. So it's absolutely counterintuitive, isn't it? But yeah, I do miss the size and the mass. It did make me feel confident walking down the street in a tight t-shirt, biceps and chest bulging, and people, paying attention and looking did make me feel better. I don't get that now. But again, I don't feel that I'm looking for that validation so much either. I think that I get this validation maybe from other sources now in regards to what I do on a daily basis in helping other people reverse severe illnesses and diseases. But it's a minefield, and it's certainly an interesting topic for me.
Bodybuilding aside, even just clients who have had, problems with alcohol and, I'd call it probably disordered, eating and drinking behaviors. But, the minute that they start carnivore, within a cup inch, and that is really the power of feeding and fueling yourself the correct nutrition, which is, species appropriate way of eating. And again, it's also something that I hear quite often is when people go down this, protocol, their reason for validation starts to go more internal about self-acceptance and validating yourself and what you're doing for you, not so much everyone outside of yourself, which again is really powerful, because I, totally agree, Richard, with what you were saying. I love, being able to be in front of people and help people, but, seeing them validate themselves and using food primarily to do that is really life-changing. And you know what I always say to people, understand where the validation is coming from, because a lot of the time it's just emotional voids that we have within ourselves that we're trying to fix and fill with someone else or something. But once you get those emotional voids understood, and I would possibly say, if I was going to put a percentage on it, the power of eating, species appropriate carnivore way, it's probably, I would say, over 80%. You get that right, And then, then we just do tweaks and things like that around the mind and mindset and, self-image and value structures. Because remember, eating is also a form of a value. It's a self-respect. So a lot of the time we don't equate those two things to respect, and it is.
Yeah. Anything? Do you want to jump in with that, Stephen? Enjoying your rest. I think Stephen's been standing for the better part of 22 hours or so.
Did you guys have that?
What was that, Natalie? Sorry.
I was just going to say, did you guys get that? Because it just kind of stopped again.
Yeah, we had that. Yeah, we did. Yeah, I was just making a quick comment there with Stephen that he's been so we've been on this now for how many hours, Steve?
22 hours.
20. So for the majority of that time, Stephen has been standing. So I've been sitting.
Wow, you guys are amazing.
So he's just been earning his well earned seated rest, I think, Steve, isn't it? And I've just pulled you back up.
Well, yeah, I'm standing here barefoot, and it's it's actually just my feet hurt from standing all day, 22 hours, 22 and a half hours. Anyway, I think we might have to curtail this interview.
If you got a stool, grab a stool, grab a stool. Yeah, it's not working very well.
No, I think the internet is just too choppy, really, and I'm impressed that people are still viewing because it's just too disjointed, I think. So we'll have to thank you for turning up, Natalie, I think.
Maybe we can pick it up another time.
Yes. Yeah, I'd like to do this with the three of us. So just make sure we can get a good internet connection, I think.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I look forward to that. Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
Awesome. Great. Thanks, guys. Keep going.
Thanks,
amazing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Have a nice day. Take care.
Yeah, that's a shame. That was a shame because she's got a lot to offer, actually. And I'm not sweepy. I'm sleepy. I think there's a little bit of a typo there.
Yeah, I think Sheena's getting sleepy too. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a shame, wasn't it? So we've got Sean coming on in half an hour. Do you have a presentation you want to go through, or do you want to recap over the day of anything that you thought was a particular highlight?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's I've enjoyed all of the speakers. Everybody's brought something unique, to the show so far. I've learned little bits. I wish when Bart came on, I was flagging considerably. And then Bart, absolute gentleman. It's the first time I've met him. I'm looking forward to touching base and connecting and doing a podcast with him. But I think because of the time of day, and he's got this mannerism about him, he takes his time with answers. And I was almost like not falling asleep because of boredom, but he's got this this gentle sort of voice about him when he talks because he's slow. And I was just almost winding down a little bit, and I didn't want to speak then, and it just so I wish I had more energy to get involved with that conversation a little bit more, because I had difficulty sort of understanding a lot of the stuff because I'm exhausted, in relative terms. So I'm looking forward to connecting with that one and taking that one a bit further. Judy Cho went into some fantastic detail. I think there's a lot to unpack there. And I think everybody has brought something unique, into this. But yeah, I can see if there's a presentation. So what, Sean is coming in at 6, is that right?
6 o'clock UK time. So in literally in 33 minutes. 33.
So is there anything in particular that you or the listeners wanted to touch base on in the meantime? I can see what I've got this end in regards to presentations. But yeah, that's a shame, that one, isn't it? Because that was that would have been a good talk there, I think.
Yeah, I think Natalie is fantastic, which is why I try to get her on. But I think, you know, we have to consider that the people listening are just going to get fed up because it drops out. And I think, especially if it's just an audio as well, if they're you know, having YouTube on but not watching the screen but just listening to the chat, those big gaps, just it's probably a bit disconcerting as a listener. So I think one of the things I found interesting about all the different guests was, yes, they were all very different, but there was so many common threads to it as well, that most had their own personal problems. That was the first thing. And secondly, that they were surprised that Carnivore worked. So it's not a placebo effect, because many of them went Carnivore thinking, well, what the heck? It's probably not going to work, but we'll give it a go. We'll give it 30 days, give it 90 days or something like that. And I think that just shows how powerful it is, because normally if someone's not sure it's going to work, so if I'm training someone, when I was doing the personal training more and we were trying to do some sort of sport, if they showed any negative tendencies, as if to say, this isn't going to work, I'm going to fail, I'm not going to be able to lift that, I'm not going to be able to throw that far or whatever, it was very disheartening, because I do believe that there is a strong element of mind control over your life and what happens if you've got a positive attitude to whatever you're trying. I just feel that you're improving your chances. So I thought that was quite interesting, that people went into Carnivore thinking, wow, this is crazy, this is stupid, this is not for me, but I'll try it because I'm so desperate. And I just found that quite interesting. And people like Anthony Chafee and Dr. Kilt's popping in and supporting it later on, I thought was particularly nice. But I felt every guest brought something new and something different. You know, you've got the little phase where there's some bodybuilders like Keto Savage and Colt and Jonathan. You know, all really their presence is Carnivore, but it's more to do with bodybuilding, body composition, that sort of thing. So that was interesting to see them almost back to back and being completely different personalities and completely different approaches. So, yeah, I think, looking back over the last 22 and a half hours, it's been good. So we've got 21 and a half hours. So we've got Sean for an hour, and then we've got an hour to wrap up. So do you have any presentations that you want to go through?
Yeah, possibly. I've just messaged Sean now to see. I've just basically said that, we've had difficulty with one of the connections on the speaker. So I've just messaged him and offered him to join earlier if he's available. He hasn't read that yet, but who knows? Maybe he'll pop in at some point now. But yeah, I'm sure we can throw something together. Let's take a look at this.
Richard talked about eating sardines for upping his omega-3 earlier, a while ago, as part of his bodybuilding protocol. I've over 100 cans of high-quality cutting sardines in extra virgin olive oil. But I think that's just a statement. So if you've got 100 cans, that's going to see you through for 100 days at least, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, the big thing to consider there when buying, so you mentioned this when the question came up in regards to affordability, living a ketogenic and carnivore lifestyle. And you quite rightly said about tins. Tins are fantastic as long as they do not contain vegetable oils. So I buy my stuff in brine or salt water or olive oil is okay. Now, when it comes to supplementing with omega-3s, I know a few of the speakers mentioned about supplementing with omega-3s. I didn't want to stop them in their tracks, and I respect their opinions in regard to that. But these omega-3s in supplement form can also become oxidized in the same way that linoleic acid does. So when we mentioned with Philip there that these high omega-6 detrimental to our health because they are linoleic acid. It's in fact because they're oxidized. But these omega-3s, which are the opposite, if you like, to the omega-6s, can also become oxidized in as little as 20 odd days from being packaged. So I would not advise someone to supplement with omega-3. I would advise to get your omega-3 through diet and lifestyle. Mackerel is one of the best sources. Sardines, I think, is probably number 2. Salmon, maybe number 3 on the list. But meat, beef, red meat also contains omega-3s. So we can get adequate amounts through living a carnivore lifestyle from the lion sort of diet lifestyle. But for me, for optimal amounts, I need to consume sardines or mackerel from a tin, but in brine. But fantastic, you've got 100 tins. Yeah, I'm jealous. I did stock up during the lockdowns and things through COVID, and I did have stupid amounts of tins of mackerels and sardines, but unfortunately they've all gone into my belly. So
what about krill oil?
Ooh, don't know. I think it is more stable, but I'll have to check. I'll have to check. All oils will become oxidized eventually, but yeah, I'm unsure. I'll have to look into krill oil. It's a fantastic question.
I tell you, a thing I've learned today, and I didn't know, is that in July in America they dress up as Father Christmas.
Yeah. Oh, there you are. Sean is typing a message to me now, so let's see what he says. Let's see if he's going to join, or if he doesn't, I'll jump in and bore you with some Richard Smith science. Fantastic. He said, "Give me 10." So there we are. Fantastic. I'll appease you for 10 minutes with a slide. Look, let me share my screen.
Okay.
So this is coming through. Share screen. Okay.
Oh yeah, I've got to add it, haven't I?
So again, I mean, one of the other common themes that keeps rearing its head is calories, and a few of the speakers have been beaten up over their wording in regards to calories. And most of us know that it isn't calories, but this is my little breakdown. I wanted Barkay to go into this into a little bit more detail, but this is a more simplistic version in regards to why it's not the calories that govern whether we gain or lose weight. It is in fact the endocrine system. The endocrine system is our hormones. So energy needs to be accounted for. And I use the term energy over calories because not all calories are created equal. The source of the calories is incredibly important. But it's important to remember that when we are looking to lose weight or improve health and well-being, that we are restricting sugar. And we know that these are types of sugars, and these are sugars too. And as many of you are already aware, and I'm sure you already do, but useful for those who are just joining in, that all carbohydrates break down into sugar. So all of these are sugar. All carbohydrates break down into sugar. They are one and the same. We should not differentiate between the two because all carbohydrates break down into sugar. And when we understand this, we can take this into real life and further understand about the effects of weight gain. In particular, the effect of insulin. So these are my 4 main reasons in regards to why it's not the calories that govern whether we gain or lose weight. And the reasons are that it doesn't account for the effect of insulin, doesn't account for the thermic effect of food, metabolic rate, and ketogenesis, amongst other things like lectins. But this is the process that it goes through, and I'm sure most of you are already accustomed to this. But when we consume carbohydrates, it breaks down into glucose. The glucose is then stored in the liver and muscle as glycogen. But these stores are finite, and when these stores are full, it overspills and stores as fat. And this is the mechanism behind storing fat within the body. It isn't through the overconsumption of fat per se. It's through the overconsumption of carbohydrates. That said, we can gain weight and store fat through the overconsumption of fat. This is how I would gain weight typically because I do not eat carbohydrate, but it is a lot harder to do this when you are not consuming carbohydrate. And this is something that I wanted Barkay to go into further detail on as well in regards to the Randall cycle. But this is something we can touch base on at a later date. But this is the mechanism that it goes through. So when we consume carbohydrate, the body increases or releases insulin. The pancreas releases insulin. It upregulates an enzyme called lipoprotein lipase, which breaks the bonds on the glycerol backbone and sends these fatty acids into the fat cell. So this is how we store fat. Now, for us to use this fat for fuel, we need another enzyme called hormone-sensitive lipase, which performs this in reverse, if you like, and breaks the bonds on the glycerol backbone to allow these fatty acids to diffuse into the bloodstream. But the issue with this is when insulin is elevated, it blocks hormone-sensitive lipase. It blocks our body's ability to put these fatty acids back into the bloodstream. So insulin is a storing hormone, and it wants to store fat. It's biologically impossible to burn fat for fuel when insulin is elevated. And this is why people who suffer with insulin resistance at the site of the fat cell struggle to lose weight. So we could be dieting intensely and unable to lose weight. And anyone who has been suffering for insulin resistance for a long period of time can attest to this, whereas they would restrict calories and not lose any weight because the food they are consuming is elevating insulin. Insulin is elevated for a long, so it creates this mountain effect. It's elevated for a long period of time, which is signaling the body to store fat. And when this insulin is elevated, the body is in fat storage mode. We cannot burn that fat until the insulin comes back down. Now, any one of us living a ketogenic or carnivore, within the ketogenic or carnivore community, if we were to consume carbohydrate, generally, we would spike insulin, which we fear, but this is a good thing. This shows a good insulin response. Our insulin would spike and it would soon come back down, which means our insulin spike is doing this opposed to this mountain effect, which is way more preferable. But insulin is a storing hormone and it wants to store fat. And this is the first reason in regards to why it isn't the calories, which leads me on to a topic that we've covered several times throughout the 20 odd hours so far, and that's the vegetable oils or the seed oils. We're told that these are good for us. We're told that they're heart healthy, but these are not good for us. They're not heart healthy. These are high in an oxidized omega-6 called linoleic acid, which damages the liver and leads to insulin resistance. And again, I've highlighted the study on the bottom there. But these oxidized omega-6s cause inflammation, damage the liver, lead to further insulin resistance. They also, as this study highlights, a diet high in omega-6 intake is associated with weight gain in both animal and human studies. So at a cellular level, it signals the body to store fat. Saturated fats do not do this, and omega-3s do not do this, but these oxidized omega-6s tell the body to store fat at a cellular level. As a side note, high omega-6 intake increases leptin resistance, which is something that I'll go on to know if I have a little bit more time. But through a different mechanism, these vegetable oils tell the body to store fat, and they lead to insulin resistance around 6% higher than carbohydrates do. So we look at carbohydrates as being fat storing and the effect of insulin, which leads us to gaining fat. But these vegetable oils will cause more insulin resistance than carbohydrates do. Now, the issue with this is these vegetable oils are in everything. They are in absolutely everything. Everything you pick up in the supermarket, every pack of Pringles, Mr. Kipling cake, sauce, mayonnaise, all of these things are high in this oxidized omega-6. And this is the problem. These are not foods. These are Franken foods. They've been heavily manipulated by man. They have no place in the human diet. We should not be consuming these foods. Every time we consume these foods, we are signaling the body to store fat and further leading to insulin resistance. If you've got to read a packet, it's not food. And from that then leads us on to the grains. One of the other things that we are told, are good for us. We obviously know within our society for this not to be true. But the reason being is that these grains are high in lectins. Now, coming back to the whole caloric model being broken down, these lectins will bind to insulin receptors and signal the body to store 5 times more fat than insulin does itself. So to put that into perspective, if you were to consume a bowl of muesli, for example, in the morning that contained 100 calories, or a piece of steak or bacon and eggs that contained 100 calories, that bowl of muesli is going to store 5 times more fat through this this binding to insulin effect than the bacon and eggs or the steak would. So again, further breaking down this whole hypothesis that it's the calories. And then leading on to leptin. So when we consume food, typically the body will release a hormone called leptin. This leptin tells us that we're full, and we move on with our day. Leptin is a satiety signaler. The issue with this is when we consume foods that contain lectins, these lectins block leptin. They block our body's ability to tell us that we've eaten. So when we look at this plate, I'd be the first to admit years ago that this looks like a highly nutrient-dense plate. In reality, there's only one thing on this plate that is nutrient-dense, and that is the chicken. The pasta on there contains lectins and phytic acid. There's broccoli and spinach on there, and peas and tomatoes that contain lectins and phytic acid, as well as the bell peppers and the broccoli that contains the sulforaphane, which we mentioned earlier. That chicken is the only thing on there that contains any nutrients of any relevance on there. So absolutely counterintuitive to health and well-being. But these grains are also high in phytic acid as well as lectins. Now, phytic acid blocks the absorption of zinc, iron, and magnesium, which we keep coming back to in regards to the neurotransmitter signals within the brain, catecholinergic neurotransmitter synthesis. But zinc is essential for the production of testosterone, and this is essential for men and women because all estrogen was once testosterone. Iron is important for supplying oxygen to the muscle to aid with building and repairing, and magnesium is crucial for supporting muscle and energy production. And what this study highlights is that when we consume foods that are high in zinc, these oysters, for example, when co-consumed with corn tortillas, the absorption of that zinc is blocked by 100%, meaning the food that we consume alongside these foods block the absorption of these foods. So it isn't just enough to consume a piece of steak or a piece of chicken or these oysters. When we co-consume them with foods that contain lectins and phytic acid, we are blocking the absorption of these by as much as 100%. And I'll end this there, and we'll jump on to the reason that you're all hanging on to my every word, no doubt. Sean, welcome on board, my man.
Good. I'm a little bit sort of humbled by the fact you guys have been doing this for the last,
22 so far, yeah.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable stuff. Sean,
I'm the last victim of today, huh?
You are the last victim. Yeah, you're going to carry us through. Have you met Sean, Stephen, before, Sean?
No, Stephen, I haven't had the honor. I'm pleased to meet you, and thank you for having me. I don't usually get up this early to talk to anyone, so this is a first for me. And it's quite something. I haven't had these emotions and feelings before, and yes. How can I entertain you both?
Brilliant. Would you want to introduce Sean to the audience?
Yeah, for sure. Sean, if you'd like to give everyone listening a quick rundown on a little bit about who you are and what you do, and then we'll drill you with some questions. And if anyone wants to pop a comment in or a question for Sean, fire away. But Sean, the floor is yours.
A lot of people really know me as Bond, James Bond. No, that's sorry. That's the next conversation. Sorry. I've basically created a name for myself in the cycling world. By the fact that I completely go against the grain according to the nutritional dogma, which is supported and promoted and punted in the cycling world. I if we go all the way back to 2006, I founded a supplement company. Post 7 years later, my father passed away from esophageal cancer, which basically was the spark in which I became ketogenic back in 2013. And 5 to 6 years after that event, I discovered, which, according to the information that was being circulated within the industry, you need carbohydrates to fuel your rides. And I was basically discovering the absolute opposite. In fact, you didn't need anything to fuel your rides, and you could do it happily on water and salt. And I discovered this basically by pushing the boundaries, and I just ended up riding more and more and more, and further and further and further. And I got to the point where, you know, my limiting factor was the sunset and the sunlight. So yeah, since then, many people have followed the same sort of nutritional regime who ride, and there are many runners as well, and they're discovering the same. And my motivation in the beginning was not to find out and benefit from the advantages of not having carbohydrates, but was more the health benefits and the advantages, and to reduce my risk of cancer, and reduce my risk of cardiovascular diseases and heart problems. And when one thinks about it, and to think about what the modern Western medical world is advocating and promoting with regards to a low fat and a high carbohydrate diet, specifically to reduce your cholesterol levels, so you don't run the risk of heart issues and cardiovascular issues, I should have been dead 11 years ago, because the amount there is only the prohibited high cholesterol animal saturated fat that I eat. There isn't anything that there is no plants now. There is no there's no product which I take to reduce cholesterol. I effectively eat to have as much cholesterol as possible, the highest cholesterol content that I could possibly have. And yeah, I'm at 51 years old. I did a ride just recently, and I'm a little bit unfit because I'm nursing an injury, and my heart rate was sitting comfortably at over 170 beats. I mean, it's which is absurd, because I should have died. You know, when I think about it, there is something which is being promoted and suggested to us, which is not science. It's more manipulation. And good morning to you both.
Fantastic. Sean, what time is it there with you?
It's, oh my God, it's early. It's 10 to 7 in the morning. Yeah,
a little bit later for you than it is for us then.
No, look, it's all good.
I'm sure that coffee, is that coffee? Do you drink coffee these days?
No, it's actually a Keto Pro. It's a Keto Pro pre-workout. It's actually a little bit of a pre-workout mix. My coffee machine, unfortunately, after 10 years of good service, decided to it resigned. It didn't give any notice. It just one day it just stopped working. So I'm looking at it from, we've got good memories, but it will have to be replaced. Yeah.
No worries.
I overheard your discussion about with Anthony with regards to coffee and the fact that it is a seed, and coffee is a complete neurotoxin, and it is. I was actually thinking about how terribly addicted I am to the caffeine, but I don't see myself quitting in anytime soon. So yes,
the coffee is a tricky one for sure, and we can circle back to that now. But do you mind me saying that you were once a former boss of a supplement company which promoted carbohydrate, and you've come away from that, and now you're carnivore, and a little bit about some of your achievements. You've done some incredibly long rides, completely fasted on nothing more than water and salt. Some accolades that I think deserve some attention. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that? I mean, maybe your progression from being a believer in these carb companies and supplements into moving away, and then proving to the world that you do not need carbohydrates to perform at a high intensity for such a long period of time, because the distance that you've done on the bike during some of these events is absolutely incredible, isn't it? I think people will be keen to hear about that story.
Firstly, I wasn't I founded the supplement company, and before I had partners, I was the boss. I just founded the supplement company. My initial products and my initial vision for the supplement company was not really carbohydrate. It was only when I brought on the partners was there a sort of a decoupling of the products which I wanted, which were the amino acids and the immune boosters and those kind of products. I was using carbohydrates back then, but the initial lack of interest in the company basically happened when my own desire to use carbs waned, and of course the final nail in the coffin, pardon the pun, was the death of my father, and I just didn't believe in, if I wasn't going to use the product, I shouldn't be involved in it. With regards to the cycling and discovering the liberating effects of not using sugar wasn't planned. It wasn't planned. I didn't plan not to ride without fuel. It was more like, well, how far could I actually go? And I think back in 2018, I started riding 100 kilometers every single day, and every single ride, I just wasn't consuming any exogenous calories, and I kept my rides very close to where I live, just in case I do happen to hit the wall. And I never did. I never ever experienced any form of hyperglycemia or low energy. And the following year, in 2019, I went to go and do one of my first races. I hadn't raced in such a long time, and it was in Jordan. And it was 198 kilometers across the Jordanian desert, from the Dead Sea to the Red Sea. And I said to my brother-in-law, who came along as a second, I said, "Look, my goal is I just don't want to have to ask you for food during this ride. I want to do it without refueling." And it was I rode the ride at a very steady pace, and it was 198 kilometers, and I ended up finishing the race without consuming any exogenous calories. It was just water. And when I got back to the hotel 2 hours later and packed my bike back in its bike bag, I had a handful of ketogenic nuts, which were basically macadamia and pecan nuts. I think there was some Brazilian nuts, and I was completely fascinated by this sensation, these feelings I was having, and I hadn't eaten. I've just ridden 198 kilometers through the Jordanian desert, and I was feeling fantastic. And the following year, we encountered the first social experiment that these people want to anyway. And we couldn't go out and we couldn't ride because we were unfortunately locked down. So I started riding on a set of rollers, and I hadn't ridden on rollers for quite some time, which was a little bit of a shock for me. But after building up from 45 minutes to an hour and 15 minutes to 2 hours on the rollers to 3 hours on the rollers, I reached out to a very good friend of mine, and I said, look, I want to do a 9-hour ride on these rollers. Can you? I need witnesses. Can you come and can we do this as some sort of a feel good thing for your company, and we can get some footage of it, and which I did. I already had done a 9-hour ride in my apartment without refueling, so that's riding on rollers non-stop for 9 hours. And I went to his block, his apartment, and his office block, and we had I think about 10 people that came through the course of the day, and I was locked in a room, and I just rode on these rollers for 10 hours. And it was no coffee then, no sugar, there was no salt, just water. And I rode for 10 hours, and they had to go home, and I couldn't because we had that curfew. So I slept the night in the office, and as soon as the curfew was lifted in the morning, I jumped on my bike and rode home. And I was fine. I was according to Zwift, which via the power meter that was linked onto the Zwift platform, I'd ridden 378 kilometers. Without salt, just on water. So and it just grew, and then since I've been on Strava, which is only 5 years, I've ridden over 80,000 kilometers, and of those 80,000 kilometers, I think that's 742 rides. It's the average ride distance for 740 rides is 108 to 109 kilometers, and I think out of those 742 rides, I have taken on board exogenous calories in the form of meat, in the form of yogurt, in the form of some sort of non-carb based food, probably 14 or 15 times, which I know is quite something, and which is quite unheard of. But
just really quickly circling back, Sean, that distance that you did on the roller equates to 234 miles on non-stop on nothing but water. That is absolutely mental. Now, I work with athletes who compete in Ironman, who will ride a 112 mile after a 2.4 swim, followed by a marathon. But that 112 mile is intense. You know, that's a long distance. In fact, I'll be riding that this weekend, working with a friend of mine in preparation for an Ironman. But the thought of riding twice that distance on nothing but water, no food at all, is absolutely unheard of within the athletic community. Now, I did a ride recently. This is going to sound like nothing to you, but I did 80 miles with a few of the Ironman people that I'm working with. 80 miles on one bottle of water, which contained electrolytes and MCT powder. That was it, one bottle of water for 80 miles. Halfway, they began to pull out the energy gels, you know, the cakes, the jelly babies or whatever it was. And they asked me, you know, what food I had to carry on through the journey. And I said, well, I don't need any food. Yeah, but you have to eat something. No, this is my food, you know, it's all stored in my body. And they couldn't get over the fact that I didn't have anything to eat. They couldn't get over the fact that I only had one bottle. I traveled that 80 miles all the way along. They were checking on me to make sure that I wasn't going to bonk. And I didn't. I managed to complete the 80 miles. And this was a big step up for me from 45. And interestingly, I also had the highest average moving speed out of all the guys on that ride. And that's not to say that I'm a better cyclist, because I'm not by any means, but the fact that I did that 80 miles on one bottle of water with no you know, exogenous food, they couldn't believe that at all. And you did was that 3 or 4 times that distance on nothing but water, which is absolutely yeah, I can't even comprehend that.
My biggest caloric burn, that wasn't my biggest caloric burn. In my biggest caloric burn was 6,700 calories, and that was on a road ride, which equated to 253 kilometers. And my biggest power output, and I'm not a pro, I mean, I'm in my 50s. My biggest power output was 251 watts for 6.5 hours, and a normalized power of 286 watts. And that was last year in July. There was 6,000, I think it was 6,100 or 6,300, and I'm not too sure. But the reason why I always put out caloric output, that's if you work out, it's just over 6,000 calories for 6 hours, and that's you're looking at close on 900 to 1,000 calories. And I'm riding at basically my close on my FTP, if not more, in some periods of the ride. And I've recently seen some top triathletes who are talking about having to consume as much as 800 calories in exogenous carbohydrates in order for them not to bonk when they're riding at their FTP during their racing, and I'm burning that amount of calories without having to, with just taking in salt. So with my own, if somebody had to ask me for my opinion, and I'm just giving my opinion without anyone asking, it just goes to show how you are severely impeding your body's natural ability to function the way it is supposed to function if you take in exogenous carbohydrates. And basically what you are doing, the more you use, the more that you'll have to use, because carbohydrates is such a weak fuel, or such a weak man's fuel, that you become dependent on it. And so much so it completely sabotages everything that is natural within your own body, if you have to take in such high amounts. And the more you take on, the more you just sabotage your body's ability to burn its own endogenous fat stores. And when I think about the way they speak about how much they need, and I look at all these, I watched this Tour de France tech where they have placed these stem stickers where it shows when they must refuel, at what time and what bottle, and if it's a bar or some sort of refueling product. And it's laughable. It's absolutely laughable. And the reason why I say that is because we've taken something which is so innate and so primal, and it should be so instinctive, and we've complicated the absolute crap out of it, which is preposterous. We've taken the most basic element of our existence, and we have complicated it by simply using sugar. That's what we've done. And yeah, I find that absolutely incredibly, amusing. Absolutely amusing. Yeah.
Yeah. Was there any other races did you do another one through the desert after that, or was the one that you mentioned earlier?
Yeah, I did. I did another race with two of my teammates from Look. One was an Italian bloke, and the other one was a Swiss girl, Melly, and she had already done a year of keto, and she won her division, also beating some of the elite men, and she did the entire ride without taking in any exogenous calories. She basically she basically proved that adaptation. For me, what it proved was mental strength. She's incredibly. She's got an incredibly strong mentality, and also that adaptation is definitely something which I believe needs a personal stamp to it, meaning that you can't say it takes 6 weeks to become ketogenic or to be in a state of ketosis to do an athletic activity. It really does vary to one's metabolic health, but she managed to perform at the highest levels. And when she stayed with me in Cape Town prior to that, I mean, she was breaking all of her PBs, and she was doing this while she was in ketosis, and without refueling as well. And she was just developing to become such a phenomenal cyclist. Yeah.
Yeah, incredible stuff. So didn't you do that long ride? Was it Jordan, or is that the one we've already covered?
Yeah. So I did. So the Jordan ride was twice.
Twice.
And yeah, and what other long rides have it? Yeah. So the Jordan rides was only 198 Ks. I've done harder rides on my own and longer rides here in Cape Town. Yeah, it's the beginning of last year was definitely a real eye opener for me with regard to performance and high intensity performance. At the moment, I'm nursing an injury which it took me about three months to kind of diagnose, and I got the injury literally from riding too much, which is what they call an ischial bursitis, which results in me, I ride for 2 hours and then I get inflamed ischial, the fleshy area around my ischial tuberosities, they just get incredibly inflamed, and I can hardly sit anymore. So I'm trying to resolve that, but that's, I've got an injury from basically riding too much and not stretching enough, and it's all in the name of science. If you can actually put science into the word of nutrition and sport nowadays, because it's so blocked.
So what would you, obviously, you're not eating anything on the rides. Would you prep in regards to fueling? A carb athlete would carb load. Would you fat load, or would you just ride fasted? What?
So, so that is actually an interesting question. Why is it interesting? Because I don't really have a standardized answer to give you. Meaning, like, I wake up at 7, and the first thing I do is I have a coffee, and then I have 3 eggs and some bacon, and I don't have like a standardized eating regime. I literally wake up, and if I feel hungry, I'll probably have some eggs before I go riding. If I'm not hungry, I won't have anything. And I did a few rides this year, a solid few rides of just basically having my last meal before I go to sleep, and I wake up, say 11, 12 hours later, and I go for a ride, and I'll ride easily 110, 120 kilometers, and that's what I ride. I really feel that I don't believe there's any sound scientific evidence that one needs to have fuel in order to perform an event if they are properly in a state of ketosis, or they're properly carnivore, or I don't believe at all. I think our where we have evolved from, we were evolved to eat when we could find food, and we have this incredible ability to do an exceptional amount of work or bouts of exercise before we need food. And this is not to say that I haven't hit the wall or had hypoglycemia on the ride. I have, and I've had it bad. So much so that I remember eating this ketogenic bar and having some yogurt and turning around on my bike after all of this food, and I couldn't make it up this hill. My body just couldn't make any energy. It refused, and it was basically what it boiled down to was fatigue. Was a severe bout of fatigue, because I keep on pushing myself harder and harder and harder, and never take the adequate rest. And it had to do with the fact that my liver wouldn't make it, was sabotaging itself. It wouldn't make any energy, no matter how much energy I put in the system. And I don't say that I'm completely bulletproof from that perspective, but if you aren't fatigued and your body is in a position to manufacture energy, you can go on for days and days without having to take in any fuel.
Yeah, I agree. There's I'm going to read off a post that a friend of mine posted recently. I've been working with him and his son. So he goes on to say that my son was cycling on Wednesday, 1 hour criterium race, national level. This is very interested to demonstrate what is possible. Whilst keto, average heart rate 190, his max is 200. Average power 80% of threshold, and normalized 90% plus of threshold. But that's only part of the story. 23% of the hour was spent in zone 7, neuromuscular zone. The further 10% in 6, 6% in zone 5, and 7% zone 4 threshold. So 46% threshold or above. 40% of the time was in zone 1, which was, of course, slowing down and going around roundabouts and corners and hazards. What this demonstrates is that there appears to be no limit, for him at least, to the intensity at which he can work whilst fat or ketone fueled. At the end of the scale, he has done a 4-hour race at 90% of threshold with an average heart rate of 181 beats per minute, which is absolutely, so that just goes to show, isn't it, that we can not only perform at an endurance level, but at a massive high intensity, which comes back to what you were saying in regards to your FTP. You know, for anyone listening who doesn't know what an FTP is, that's the functional threshold power. This is your threshold power you can maintain for an hour. So this is the gauge of power within the cycling, isn't it? And you maintained FTP for a few hours, wasn't it? So your max FTP you managed to maintain for several hours of that ride, I think you said, wasn't it? Which comes into play in regards to what, you know, David is saying his son achieved in this, you know, competing at 90 and 91% of VO2 max is a high level, which just literally goes against everything that we're told is possible in regards to athletic performance, because we're told that we need carbohydrate to do this, we need glycogen, we need muscle glycogen. Yeah, incredible little write-up that.
Yeah, look, I really think it's all got to do with time and the time it takes to adapt to using your own endogenous energies, whether your body's making the energy from like a neogenesis or converting the fats into ketones. I mean, my last ride, I was hitting heart rates that I hadn't seen in ages, and that's obviously because I just really am unfit. But the point is that I was hitting those heart rates, and I was holding those heart rates, and they were maximal heart rates, and I had no problem holding them. I was quite comfortable in hitting them, and there's no carbohydrate in my diet, you know. And the whole notion that you the only difference between a person who is ketogenic or carnivore and somebody who is a high carb, low fat diet, the only difference between the two is time. Time to the person who wants to become effective in ketosis or being a carnivore athlete, and to be effective in hitting those high heart rates and being able to function better in high intensity is time. Time is the most important factor regarding this. And a lot of people, unfortunately, and the ones that I've encountered and helped along their way, they need to understand this, because we live in a society where everything is a quick fix. We want something, we want to press a button, we want it now. We want to get the information, and we want the results from that information now. But because of the metabolic damage that people have done with carbohydrates, unfortunately, the time frame has to be implemented, and I don't believe there is a set time frame. and I believe that is very much that time frame doesn't sit under an umbrella for one size. It varies from individual to individual. Then there's another important factor with regards to how that energy is felt and how we perceive that energy when we are in a state of ketosis and or being carnivore. I'm just going to use keto and ketosis as the generic term here, and because that energy sensation is actually very much different to an energy sensation of sugar. It's almost like a delayed afterburner, if one could describe it as such. And you don't have that this incredible onset of this of surge of sugar, that sugar energy. You get like, oh, I've got energy, I can go again. You almost have to have a mental confidence to switch on that ketosis energy. And in order for you to really perform at its optimal, you have to go fast. You have to, in order to bring that energy on, you have to go fast. It's almost can be a good definition of that. It would be like a ramjet on a hypersonic aircraft. In order for you to activate that ramjet, you have to go fast. And once you are going fast, that ramjet kicks in and you can go. So you have to have the confidence in order to switch it on, because you don't get that like chemical change that you have with taking sugar. There is none of that. You have to be confident that you actually have the energy, and once you are in it, it activates. And that is something which people need to understand. It's a complete difference, a change or mental change when it comes to utilizing, ketones and ketosis energy. So.
Yeah, I quite often describe it as superior energy on demand, whereas it's energy that isn't there unless you need it to be. So when you call upon it, the energy is there. Whereas with carbohydrate, it is almost like a stimulant, isn't it? But I mean, you can be living a ketogenic lifestyle, carnivore lifestyle, and not notice anything until somebody runs down the street at you with a knife, and you've got to find that energy and run away, and then the superior energy kicks in, and it just keeps on giving and giving and giving. That doesn't crash. And Andy in the comments there has just said that runner's high is ketosis. So I guess, yeah, the runner's euphoria, I'm guessing what he's alluding to there is after a run and depleting your glycogen stores, your body's producing ketones, and that's the high that you feel. So I don't know if that's accurate. I don't know if you've got any feedback on that, but that makes perfect sense, actually, I guess.
Yeah.
That depleting your glycogen stores, tapping into the body's stored body fat and creating ketones is that runner's euphoria. Any thoughts on that, Steve?
Not really, but I'm gonna say that I actually tried the salty water because I was waning. My energy was waning, and a few people in the chat said, "Just do what he just said. Just do it." So I must admit, it has actually given me a kick. It's incredible, because it's just salty water. That's all that is.
Yeah, salt. I was actually having a discussion that salt was a form. In fact, the term celery originates from the term salt. I don't have the exact history verbatim, but warriors from the bygone era, we're going back into the Roman times. The Spartan times, they were given their salt as a form of currency, and salt was revered as a soldier you know, in the bygone era. And I mean, I'm staring at 6 kilograms. Well, now it's down to probably about 4 kilograms of salt, and how much salt is a part of my life. And just once again, you know, with all this, and I can only say it's bullshit from my perspective, but everything that the medical nutritional world tells you that you must not do, I do the absolute opposite. And at the age of 51, you know, when I see my peers all battling from chronic health issues, and they're all starting to look like a potato in their body shape, I ask myself, they've actually damaged us. If you chose to follow what they say, you will get damaged. And the amount of salt that I have, I mean, my biggest salt day ever was 18 grams, 18,000 milligrams. And people are being prescribed, don't exceed more than 2,000 milligrams of sodium per day. And I did 18 grams in one day. I mean, I've got it's a 5 gram little scoop that I use, that I got from a supplement, and I use that in my salt, in my fine salt, and I just I'm always throwing 5 grams of salt over my meat. If I put in my water, I'm probably putting, you know, half of that. The amount of salt I take in per day, and I can't live without it. It's an absolute necessity. And another thing which I see with these youngsters, these very, very ill-advised youngsters who are on YouTube, and they're taking cane white sugar, and they're mixing it in their water bottles, and they are going out there and they're fueling their rides on this horrific substance, okay? And they're coming back and they're showing their stats, and they're saying, oh, I'm definitely performing so much better on this than last week, and this is definitely the way to go. And it is just such a naive thing to say when you are performing better on something from the previous week or the 2 weeks prior to that, because you're not. All that's taking place is that you've come off one sugar substance because they were using a nutritional supplement brand previously. The only thing that's happening there is a training adaptation, and they are feeling the positive effects of the training load, but they are advocating and promoting the worst substance on the planet as being their new race fuel. And the next thing they go and do is they go and brush their teeth post using this sugar in their water, the sugar water. And I asked myself, in fact, with tears in my eyes, how can you possibly think that some substance is good for you if you have to go and wash your mouth out or brush your teeth because you have that fur taste in it? And how many people suffer from dental issues with regards to using these sugary products? If something rots your teeth, it can't be good for you, period. But the reverse is said for salt. Salt will help to reduce the onset of plaque. It will reduce the onset of canker sores. It's an antibacterial. If you have a sore throat, you can gargle with it. In fact, if you're rushing out for a bike ride, you haven't got time to brush your teeth, just make sure you've got some salt water with you, because it will prevent you from having the onset of dental issues or cavities, and reduce the onset of plaque. Salt, not only is it wonderful for helping the body, for obviously for replacing electrolytes, but also with energy production, it has a myriad of other health benefits. it is truly it's a wonder element. It's an absolute wonder element. And scientists, astronomy scientists have said that besides life, besides water, which is the ingredient for life on other planets, sodium or salt is as well, because apparently when you have a salt water environment, it helps with creating terraforming an atmosphere. It helps with creating heat to create an atmosphere which can actually harbor life. So salt is an incredible element, but yet modern medicine has vilified it, which is preposterous.
Yeah, I consume around 10,000 milligrams a day on an average day, I think. I don't know if I've ever gone up to 18. But yeah, what about you, Steve? I mean, do you consume an awful lot of salt?
I obviously, since I've been carnivore, yes. In fact, I used to be one of those that would watch other people putting salt on their meat and think, oh, they're gonna have I really did. I mean, you know, that's what I was like until my eyes were opened, and I can remember it. And every time I put salt on, and I've got a sea salt shaker thing and do that, and I think, oh, I would have really tutted if I could see me from the past, you know. So yeah, I mean, probably, you know, the little salt shaker might last 3 weeks, 4 weeks. So I have a fair amount of salt, but I don't think in quantities like that. I just look at it, and if it tastes nice, then I think, yeah, I'm enjoying this. I've got enough salt. So yeah, big change for me, really.
Anthony made a comment. Well, I overheard him saying that when he's eating meat, the taste of the meat is wonderful, and as he gets towards the end of that meal, he finds that the taste isn't that good anymore, and it's basically, the way he puts it, it's the body is saying it's had enough. It's got enough nutrients now, and it doesn't need any more. And likewise for salt, that I find that I can put salt in my water bottle, the same amount of salt, and sip it, and it's a little bit too salty, but I can do it the next day, and okay, now this is perfect. So it's very much, I find that I'm directed by my own taste if it's too salty, or if it's not salty enough, and I think we once again, I'm going to bring up an example of how to describe this with an infant child, and sugar has basically taken an intelligent adult male or female or person, I should rather say, and complicated the entire life for them, because an infant who has been born for like a couple of days knows more about when to eat and when not to eat than an adult person, because it starts to cry. The mother then puts the infant on its breast. It suckles, and when it's had enough, it stops sucking. And we need to go and see a nutritionist. They need to write us out a program. You have a watch, and you need, it's 11 o'clock. I need to have 1-2 pieces of apple. Okay, at 12:30 I can have a piece of lean breasted chicken with what did that person say? With 2 pieces of potato chips. Okay, what the hell? What? Have you ever seen what poop looks like? Poop is just shit. That's what your food's going to come out, and you've basically complicated something which is going to result in shit like that. Really think about it. The most natural instinct, okay? We have complicated the shit out of it by simply adding in an ingredient called sugar. And we've been taken for a bunch of idiots. Because with all this sugar has to come, oh, yeah, I've got a sore throat, tight chest, you know. You go to the doctor says, oh, let me look at your tonsils. Oh, you haven't got any tonsils. Great, let me look at your ears. Okay, that's all they don't say anything to you, they don't ask any questions to you. They write after there comes the pen again. Take this, you take it once a day, that one you take 3 times a day. And when okay, there you go, pay at the door, thank you very much. That doesn't ask you, so tell me about your diet. Tell me, you know, we are in this this conveyor belt of you, just you're a slave. You're a slave to the system. And the ingredient is sugar. There you go. Here you go. Take sugar.
Yeah. I during the live today, Sean, I mentioned one of the comments that you told me in regards to mushrooms, being celestial beings, and one of the most my goodness, yeah, I'll let you tell it way better than I did. To be honest, I can't even remember what I said now. It's been so many hours. Yeah, tell us about mushrooms, because we were talking about vegans and animal cruelty and how you know, a vegan and vegetarian will consume mushrooms, not knowing that they are sentient beings, is the saying, isn't it? I think one of the most intelligent species on the
planet. Well, think about what you're even in that commentary. Think about what you're saying. We are so arrogant that we believe we are the only sentient beings, or animals as well are the only sentient beings, and being a plant doesn't mean that being a plant means that you're devoid of having the possibility of being a sentient being. It's convenient for us to say that plants are not sentient, but which takes me to the conversation of the mycelium mushroom kingdom. Mycelium and through science have been shown to be able to communicate to other mycelium networks across oceans, and how they are able to fight against diseases and other sort of external foreign agents which are trying to which have attacked them from a virus or an infection, and specifically saving trees and looking after the trees in which they are a part of. And they have created these networks which our computer systems would struggle to replicate. And then there's the other theory that mycelium are responsible for creating intelligence within the human race from millions upon millions of years ago. And these mycelium came and landed on the planet, which they were attached to meteors or comets or some sort of foreign object, which landed on the Earth, which they grew, and we consumed this form of mycelium. And apparently their makeup is as such they can survive the harshness of space. So that is one theory. I of course have my other theories. But mycelium is definitely is something incredibly profound, used by various cultures across the world, and right to psychedelics, and I do believe that it's because of the fact if they have some sort of they're where my headspace is right now is that we are so unevolved as a species. It's actually laughable. Sorry. We're talking about a subject that we as a species can't even agree upon, and that's nutrition. we are sorry, I've just had a brain. It's we don't even know where we are from. We've got all this tech that we're using to talk to each other, but we don't even know where we're from. We are having a debate what is sentient. We're having a debate which types of food we should be eating. And we have all this technology and all this information out there, and we don't even know. Sorry, I've just had this. Yeah.
Any thoughts on any of this at the moment, Steve? Any excuse to call you from your chair?
Well, I just think it's fascinating. It's something I will research after this is finished, not straight after because I'm going to go to bed, but simple as that. I think we are an arrogant species, without a shadow of a doubt. We assume so many things. We've assumed, and then later we've learned that wasn't true, and I remember there was some volcanic vent under the sea, and all the scientists were saying, well, there'll be no life there, it's just impossible, the temperature's too much. And then about 4 years later it was like, oh, we found life in this vent of hot water. But that's, I know that's just one example, but it's one example of many. I can't remember all of them off the top of my head, but if there's anything in the mainstream media that proclaim something, I very rarely actually even believe it. I just think, yeah, that doesn't seem to be right. I'm sure there's more to it, or so I think why shouldn't mushrooms, I mean, this thing about mushrooms communicating, and I've heard that before, and I've seen that with plants. I think trees actually, when they are in danger from fire, I think they send a chemical message to other plants. I think I've seen that, and that's pretty well studied. So just because they're not speaking doesn't mean, because it's arrogant. Oh, if they don't act like us, so they're not able to sense what's going on. Well, they might be able to, but it's just that they don't do it the way we do it. We're so narrow-minded. My pet hate in science is there's no life as we know it on these planets. Yeah, right. Okay, so there's no life as we know it, but what about life that we don't know? Because if you look at the animal kingdom, every day there's some animal on YouTube or floating around on TikTok, and you think, that how has that even got onto our planet? The diversity is incredible. I saw a school of fish, and they were going along the seabed, literally in the like 100 of these fish in the shape of an animal, mimicking walking fish doing this, and you just think that's got to be CGI, but it's not. It's completely real. And then if you get into the sort of microscopic and you look at proteins moving, I mean, literally proteins moving look like they're walking. I know they're not, and they're just moving in a way that I am making palatable for me. Yeah, they look like they're walking there. So I think being open to anything is why I'm carnivore, because if I hadn't have been open, I'd never be here, would I? I wouldn't think, because this is a crazy, way of eating. It's not accepted. It's not in the mainstream. It's very unusual. It's a bit weird, as people say. So I think I'm here. So I must be open to this stuff.
It's not weird. It's not weird, and it's not weird if from looking at it from this point of view.
No.
And the point of view is well, what is food? Food is we as a species, we specifically a human, and the way we are being programmed, and I don't believe that we evolved. I believe that we were manipulated, and I don't believe that we and it's kind of a thought which I've battled to come to grips with, because I don't like the idea that our ancestors were not supposed to have intelligence. We weren't supposed to have intelligence. We were supposed to be a part of the animal kingdom, and that's where we are from. And I have this very, very firm belief through philosophical thought, I would say, that we are not, first and foremost, not alone in this universe. By so many different extraterrestrial species, we are so not alone in this universe. And please forgive me if I lose you during this conversation, but it's now going to take a real extraterrestrial leap. We have an incredible planet, and our planet has these wonderful mineral resources. And 10 or 20,000 years ago, a extraterrestrial race came to this planet, or maybe even more than that, and decided to mine certain minerals off this planet. And they needed a workforce, so they found our previous unintelligent ancestors, and they manipulated them, and they enslaved us to do their manual labor for us. And if you look at the basic dialogues of Bibles, it says, Adam and Eve were made in his image, in God's image, and there are many references that you can slightly skew in the Bible that will make reference to an extraterrestrial being, a UFO or UAP, and then we have to understand, where did an intelligent race that we consider ourselves a benevolent race, where did we learn about slavery? The oldest records to slavery go as far back as 4,000 years to, I think, Mesopotamia. But where did it happen before that? Where did we learn to enslave one another? Slavery still exists to this day. Okay, and this is a very big discussion, because we didn't as a being just decide to enslave another human being, and so they become they are our slaves. We had to learn it from something else. And this brings me back to the whole idea that we don't know where we have come from. We don't know where we have come from. We don't know what foods we eat, but we actually should, because we should look to what our non-evolved, our unevolved, what we really should the type of people we should be, or the type of animal we should be, because our intellect, our intelligence has been manipulated, but not our biology. And our biggest downfall to our health is the fact that we are animals with an intelligence. But I believe our intelligence, and this intelligence, the way we are conversing now, has been manipulated. I don't believe, and don't get me wrong, I love all this tech and I love the stuff I have, but I think our intelligence is basically, we've become too intelligent for our own good, and it's almost going to turn us back. It's going to be used against us, and we put so much emphasis in these devices and artificial intelligence that we're going to lose who we really are. And yeah, it's for me, it's kind of a frustrating thing if you really think about it.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. I think we segued well off track there, Sean, and we into let's take it back into the nutrition side and carnivore. I mean, what would your tips be for everybody moving forward, or somebody new to the diet in regards to adopting a ketogenic or carnivore lifestyle in regards to health, well-being, and or athletic performance? What are your key takeaways in regards to anyone listening?
For somebody who wants to, first and foremost, you've got to make a decision. People who go into adopting the diet, that to go into a diet and say, I want to try it out. Trying is not gonna make it. It's like, yeah, I'll give it a taste. If I like it, I like it. If I don't, I don't. So you have one mouthful of it, and it didn't kind of really work for me. I didn't like the taste, so you left it. You need to make that decision, and then you need to act on that decision. And you need to understand that if it does get hard, you can't just bail. You can't just jump off the ship. If you're going to set sail, you got to be prepared for rough waters. If you don't have any rough waters, meaning that your adaptation is smooth and you just fall into it, fantastic. That's very much a personal thing. So you've got to make a decision, and then you have to act on that decision. To try something, if you're going to just try it, don't even waste your time. And also, people must realize that this is not a quick fix. It's a diet, as well as the wrong terminology for anything long term. I prefer to use the word lifestyle, because it's forever. Because diet is always referred to as weight loss, and to achieve a goal, and then you kind of lose your way, and you lost again. It has to be, this is my lifestyle. This is how I am, and this is what I do.
Yeah, love that, Sean. Been an absolute pleasure, my friend. Great to chat again. Steve, anything to add?
No, I just thank you for doing that. It's got us to our last hour, which is really good. So we've now done 23 hours, and we'll finish off the last hour. So thank you, Sean.
Insane that you guys have been doing this for almost 24 hours. Insane. Yeah. Guys, I hope I was a breath of fresh air, or another stale fart. Thank you very, very much for having me and my weirdness. I'm going to leave you in love, peace, and harmony, and have a wonderful rest of your hour.
Thank you.
Fantastic, gentlemen. Thank you, Sean. Well appreciated,
Cheers,
man.
Cheers, man. Bye.
Bye. There you go. There's someone that can go off track further than you, Richard.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Yes. So, well, we're almost there. I mean, it's actually not 20. It's 23 hours in 2 minutes. So it's been quite a long haul. Interestingly, I was really struggling in the last hour, and someone said about the water and the salt, and I tried that, and that definitely gave me a bit of a boost. So I'm pleased about that. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. I think there's been some ups and downs and some lulls along the way, isn't it? Yeah, I think halfway through I was feeling good. A little bit after that, started to struggle. Bounced back. I think I've almost come through. That tiredness and fatigue. Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it? I mean, we've 23 hours. I had 3 hours sleep last night, so done this on very little sleep, and I've got to continue to work for at least a few more hours. Yeah, so no early bed for me currently, but yeah, it's been incredible. I've enjoyed.
Oh, hang on. What's happened? Your sound has gone.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Oh, you're back now. Yeah, sorry, the sound had gone for a bit.
No, still here, unfortunately.
Oh, good. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, I think there has been some ups and downs and some lulls, but I think, it's all been mostly technical, like, the internet. I think 2 people had a bit of a delay. So Natalie, sadly, her internet wasn't cutting it, was it really? And there was one other one, but I can't remember. Yeah, I've enjoyed it. I've got a little video thing to start the next hour talking about blood glucose and insulin, because I think we focus too much on blood glucose. And I remember in the middle of the live stream, someone was saying, how do we measure insulin? How do we measure insulin? And it's really difficult to do it on at home on a daily basis. You can't really do it, but you can get your C-peptide measured, in a lab. But I just wanted to show the people why I think blood glucose is okay, but it's always good to get the C-peptide, because then you actually know what your insulin production is. And it's just, I'm just waiting for it to click over so we can go into the last hour. And yeah, I will be trying to edit it down. So editing out, big pauses and stuff like that, or where the internet's dropped out. Where both Richard and I fell asleep, for an hour. That's all going to be edited out. But it will take a little while just to get that, because I'm a bit of a perfectionist. But there will be the whole sort of 10 hours on YouTube. I've already seen that. That's already there automatically. I haven't done any work on that. And then the 7 hours and this 7 hours, that will be on YouTube. But then I'll cut it into hours and I'll try and timestamp it for different topics. But that's a lot of work, but it will be worth it, I think. And Rich, what's your subscribers standing at now?
I think because it's flicked over to 1,000, it's just giving me a figure of 1K, I believe. Let me just double check. Yeah,
that's
so
cool.
Yeah, it just says 1K subscriber. So that's not going to flick up now until it goes to 1.1, which with the best will in the world isn't going to happen today, unfortunately. But we're at 1K. Woohoo! Thank you all very much.
Yeah. And if people haven't subscribed or subscribed to my channel or liked the videos, it would help if you could, because that really gets the videos out there for other people to see. So yeah, how about this? I've got a little video. Let me just see if I can screen share it. I tell you what, I think it's going to be problematic, this video. It's just disappeared off my screen. Hang on, there it is. Right. You're definitely less energetic, Rich, definitely.
Yeah, I think we both are.
I am. Yeah,
we expected. It's look, I couldn't have done this on carbohydrate. I'm still compos mentis, just massively reduced from the bright-eyed, bushy-tailed versions that we were, 23 hours ago. But still good, still fighting fit.
So this is looking at blood glucose. So if it's these are readings, historic readings for various patients, sort of aggregated, and so in this light band is an acceptable blood glucose, and obviously higher is hyperglycemic and lower is hypo, obviously. So we want this to be in this range. So let's have a look what happens if you look at what's happening in the background. It's quite interesting. So there's your blood glucose in the blue and the insulin is in green. I'll stop it in a second. So this is taken from, data when I was doing my phlebotomy training. So here, if you're not measuring insulin, these patients would think everything's pretty hunky-dory, because from 1974 right up to 1986, there isn't much of a trend to see there. Oh, I've got a cup of coffee. Thank you very much. That's handy. But to the eagle-eyed people, you will think, well, hang on a minute, the insulin seems to be disproportionately high. And that's what happens. And that's what we find when you start tracking people that do their bloods a lot and they do their C-peptide, that this happens. So we've got to 1998, just gone. And here is, I'm pre-diabetic, which we talked about as a big PR scam anyway. From 2001, in the NIH cafeteria, they came up with the term pre-diabetic, and 74 million United States residents suddenly became targeted because they was pre-diabetic. It was literally a PR type phrase. They wanted to get people to pay attention to this, not what I'm showing you, but to blood glucose. So here you've now got this person pre-diabetic, but look what's happened. Their insulin resistance, if you want, or their lack of insulin sensitivity is showing that the levels of insulin to get it to here are greatly elevated. But we could have predicted that here. And obviously back there, you wouldn't get an intervention back in the 80s of low carb, but you could have done something about it, or at least known that you were having a bit of a problem with your insulin. So let's just play out the video. So what happens, because there's a little bit of a tipping point. So we get to the tipping point. There gets to a point where you just can't make the insulin anymore, and it starts to fall. And that's when you get diagnosed of type 2 diabetes, normally around here. So you can even get a reading where your C-peptide is low and your blood glucose is very high. And that's when you start to get your medications to bump up the insulin to bring this down. And I just thought that was a quite nice little way of looking at it, because people do get hung up on their blood glucose and they think, well, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. And this is me. I became pre-diabetic. So I bought into the PR campaign as well. And that is my story. That is not me, by the way. That is representative of quite a lot of data points of what can happen. So I just don't want people to think, well, my blood glucose is fine, everything's hunky-dory. You can't outrun a bad diet. That's what they say. So if you're looking at blood glucose only, that is not going to give you the picture you need. Things like fasted glucose, fasted insulin, C-peptide, really will tell you what's going on. So let me stop that share. And now someone there is coercing me to finish early, but I don't want to. Do you, Rich?
I'll take your lead, my man. Whatever you want to do.
It's very kind, isn't it? Because you guys had all your guests on and actually finished up early. It's been a great program. Thank you both so much. Well, yeah, but I would like to finish on 24 hours, Rich. What do you not want to?
Yeah. Let's go for it.
Okay. What did you think of that little video?
Yeah, I mean, that's perfect. That's exactly what we spoke about with the unwins in regards to the difference between blood glucose levels and insulin readings, and how going to the doctor isn't going to give you the full picture in regards to testing, to see if you're diabetic. This insulin resistance begins 10 to 15 years prior. So, that's absolutely perfect, isn't it? I think we touched base with it with somebody else as well that we were speaking to in regards to the curve with insulin and glucose. But yeah, that's a perfect diagram to illustrate the blood glucose is smack in the range, yet insulin is being elevated, behind the scenes. So why can't we just test for insulin? Why are we? I mean, we can test for insulin. It is a test we can do. But why don't we? Because it's not a test that they will do, which baffles me to no end. I don't know if you know the answer to that, but it's certainly a test that that you'll have difficulty getting on the NHS.
Well, everything is a fight. I mean, that's the issue, Rich. And I don't want to get all political, like we've just been talking. They literally don't want you to have the knowledge. That's the thing. So when I first got trained, they didn't even want people to have glucose monitors. And I'm paraphrasing now, but literally said in the literature, we don't want to give the patient the power. That, literally that they don't want them to know. So glucose monitors, they did fight tooth and nail to stop them. And then obviously they became popular, and then continual glucose monitors, same sort of thing. They're quite expensive. The whole diabetes thing is shocking. In 1922, we didn't even know what insulin was, and it was discovered. The discovery of insulin was sold off, and the idea was that it would be free. That was the thing, that there was a patent on there, and they didn't want people to make money out of insulin. But there you go, that didn't happen either, did it? So anything that makes sense doesn't seem to happen, does it, in modern medicine? It seems to be it's all driven by money, basically. Yeah. Diabetes, someone's put in there. Yes. There we go. That's quite good. I like that. That's very quick.
Yeah, snappy.
And I'm actually going back to calories. Type 1 diabetes is one of the things I use to illustrate that calories are pointless, because it is all about insulin. So in 1922, what they discovered was insulin. So, but if you had type 1 diabetes in 1921, you would have died. But those people were eating as much as they could eat, maybe 10,000 calories, and they were still wasting away, because that's what happens when you got type 1 diabetes. You just waste away. So if calories mattered, then they wouldn't waste away, because they would be given more and more food. But as soon as they were given insulin, they didn't waste away. So that sort of proves that concept, that it isn't just calories, it's actually about insulin, it's about hormones and eating correctly. But they didn't realize that there was more than one type of diabetes at that point. So Rich, you look like you're going to say something. You look like you were researching something there.
No, yeah, I was just looking for some bits. Yeah, keep on firing away, because I haven't found it yet. But yeah, okay. Still looking.
There you go. I did a bit of Welsh there. Did you notice?
Yeah, I did. Fair play. I liked it.
I've lost my folder. So let's have a look. In the clamp test that they were talking about was it was interesting. I think it was Philip Ovadia, wasn't it? So yeah, if you want to look at something like this medical textbook, and I actually use this when people come to me for personal training to talk them out of how they're thinking. And I actually say, look, I could do myself out of some money here by showing you a few pages. And I tend to show them. Let's see if I can get that up, and I'll screen share that as well. So this is the page I show them. I'm going to screen share it. And this nicely sums up insulin. Now, medical textbooks are now sponsored by pharmaceutical companies. They never used to be. I don't know if I can make that a bit bigger. Yeah, I think I can. So this is what I show people, but I tend to just go straight to this bit. Therefore, when insulin is not available to promote glucose entry into the fat cells, fat storage is either greatly inhibited or blocked. When insulin is not available, fat storage is inhibited or blocked. All right, so no insulin, no fat storage. And then you've also got increased metabolic use of fat caused by insulin lack. All aspects of fat metabolism are greatly enhanced in the absence of insulin. So you've got no insulin, fat metabolism happens. So it's known. It's not a theory. It is actually known, isn't it? That insulin, if you've got lots of insulin, you're going to store fat and you can't burn it. But that makes sense as well, doesn't it? Because if your job is to store stuff, that's the hormone's job. I've got to push this fat into this cell. Why would you also allow fat to come out of the cell? It makes no sense. And the human body is pretty smart. So that would be one of the sort of planks in my armory when people start talking about calories and not believing that it's hormones. So you've got the type 1 diabetic who can have 10,000 calories and still fade away. Then you've got medical textbooks, physiology textbooks telling you that insulin will block fat burning or fat oxidation. So I think that's pretty good. And then you can go back to diabetics that are type 2 and inject insulin. As soon as they inject insulin, they're told to do it in different sites, because if you do the same site, you end up with a big blob of fat because it's lipogenic. I mean, that's what they do. So they will be told, do it in your thigh, then your stomach on one side, stomach on the other. And they say, because insulin is going to make you fat. So you've got type 1s proving it. You've got medical textbooks proving it. And you've also got type 2 diabetics proving it. Are you all right, Rich?
Yeah, all good.
You look like you want to go, which is fine. But do you not want to get to the finish line and actually say you did the 24 hours?
Yes, for sure. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, one of the things that I was going to speak about with Sean Baker, but we didn't get a chance to. Now, Sean, I may be incorrect with this, but does he consume organ meats, or is he just?
No, he's not a big fan of organ meats.
So the issue with that within the community, for anybody that knows anything about why we would put organ meats in, is something called the methionine to glycine ratio. Is that something that you've come across? Are you familiar with that?
I think you've spoken about it in one of our live streams, but I'm more than happy to hear it again.
Yeah, brilliant. So methionine is an essential sulfur-containing amino acid, and is the source of methyl groups for many of the biochemical reactions within the body. In particular, the folate cycle, MTHFR makes L-methylfolate, which donates a methyl group to homocysteine, forming methionine. Which is then made into something called SAMe. Now, SAMe is something within the body that tackles inflammation. It's responsible for detoxing the body. It makes neurotransmitters. So this is incredibly important. But methionine can be buffered by glycine. Now, the issue is excess methionine within the body causes us to waste glycine, and glycine we need to produce collagen. Now, the problem is that when we consume meat in its normal form, i.e. a piece of steak, etc., methionine outweighs glycine, if you like, if that's the correct terminology. Apologies, we are half asleep. It outweighs it, and it should be, the correct ratio that figures I've seen is probably around about 4-1, I believe, from memory. But eating it in the raw form doesn't equate to 4-1. So for us to increase that consumption of glycine to prevent that buffering, we'd need to get that from something like organ meats. Obviously, Sean doesn't consume any organ meats, and that glycine, methionine to glycine ratio is incredibly important. At least I believe it to be. So that would have been a fantastic little piece to get his thoughts on how he does that. You can, going back to something that we mentioned earlier, one of the things that I do is, like when I consume chicken, I'll consume the gristle and the cartilage on the bone, and that's where the glycine is. The same with steak, the part that's on the bone and the stringy bits. So that may, in fact, be enough to offset this ratio. But that would have been a fantastic talking point, I think, to get his opinion. If we ever get a chance to get him back on or go on to his, I'd love to get his opinion on that, because that's a big topic. Have you got any thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think Sean is, as you saw when he comes on, he plows his own furrow, and he just wants to get out what information he wants to get out. So I don't know if he would want to talk about that, really, because his mind is so active. If something's bothering him, he wants to get that out there very quickly. But yeah, I mean, he'd be interested. Of course, he would be very interested in it. But when he came on, I don't know if you noticed, but I think he had a preset things he wanted to get off his chest, and which is great. And that's what happened at MeetRx, and that's why his meetings were so good and so many members joined, is because he would come on 5 o'clock PM every day, and he would hold a meeting, and he would just hold court, and he would be able to get off his chest what he'd discovered that day, or what he wanted to talk about, what he'd heard. And I think, and this is not a criticism, I think it's actually a really good thing. So there was all some new information coming. So if he's talked about it, last month or whatever, and there's 3 hot topics, I think he'd rather talk about what's hot at the moment, what's in the news, what's getting a lot of traction, if there's any sort of misinformation about how Carnivore is damaging in some way. He likes to address that. But yeah, I think the first thing you need to do is get onto his podcast and be interviewed about your success story, and then take it from there. Yeah, that'd be fantastic. Yes, still the group's still quite active. I mean, are there any questions in there that anybody would like us to address? To fill the next 40 minutes, because I think we could have filled another guest in quite comfortably there, couldn't we, or 2, or extended some of the other ones. Well, let me just put a statement up here. I've just seen. Well, no, I can't find it now. Oh, here it is. Let's put this in, because who's MeetRx? MeetRx was Sean Baker's website before Revero. He launched MeetRx, and I think before that he had one called Meet Heals. Anyway, MeetRx was like a coaching and just a big platform about carnivore, as the name implies, talking about meat being the thing that heals you. And that's where I got my coaching certificate for carnivore and fasting coaching certificate. And then what's happened is it's evolved. It's now Revero, because they wanted to scale it up, and they wanted to employ doctors rather than coaches, and attack the healthcare system and improve it beyond belief, and actually get it to be not disease management, but actually making people healthy. So that was MeetRx. Have you read? Can you see in the comments, Rich? I don't know what you see. Yeah, I can see the comments. I can see that that Jonathan's back, the composition consultant. I don't know if he's up for it or if you wanted to, but is it worth bringing him back on board? It's rubbish. Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, if you wanted to come, if you wanted to pop in, that's fine. You can use. I think I'd have to send him a different link. Let me have a look. He's obviously listening, because he's done that. I can send him a link. Bear with me. Because he was very liked, wasn't he? When he came on. You can't make it, unfortunately. Oh, right, okay. No, that's a shame. Never mind. Well, come on, we can come up with stuff. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Can I eat birthday cake and pizza on Carnivore? There's a question. Can you eat birthday cake and pizza on Carnivore? Well, you can if you want, but it's not Carnivore. But you could put that day behind you and then just get back on the Carnivore. It's really that simple. He's free after 8. I'm not doing 25 hours.
Yeah, I think one of the questions that he said a little earlier is there going to be a 24? Yeah, I think, yeah, potentially, isn't it? I think, I mean, we could build off this one. Robert Kilt seems quite keen on doing an annual 24-hour. I think one thing's for certain, it definitely won't be a weekly or monthly. I think an annual is more than enough. But you know, I've been well impressed with the amount of participants, viewers, and questions that have been going in. And a lot of these guys have been popping it back and forth, and they've been just as active as we have. You know, do you think the tin mackerel every day with steak is okay for a couple of times a week? Yeah, for sure. Mackerel is absolutely fantastic as long as the mackerel is not in any vegetable oil. Coming back to a point we made earlier, brine is going to be one of the better options. But yeah, mackerel is absolutely incredible. In fact, I mean, an interesting thing. See if I can find some bits here really quickly. I don't know if you want to talk for 2 seconds.
Yeah, I can talk. I can. Zoe online has said, is it better to eat cooked organs in a given week, and how often and in what quantity to avoid overdosing on nutrients on Carnivore? But it does say rich, so it's for you to answer. I'm not overly bothered about organs myself. Sean Baker, as we just spoke about, he's not really bothered about organs. So that's quite a prescriptive answer. Is it better to eat cooked organs in a given week? Well, so let's do that. Let's parse it. So is it better to eat cooked organs in a given week? Well, yeah, if you want to eat organs, if you like liver, for instance, or kidney, it's not going to be deleterious. How often? Well, I wouldn't go mad, because then, yes, you could have some potentials for too many nutrients, but not many people do eat that amount of organs, and in what quantity. So do you want to answer it, Rich?
Yeah, is it better to eat cooked organs in a given week, and how much? Cooked against raw, I guess, is one of the questions. Yeah, there are lots of people within the community who will eat raw liver. I'll be honest, I've never worked up to that one myself. I do eat liver. I do try to eat organ meats. Organ meats are the most nutrient dense food on the planet. I think the fear with organ meats comes from vitamin A, overdose of vitamin A. There's very little research in order for this, unfortunately, but I think we do need to take it with a pinch of salt. But it comes from explorers in the Antarctic, I believe, consuming polar bears' liver, which is stupidly high in vitamin A, and they overdosed from consuming the polar bear liver. But is it something like 100 or 1,000 times higher in a polar bear than it would be in a cow, for example? But for that reason, we're told to fear the overconsumption of vitamin A. So I would consume, or I typically do consume, around 500 grams of beef liver a week. I cut it into slices, and I will consume sort of one slice around 100 grams per day, or maybe 200 one day and miss the next. But I am a lover of organ meats. I love eating heart and kidney. Chicken hearts are absolutely fantastic. I don't know if you've ever tried them, but they're like little grapes. Fantastic little snacks, if organ meats could be a snack. But kidney, incredibly nice. And heart, I don't know if any of you guys have tried heart, but heart is absolutely fantastic. It's incredibly fatty. If you're one for fatty cuts of meats, heart is from pig or cow, calf, or whatever it may be. Yeah, I'm a big lover of organ meats. But again, coming back to the point we made earlier with the methionine to glycine ratio, I mean, we know that we can get adequate amounts. It's just I fear for people who maybe don't consume, those stringy bits and the gristly bits on the bone and the steak, who are going to offset that methionine to glycine ratio. Yeah, I mean, it would have been good to have debated it with someone. And maybe Sean does consume those gristly bits. I mean, I should imagine that he probably does, and therefore the methionine to glycine ratio is going to be fine. Any other questions there?
Oh, we'll have a look. Yeah, that's why I was asking if you could see them, because you say, can you see the questions? What are your thoughts about, hang on a minute. What are your thoughts about the anabolic approach, e.g. adding something like white rice periodically to stay metabolically flexible?
Again, so this whole thing about being, what would be the advantage? So I've experimented time after time. Hey, Paul, by the way. I know Paul. Yeah, I mean, I've experimented many times in regards to refeeding, cycling carbs, timing carbs to specific windows, for power, strength, athletic performance, for anabolic effect. Now we know that carbohydrates do not further elicit any protein, any increase in muscle protein synthesis. We know that the co-ingestion of carbohydrates with protein does not build muscle more than just consuming adequate protein alone. So if you're looking to consume white rice in order to build more muscle, then if you were consuming enough protein, then that is not going to happen. What does build muscle or increase muscle protein synthesis is the co-ingestion of protein with fat. But I mean, there would be an argument maybe for muscle glycogen. Muscle glycogen may fill the muscle with more volume, allowing you to lift potentially heavier weights. But again, white rice would be my preference because it's lectin free. And that's what I would use for competition. So when it comes to competing, so the way that I would prep for a comp would be maybe 5 or 6 days out from a competition. I would reduce my dietary fat close to zero. And I'm not saying this is healthy, but this would, so coming back to the protein sparing modified fasting we mentioned earlier, my body would go through or into overdrive in regards to burning body fat. My body fat would become incredibly low, but I would always maintain a level of protein. So I do this for a little bit of time leading up to that. And then I would do a fat refeed. So I'd keep my protein the same, but I would consume higher cuts in order to fill the intracellular myolipids. So it's the fat within the muscle. And this would typically add around 7 pounds within 2 or 3 days. And then I would introduce carbs purely for aesthetic purposes, for no other reason other than to look a little bit big. And it would work. And I would do this with white rice. White rice is lectin free. So I would put the carbohydrate in. And the carbohydrate would gain another 10 pounds. So within that 5 days, I would gain 17 pounds of lean mass on an incredibly small frame. I'd be incredibly tight, incredibly vascular. And that would be the key to me utilizing those carbs for that beneficial approach. But yeah, there's no advantage to muscle protein synthesis. And when in regards to keeping metabolic flexibility, that whole thing about peripheral insulin resistance is a fallacy. The second we test the body with carbohydrate, it bounces back within 24 hours. So I just don't see any advantage personally. I have experimented. I've worked with athletes who have experimented. Other people may find more benefit or a benefit, but it didn't benefit me on any of the aspects that I tried it for. That's not to say that it's a closed book and I wouldn't experiment again. But I didn't notice any benefit other than for aesthetic purposes and competing on show day. But I'd be happy to hear anybody else's thoughts on that one.
Well, I think Jonathan's put some thoughts in there. So, but I would just add my 2 pence, because metabolic flexibility means lots of things to lots of different people, and metabolic flexibility, I've had said to me, well, I've been told that my pancreas will shut down and it won't produce much insulin, and if I do ever have carbohydrates in the future, everything's going to go AWOL. Well, that's not actually true. That doesn't happen. We produce insulin all the time, and yeah, if you start shoving carbohydrates down your neck, you will get a boost of insulin. And in fact, I ran a real world experiment with a person who was absolutely convinced. She said, well, I won't be able to ever eat a chocolate brownie. And I said, do you know what? Since you've been in carnivore, you're so insulin sensitive. I've got a bet that if you genuinely have been carnivore for 6 months and you ate a chocolate brownie, what do you think would happen? She said, oh, my blood glucose go through the roof. And I said, I don't think so. I think you're so insulin sensitive now and so less inflamed, it would plummet. And she just wouldn't believe it. So anyway, I got a text or an email later, sort of simply saying smart ass. It went down. So she tried the experiment. So, I mean, it does depend on so many variables, but that's what she meant by metabolic flexibility, being able to go back to having carbs. And the other thing is what we mentioned in the live stream. Some people have been told, you've failed the glucose tolerance test, so you're not metabolically flexible anymore. Well, that's an arbitrary test. And who wants to be able to drink 15 teaspoons of sugar in a solution? So, right, here's one. It's a little bit off. Could you comment on microplastics? Tinned fish comes in these tins lined with plastics, meat packaging. Any ideas how to remove them once they are ingested?
Yeah, have you got any thoughts? It's not something I'm super versed in. I know that we look at microplastics and tea bags and things. Yeah, it's not something I've gone to town on, I'll be honest. Yeah,
that's actually, there was a fantastic video on our great friendly Facebook where they did an experiment and it went viral, where they were trying different tea bags and basically they all had plastic in apart from one. And it was enough to make us think about changing the tea to just this one particular company that didn't have any plastics. It's frightening. I mean, Forever Chemicals are exactly as they're named, Forever Chemicals. And I mean, that comes down to DuPont making their Teflon and run off into the streams and stuff. And that's in our system. It also shows that these big corporations, when we blame some of the scientists for when we find out what's gone on and these elements are not particularly great for the environment, or they cause cancer, for instance, in that particular case, in this brilliant movie called Dark Waters talks about all the truth behind this. The scientists were segregated, so they didn't really know the full picture of what was going on, and a lot of them died of cancer. So you could think, well, they were in cahoots. Well, they weren't, because they wouldn't kill themselves. They wouldn't willingly expose themselves to that risk. So let's have a look. Oh, somebody mentioned Dr. Chafee. Dr. Chafee says the liver is fairly small, so our ancestors would not be eating loads of it.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, it again, still one of the most nutrient dense foods on the planet, isn't it? Yeah.
Let's have a look. One for you, Rich. In my opinion, if you want to be a professional, you would have to learn the false science, then rebel when you become qualified. And I know what you mean, Andy. When I finally did my exams for my diabetes and obesity specialist practitioner status, a lot of stuff about the diabetes I wrote, but didn't believe a word of it. I knew the answers they wanted. Put it that way. So you give them the answers they want, and then you go out into the real world and realize that what you've written would not actually work. So you have to do something else or go with the system. So that's That's that. I've had hearts, by the way. I've eaten heart. I did a what I eat in a day video for my YouTube channel and mentioned and showed how much meat you get for a £1. So if you're looking at trying to do carnivore on a budget, organ meats, heart in particular, is very inexpensive and a good way to get a lot of protein. And Rich is just letting me talk, so that's all right. I'll just carry on. Yeah, you've seen this, I'm guessing, from Phil, one of our guests from earlier. We look fresh, awake and fresh. Oh, you should have come back an hour ago.
Yeah, what time was
that? So we got John here. Oh, hang on a minute. We were trying to look at the composition consultant. Let's have a look. What he's been saying. Oh, no, way too many things. Hang on. Jonathan, I can't keep up with you. Right, look, this is what he's written about, metabolic flexibility. So metabolically flexibility has nothing to do with being able to add carbs. Your body will always deal with carbs quickly. Yes, because it's toxic. Alcohol gets dealt with first, doesn't it? If you have alcohol, and then it's carbohydrates, then it's protein, then it's fat. Rich, are you going to work in a minute?
Yes, I've got yeah, I'm jumping straight into work for a bit after this.
Are you going to be all right? Are you going to be safe?
Yes, why not? Yeah. I mean, going off slightly from, not we've got an agenda, but one of the things that I've been looking into recently in regards to a podcast that I recorded with Patrick Holford is dementia and the effect of maybe possibly homocysteine on dementia. So I could speak a little bit about that for 5 minutes if you wanted to.
Yeah, go for it.
Perfect. So, I mean, high levels of homocysteine increase the risk of dementia, heart disease, and stroke. And apology if I'm half asleep with this. Yeah, I think it's taking its toll, isn't it? But vitamins B12, 6, and folate break down homocysteine to create other chemicals that the body needs. High levels or high homocysteine levels may mean that we have a vitamin deficiency. And when we are vitamin deficient in the likes of B12, B6, and folate, this can increase homocysteine levels. So a vegan or vegetarian type lifestyle, because we can only get cobalamin, which is vitamin B12, from meats. Pyridoxine, which is vitamin B6, is found in higher quantities in meat, very low in plant foods. And folate we can get from both, but predominantly from animal proteins as well. So living a vegan or vegetarian lifestyle could quite possibly increase these homocysteine levels. Now, when we look at things like Alzheimer's, a big contributing factor is insulin resistance in the brain. Now, Alzheimer's is affected by the glutaminergic neurons. These need rapid energy from glucose, and some cells can only use glucose for energy as they don't have mitochondria, and only mitochondria can use ketones for energy. So glucose will pass into the brain through the GLUT1 transporter, and most of the cells use GLUT3 transporters, but both of which are insulin independent, meaning that we do not need insulin. But the hippocampus also uses GLUT4 transporters, which is insulin dependent, which means the hippocampus requires insulin. Now, the issue with this is in a situation of insulin resistance, we flood the brain with, we flood the blood-brain barrier with insulin over time, causing the receptors to downregulate, meaning the brain could quite literally be swimming in a sea of glucose, but unable to utilize the glucose for energy. So this is how insulin resistance can contribute to these factors. And insulin resistance also increases ACE2 receptors, which leaves us susceptible to contracting viruses, infections, etc. And when we do, it I don't know if you know much about the ACE2 receptors, but it was a big thing during COVID, wasn't it? So when we become insulin resistant, the body will create more ACE2 receptors, increasing our likelihood of contracting a virus. And then when we contract a virus, because we're insulin resistant, our natural killer cells through glycation lose their ability to fight off that virus and infection. Glycation of the natural killer cells, fight off the virus. So when we can contract the virus, the body sequesters iron and stores it in ferritin, which is something we mentioned earlier, because pathogens love iron. So the body will sequester this iron to save the body from helping from becoming under attack or to heal and repair, which leads to a deficiency of iron and now our body's ability to create these neurotransmitters. Because as we've explained earlier, during the catecholaminergic neurotransmitter synthesis, the catecholamines and indolamines, catecholamines of dopamine, epinephrine, norepinephrine, tyrosine, and norepinephrine, which is made from tyrosine, and the indolamine, serotonin, which is synthesized from tryptophan, involve cofactors like iron, zinc, and B12, which are these things that we are deficient in, which we also need to make homocysteine. So all of these contributing factors elevate these homocysteine levels, leading to this increased risk of dementia, heart disease, and stroke. And I've probably missed out a wad full of other stuff there, but it has been close to 24 hours. But the conversation that I had with Patrick Holford, we went into a lot of detail in regards to that, and he's a fountain of knowledge in regards to dementia. So that podcast is coming out soon. We do explain it a lot better during the podcast, I promise. So that's one worth watching. But it just keeps coming back, doesn't it, to, you know, the requirement of animal proteins, because these B vitamins, B12 and B6, are incredibly important, and iron, and all of these things that we can only get from animal proteins in high quantities, at least. B12 we can only get from animal proteins. Iron we can only get from animal proteins. All of these are essential for the conversion of these catecholaminergic neurotransmitters and other things within the body that we've touched base on, throughout the day. It all comes back down to this insulin resistance, inflammation, and high quality nutrients, which just seems to pull us away from the vegan and vegetarian lifestyle, the foods that we would consume from a standard lifestyle, which are these grains, which are high in the lectins and phytic acid, which is blocking the absorption of these nutrients. Every which way that you put a spin on it in regardless to health and well-being, everything seems to come back to animal proteins. And I can't find anything that would be detrimental. Even, today we were talking about kidneys and how excess protein can damage the kidneys, and we've shut this down as well. People I've worked with kidney issues seem to thrive on elevated protein, and these studies that tell us that high protein consumption will damage your kidneys are over 100 years old. But everything we look at and everything we've discussed today, doesn't it, just seems to come back to the lifestyle that we are living. The ketogenic carnivore type lifestyle, irrespective of how deep, how strict you are. There seems to be this big transition into animal proteins, moving away from these foods high in lectins and phytoalexins and plant toxins. So yeah, some of my two penneth there to chuck into the mix. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Steve.
Well, I think as you were talking, Zoe asked that question: does eating glandulars or taking a glandular supplement help heal that relevant gland in the body? Is one approach better than the other? And I thought it was quite interesting that Dr. Philip of Ovadia talked about eating the heart is actually good for the heart. So he's a heart expert and he's saying that, so there must be some evidence. He doesn't come into these things without things to back it up. So I would assume there may be some credence to that. What do you think, Rich?
Yeah, I'd be inclined to a degree to agree. To be honest, it's everything else that we went through in regards to my understanding about cholesterol lipid profiles and everything else was spot on. So yeah, I mean, if that's something that he's brought up during the talk, I'd be inclined to believe that yeah. I'd rather get it through diet again over supplementation, but again, supplementation, if you can't eat these foods and some people can't eat them, supplementation is fine, I guess. But I mean, it's obviously going to be cheaper to buy it in its raw form.
Let me show you something I did when I was when I had a keto website. You'll like this one. This is not the glycemic index. This is the insulin index. And I think this should be more public. But this is just looking at, oh, let me get rid of that thing from Zoe. So there's a bit more space on the thing. Hang on. Let me just hide that. Yeah, the insulin index. I mean, I did this because I just think insulin is more relevant to some people, what I talked about earlier with that little demonstration. So you can see on that, and this is basically the score. The lower the impact these foods have on the body's response is good. So butter has a very small, minimal response on insulin. I haven't put quantities on there because I just wanted to be clean and just give you some idea. And it pretty much correlates with the glycemic index, to be honest. But if you look at that, the white bread there is 100 and a whole wheat bread is 90. So these are pretty bad. Jelly beans 160, potatoes 121. And I often say to people who want to lose a bit of weight and improve their health, who are really reluctant to do carnivore, my approach is to target this area, actually. So you probably heard me talk about bananas and bread and potatoes. You might have heard me talk about potatoes today. And I'd say that take out the bread and potatoes. That's the first two things, and that makes a big difference. And I always get the pushback. Well, what if I have brown bread? And I'm like, well, no, just cut bread. Just cut bread because it's not that much. And that, by the way, is how they can say brown bread is healthier than white, because it is marginally, but brown bread is not as healthy as duck, for instance, so it's all relative, really. So the bread goes, and then the fruit, like the tropical fruits like bananas, that's a good thing. I don't have many people having a big problem with sweetened yogurt, actually. And jelly beans is a very American thing, but that, I suppose, that could just be replaced by any sort of candy like M&Ms or whatever. So yeah, I just thought that was quite an interesting read. Peanut butter there is quite surprising, but I suppose that's because it's very fatty, I'd imagine. So that was that. So that's a little bit of screen sharing for you. The website I ran was called Keto Body. But I don't run that anymore. So, question from Carl. For gaining muscle, is it 1 to 2 grams of protein? I don't know if that's meant to be 1.2, but I don't think so. I think it's 1 to 2 grams of protein per pound of lean body mass or actual. You're muted, Rich. I must have done that by accident.
That's the best way. Yeah, I think we've had a few variations from a few different of the guests today. I think generally it seemed to round down to a minimum of 1 to 1.25, wasn't it, per pound at least. But I wouldn't be concerned with going over that either. I mean, I work it out as 1 per pound generally as a minimum, but I'm not wedded to that in respect of, I wouldn't go over it. I certainly wouldn't be scared to go well over that. Maintenance, I've always regarded as 0.5 grams per pound at the lower end. 0.82 is the minimum required to build, and 1 is a nice clean sort of average between the spread. But there's been figures between sort of 1 and 1.25, expressed over the last 24 hours. And yeah, I'd be inclined to I certainly wouldn't be against 1.25. I've gone 3 to 4 grams per pound at some point during competing and training, but I didn't notice any benefit to doing so. I think it becomes a case of diminishing returns. Anywhere between 1 to 2 pound, and I think you'll be on song there.
Yeah, that's great. I really like something Jonathan's put here about cortisol. It's a nice little soundbite, if I can just find it. And I'm sorry that I'm not on the ball as I was when we started this. 23 hours. And
I don't think either of us are. To be fair, I think but we've done all right. It's I'm gonna go through the names of the people that appeared today. I can't find it, Jonathan. I'm sorry, but it was something like cortisol doesn't cause high stress or something. It's a nice little soundbite. I think anyway. High cortisol is a result of high stress. It doesn't lead to high stress. There we are. That's it.
Yeah, and that's a real common thing in mainstream medicine, where they look at the wrong point, if you see what I mean. Diabetes is a disease of high blood glucose. No, no, that's the marker. All right, but anyway, right, of something else. So if you don't mind, well, I could play a game with you, Rich. I could say, can you remember who appeared and could you thank them? How many do you reckon you could get? Or do you just want me to read it?
My goodness. Should I see how many I can remember?
Yeah, let's get a pen. Oh, wow.
You couldn't write this, could you?
Right. Okay. So, right, from Richard Smith and Coach Stephen, we want to thank the following people for making the 24-hour live stream fun. Where you go?
So two I'm going to shout out straight away. One, because Anthony Chafew came on first. Two, fantastic Phil Escott, who's just kindly put a comment in the box there, which has reminded me. So there's two there. Was it Ben that was with Phil?
Yeah. Ben Hunt.
Ben Hunt, Judy Chow, Serena Music. We've got Sarah Zaldivar, Sabrina Salt.
Whoa! I can't.
Oh my goodness! Too slow now. Too slow.
Yeah, Zaldivar. Yes. Go on then.
Natalie. I can't remember. Apologies, I can't remember Natalie's second name, but that was the one that was in and out, wasn't it? With
Natalie E. West. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah. Phil the Power Taylor.
Cool. Yeah, brilliant.
I can't remember the lady's name. Heidemann. Can you give me that one? Heidemann. Am I just making stuff up?
I think you're making stuff up.
I'll have to. Okay. Weidman, maybe.
Oh, Lisa, Dr. Lisa Weidman. Yeah.
There we go. See, I knew I wasn't making it up. Who else have we got? How many have I got so far?
Not enough.
Lily
I
Kane.
feel like I'm going to do a Bruce Forsyth here. Your mate at the end, the cyclist.
Yeah, Lily Kane, Sean Sakinovsky.
Oh, yeah, right. Yes. Yes, Lily Kane, yes.
David and Jen Unwin.
Oh, well done, yes.
Yeah, if I said Serena Music, surely that's got to be the majority of people there. Coach Bronson.
Yes.
Coach Bronson, right. Jonathan. They could.
Griffiths.
That one.
Yep.
Yeah. Composition consultant is what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
I can see a few people, but I can't picture names. Colt.
Yeah, you said Colt Milton, yeah.
I've already said Colt, have I?
Yeah, he did, yeah. Well, he's got 2 mentions.
Brilliant. Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin Stock. Yes. Right, shall I do the ones don't you cheat?
Hang on, Sean
Baker. Yeah.
Philip. Ovadia.
Yes, well done. I think you're cheating now.
I have. Somebody's put down that blonde chick, so we can put that one in as well.
Well, I can't believe you can't remember Dr. Robert Kiltz, who came twice, so which was really good.
Yeah.
Rachel Down from Boil and Broth, and Dr. Rachel Brown. Coach Emily. I can't believe you cheated. I'm disappointed.
I did. It was the last. It was the last one or two. Casey,
Pim Jansen, Robert Sykes, Keto Savage.
Yes.
He won't talk to you again. Professor Bart Kay. You missed him. Yeah. Jennifer, delighted to meet you. Jessica Henrad, and that's it. That's everybody. So
well, I didn't do too badly for 24 hours of 24 hour live on 3 hours sleep. So 25 hours awake. I think that would be on 3 hours sleep. So yeah, I'll take it. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I think I struggled, and it's not because of Sean. It was the 23rd hour. I really struggled, and I think I did nod off. So that's full transparency there for about a billionth of a second. And then I know that was spotted because we had some messages saying, Stephen, you need to have some salty water or do something. So I just want to say, I think it's been made brilliant by the guests. They've all been really good. And the support in the chat has been fantastic. So it's been great, isn't it? It's been really good. We got 60 seconds left. So Rich,
two things. I just like to thank everybody that's come on, given up their time to do so. Massively appreciated. I'd like to thank everybody that's come on and supported with the questions and supported us in general. And finally, you, Stephen. I mean, you've organised this, and again, earlier we mentioned it with Judy. You've spent weeks organising this. Given up your time, given up your working hours. You haven't earned any money for this. None of us have, but you've taken time out of your daily working routine to put this together. I think it's been successful. I think if we do it next year, it'll be even better again. Super excited and glad to be a part of it. So thank you for the invitation.
That's okay, and that's very kind of you, but I couldn't have done it without you, and I keep saying that, and I absolutely 100% mean it. 24 hours, we got there. It's just clicked, 24 hours. So yeah, thank you everybody that tuned in, but the guests in particular, thank you so much. So I got a little bit emotional there. Yeah, thank you. You really, really turned up and did brilliantly. So what's behind you?
That's my little girl.
Hello, little girl.
That's my little girl. So,
say bye-bye.
You gonna wave? Yeah. Bye.
Yay, bye. Thanks to everybody. Yes, and it'll be on YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't to Richard Smith, but he smashed his 1,000 subscribers. Thanks to you. And I'd love to get to 8,000 on mine, but there you go. Right. Anyway, we're going to end the broadcast.
Yeah. Thank you all. Cheers,
we do
guys.
lives every Sunday. Lives for an hour every Sunday.
Cheers all.